On the human electromagnetic field. This is very, very important, people. You have to understand how energy works, how your mind contributes towards this, and how your emotions contribute towards this. So the heart produces this electromagnetic field, which surrounds the body from 3 foot to 9 foot, depending on your internal state. And we'll get into that a bit later. But the heart produces this field. Now, the brain is all to do with the mind intelligence. However, the heart is the second brain. It is to do with the emotional intelligence of our beings. So mind and emotion, directly connected. They are directly connected. Every thought that you think is producing an emotion. So the thought that you think is an electrical signal in the brain, which then gets sent to the heart. Now, the heart is what's judging. It judges you. It judges what is right, what is wrong. It tells you is this thought good, is it bad, based off the emotional sense that you gain off that thought. Therefore, before we go any further, every single cell in your body, every single organ has its own electromagnetic field. So every cell, every organ, the organs come up to bunch together to create the system. The systems come together to create the body. And all of this contributes towards the electromagnetic field of the heart. Okay? So everything is electromagnetic. I am, you am, every atom is electromagnetic. So what we need to understand is that our diet plays a huge role in raising our frequency. Our frequency is our spirit, our spiraling energy field. The stronger this field is, the more impact you have on reality when it comes to manifesting your reality and what you want. So it's important that we keep our body healthy, our cells healthy, because all of this contributes to what you're putting out and what sort of and how effective your energy is putting out into the quantum field around you. So your heart produces this field based off the emotion that you feel. So every emotion that you feel, your internal state, is what manifests this electromagnetic field. So when you stand next to someone, you can feel their vibe. You can get a sense of how this person is feeling. Well, because you're feeling the energy that their internal state is manifesting the external energy, which you're picking up. So when their mood changes, you can feel it in their energy, especially if your third eye is wide open. So what I'm trying to say is your emotions is what attracts things to you, because your heart produces this magnetic energy. So your heart is producing magnetic energy. Every emotion that you feel is creating magnetic energy, which is drawing people, things, situations to you. All of this contributes towards your life because everything has a domino effect. If you happen to draw the right person to you because of your happy emotional state, that person can just change your life and turn the wheel on manifesting your reality. So like I said before, when we feel higher emotional states and elevated states of emotion, this strengthens our electromagnetic field. So when we feel happiness, contentment, joy, love, all of this expands our field from 5 meters to around 9 feet, 5 feet to 9 feet around your body. And the stronger this field is, the stronger your emotions are, and the more elevated they are, the stronger impact you have on matter. Why? Because you're vibrating more than matter. You're becoming more spirit than matter. So therefore, it is mind over matter. So if you experience these higher elevated emotions, you then have a greater impact on creating matter and influence on atoms around you and people around you. The higher you vibrate, the more people are going to stare at you, the more things that are going to happen better in your life, because the more energy that you're putting out positively. So this electromagnetic field is so important, so important. And your emotions and your thoughts play a crucial role. You control your thoughts. This will then control your emotion, and then your emotion will control your magnetic energy. And not to mention, when we meditate, we turn our mind inward. So therefore, all of the attention, because where attention goes, energy flows. So where attention goes, energy flows. So if you turn your mind inward and put your attention on yourself, all of that energy is being internalized, and you can then redirect that into manifesting your reality. You can use this energy to manifest your reality. Okay? So the world will mirror back what we feel in our heart. This is a great saying. Whatever you carry in your heart, you will experience. Because emotion is energy in motion. The emotion you feel is the thought motion. So every thought you think produces energy in motion, which is emotion, which will then be put out into the quantum field, well, which is everything's in your mind, because the words you say, the things you feel, mold your mind, and your mind mirrors the external world. So you need to be careful what you're thinking, feeling, and saying and hearing, because all of this has an effect on your external world, because it has an effect on shaping your mind. Okay, so controlling emotions, we need to get rid of the reactive emotions and use them intentionally. The more reactive you are, the more prone you are to lowering your frequency, which will have a great effect on manifesting your reality. We need to aim to reach them high states of emotion, to keep our cells, to keep our body high frequency. So I hope this lesson helped you. On the next one, we're going to be talking about maintaining this field. How's it all going, Patrons? Today we've got an amazing video to do. And today we're going to be talking about the rap industry and how it's connected to the occult and what they're actually doing. Okay, there's a big misconception about them being, a worker for Satan, or a some sort of astral entity, some sort of devil. Okay, but it's not like that. What it actually is, it's a thought form manifested in the astral plane. If you do not understand what I'm trying to say, you need to watch my videos on the astral plane first so you can get a full understanding of this. The astral plane is made out of thought forms. It is a manifestation of imagination. Okay, so the astral plane, the mind would be the thought. The astral plane would be the imagination of that thought. Everything in the 3D world you see is reflected in the astral plane. The astral plane is how do I put this into words? It's a reflection of the physical world. Everything is doubled in the astral plane. Okay, it's like a mirror. And the astral plane is the plane above the physical world. Physical, etheric, astral, mental. The mind is the highest one. Then it goes to the astral. Depending on the vibration of the thought depends what astral realm it's going to. Higher, middle, lower. If it's a intrusive, negative, low vibrating thought, it will go to the lower astral plane. You see? So the higher would be good thoughts, positive thoughts. So when you get so many minds as a collective consciousness to believe in one certain thing, all of these minds manifesting this certain thing will manifest as a being in the astral plane. It's the same with a demon, okay? You can attract demons or summon demons. Summoning a demon is creating a demon out of your thought forms. This is dark. This is a occult magic. This is magic. So, for example, COVID, everyone believed in the fear of COVID, fearing the COVID. That all of their minds together would be creating a astral plane entity, some sort of energy, because so many minds are coming together to think about one thing. That can summon demons. You, for example, have this. If you've had a really traumatic event happen when you were younger and you constantly think about it to this day, every day, if you keep thinking about it, that thought will manifest into some sort of demon energy entity, which will follow you around and feed off your negative energy that you're giving off in that astral plane. Because you're in the astral plane now, you're in the etheric, you're in the mental, you're in all of these different planes. They're all interwoven. They all link. They're not separate. They're all linked in. Okay? So what these celebrities are doing, they are pretty much selling their soul to manifest a negative entity, a negative energy. How do I put that in better words? They're basically because they've been targeted because they are passionate. They are very good at what they do. So these occultists, the people running the industry, for example, will come to them and say, we will give you this much money. We will keep paying you so much money if you manifest, if you put this negative energy into the music. Because that music will then manifest through the youth's minds, through the population's minds. And it's spreading the energy across the world. So they're selling their soul, because what does that mean? You're going against the soul's will, because the soul is pure. It's pure love. It does not want to do anything bad. You know when you're doing something bad. So by selling your soul, you are giving away the soul's voice for money, for physical exchange, for physical gain in this physical world. Now, what you've done, you've exchanged physical riches to manifest a low vibrating energy on the astral plane. Satan is a low vibrating demonic energy within the astral plane, a very powerful energy, because this energy has been summoned and created through these dark occultists running the world. They want people in fear. They want people dying left, right, and center. They do sacrifices to manifest this energy. They want people in pain because they're dark occultists, black magicians. There's two types of magic. You can do this for the good as well. You can do this for the bad. So what these rappers are doing, they're manifesting low vibrating satanic energy. Look at them. You can see it. If your third eye is wide open, you can see the demonic energy in these people, in their eyes. Just look in their eyes, because it's the gateway to the soul. You can see, that gothic, that dark energy that they're manifesting through the music. And that is corrupting the minds of the youth and of the world. And this is why they're paid so much to manifest this energy, to keep people in the low vibrating energy. Why? Because low vibrational energy keeps your soul, your light body, more stuck to the 3D construct, the 3D world. They keep you more bound to this body. They don't want you escaping this body. This is why they tricked you that you're on a physical ball in a physical universe in the middle of space. Why? Because they don't want you to realize that you are a soul in a body. Therefore, once you realize you're a soul in a body, you will then start asking questions like, how do I leave the body? How do I travel the world of the soul, the world of the astral plane? How do I get out of the body? And that's exactly what they don't want you to do. When you are astral projecting, if you fear something, you'll snap straight back into the body. Because fear is a bondage. They feed off this energy. They keep you stuck in the body and they feed off this energy. The root chakra, survival. In order to survive, you will fight, you will kill to survive. Red, the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. Look at the waves, very low, slow. They want you in the root chakra, red. Why is the devil red? Because it's the lowest vibrational color. The devil always has a devil's tail with a triangle because it's pointing down, symbolizing your Merkaba, your light body. Merkaba. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals the body. Body, light, spirit. Light, spirit, body. Merkaba. And the devil's tail's the triangle down because it's symbolizing descension. This is the descension, this is ascension, upwards to heaven, heal hell. So the root chakra is survival. If you're operating off the root chakra, you're in survival mode. You want to kill, you want to beat people, you want to be evil because you're trying to survive. Your mind is in a root chakra, the environment. You're trying to kill, you're trying to survive. They want you in that red. Look at all the celebrities, they're all in red backgrounds. Red, the lowest vibrating color, the root chakra, that is the devil. Here you see the astral plane, physical, etheric, astral, mental. Here's some Masonic artwork with the 11. The 11 symbolizes the mirroring of reality, how reality is mirrored. Whatever happens in the astral happens in the physical. Whatever happens in the physical happens in the astral. It's a mirror. It's the 11. 9/11. Okay? 9 plus 1, 1 equals 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1, 11. 9/11 is a ritual. Because once that happened in 9/11, all of them people thinking of that 9/11 will manifest a low vibrating energy within the astral plane. It's a worldwide ritual. Okay? Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you look up. Why is he pointing up? Because you can't look at the physical world if you want to change it. You can't change the physical world for long time gain. He's telling you to look up, change the mind, change your emotions, your astral body. Change the mind and emotions, you change your physical reality. Look up, as above, so below. Here's Hermes Trismegistus, an ancient occultist, an ancient. All of the wisdom that we have now comes from Hermes, Thoth, or Moses, all the same people, all the same person. Enoch, Hermes, Thoth, Moses, all the same deity, same person. Chris Brown announcing his album 1111, his 11th album, and it contains 11 songs. The Masonic 11 symbolizes the duality, not the duality, the mirroring of reality. This is why magic works. If you go to someone in the astral plane and affect them, that will manifest in the physical plane. This is how magic works. As above, so below. Here you see the goat. Oh, he's the goat. You see, when someone's very good at rapping or, music or good at football, he's the goat, right? They call him the goat because the goat is the manifestation. So this Satan is an energy. It's a powerful energy that's been summoning for thousands and thousands of years. These dark occultists have been tapping into this satanic energy that has no form in the astral plane. It's a shape-shifting form. You can think of anything in the astral plane, it will manifest instantly. That's how it works. It's the world of thoughts, manifesting thoughts. So in the physical world, it takes on these different forms. As a goat or an owl, we'll go into that later. But this is what the goat is, and this is why you see the Baphomet with a goat head. Drake's new album with the goat and the red eyes, obviously red. Polo G, the Masonic G, and he's got the goat horns, the goat, the album called The Goat. Rilo Rodriguez with the mirroring of reality. So what he's showing here, very powerful symbolism. He's sold out to the goat energy, the satanic energy. This is why in the physical world, he's his body, but in the astral world, in the mirror, he's the goat. He's manifesting the satanic energy, broadcasting it to the masses for material exchange. Here you see Baal, Moloch, Satan, all the same deity, just different words. There is no form to this energy. It is a powerful, low vibrating energy that exists within the astral plane. Moloch, a Baal. Here you see Balenciaga. Here you see the Baal on the tape. Here you see the devil with the horns. Can you see it here? You can see it, the opposite side of the pointer. You see a little stick man with two horns, with the red horns. It's all the same thing, Baal. And what were they doing? They were child sex trafficking. What were they doing with the children? They would torture them. Why would they torture them? To harness this energy, because it's a ritual. Because you can attract demons to you, or you can summon them. To attract demons, low vibrating energy, low vibrating spirits in the lower astral planes, you have to attract them. How do you attract them? By creating low vibrational energy. Well, they don't want to do it to themselves, do they? These dark occultists don't want to hurt themselves, so they would get children, brutally torture them in scorching hot flames and rip things off and all sorts of sick occult arts to torture the children. Why the children? Because their emotions are more pure. They're more powerful. So they would do this to the children to summon and attract demons, so then they can communicate with these demons and get things off them. Because in order to become God-man, you have to sacrifice yourself. What do I mean by God-man? By achieving Christ consciousness, you have to sacrifice yourself and your life. However, you can do this without sacrificing yourself. You just have to sacrifice something else. Now, what do I mean? You can gain financial riches on the physical plane, but you will have to sacrifice something. If you want it instantly, if you want that instant financial gain, or you want some sort of a power, these spirits will give it to you in the astral plane. You can make deals with these spirits, but you got to give something up. You've got to kill something. They want something in exchange. So this is what it is. In order for you to become Christ and become like God, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice your mind, your spirit, all to this one good thing, to becoming light, which is what we should all be doing. But these dark occultists, they're giving away instant things now to get things instantly, to get financial things instantly, to get these powers instantly, by giving things over, by sacrificing things, by giving to these spirits, these entities. That is what it is. And Moloch and Baal are these low vibrating energies within the spirit realm that feed off this energy. And they will give you certain things back in the physical world. Here you see fire and destruction and killing babies. It's always babies. Who's got babies here? All the same thing. Now, Baal is also Moloch. Satan, Baal, and Moloch, same deities. Here you see the Egyptians. This is in an Egyptian wall. And Egyptians with the same symbol as OVO, Drake, OVO, the owl, Moloch. Same deity. Mazda, this is the eyes of an owl. The $1 bill has a tiny little owl in the corner. Bohemian Grove is the owl, because they're summoning this energy. They're summoning this demonic depravities. This is what they are doing. And the people running this world, this whole matrix, are these dark occultists summoning this energy. So I hope that all gave you a better understanding of what's actually going on and how it all works. Be careful of entertaining certain thoughts. Don't let go of the things that's bothering your mind, because if you've been worrying or giving mental, because where attention goes, energy flows. So when you're putting so much energy, attention into one negative thought, you're summoning a demon which will follow you around and feed off this energy. So you need to sort the mind out before you sort your life out. You sort other things out. Hope you all gain a deeper understanding of this today. Please feel free to comment any video suggestions in the comments. I thank every single one of you Patreons for the support, and have an amazing day. Lesson 7, frequency, vibration, and the law of attraction. This is so important. All of these lessons are important. So get your notepads out, take down some notes, because this one is a major one. So like we said before, everything is vibration. Everything is a vibration. Everything is a frequency. Everything is made out of light. Light is vibrating at a certain frequency. And within the realms of energy, the way how it works is that you attract what you put out. So you are what you eat. You are what you think. Whatever you put out is what you are going to get back. So it's like praying. If you pray from a place of negativity and suffering, you will get more back. You have to believe and become the frequency of what you want. Everything you already want exists as a state of frequency. Think about that. The thing that you want is a thought. Everything is a thought. Everything exists as a thought. What you want is a specific frequency. And you can experience that frequency before you even have it, before you even achieve it. You can become one with that frequency, with your mind and emotions. And this is the power of your mind. The power of your mind is that it can tune itself to anything. So you can tap into the frequency mentally and emotionally before you have something. And this is how you become the frequency and attract it to you. Like I said, whatever energy you put out, you get back. So if you become that frequency, you're going to influence magnetic fields, which is magic, You're influencing magnetic fields, which is magic, for a frequency, for thoughts and emotion. Your present results are a reflection of your vibration. You only attract what you are. Everyone in your external world is a result of your vibration. And your vibration is a result of your thoughts and emotions. The people around you are on a similar vibrational wavelength as you. So if you meet someone, for example, you walk down the street and you meet someone, and you're two complete opposite people. you're not going to resonate with that person. Why? Because his mindset and your mind are resonating on two different frequencies, so opposite that you cannot clash together. You can't come together. You might not hate that person, but his ideology, his thoughts, his beliefs, his loves and things he does, things he likes is all a frequency in his mind, and your mind is the complete opposite. Therefore, you will not become one with that person. The people around you have similar interests, similar likes, similar things to you, and that is a frequency in the realm of your mind. Everything began in the mind. It mirrors reality. I've told you this many times. So if you look at this room, everything you see in this room did not just appear there physically. It began in someone's mind. Someone thought of the lampshade. Someone thought of this design. Some thought of this design of the sofa. And then someone thought to place it there. So everything is a result of mind. Mind is the first cause of everything. You're going to hear this a lot in this course because it's so true. Your life is a result of your mind. Your mind is your biggest tool. It's an infinite, limitless tool that you can use to manifest anything you want in your life. All you have to do is fill your mind with what you want. Tunnel vision. You have to fill your mind with what you desire and what you want, and it will come true. If you think and feel, if you believe it, if you fill your mind with belief and just that one thing, it will come true. It has to, because your life is a result of your thoughts. So everything you see in this room is all a manifestation of someone's invisible mind. Out of darkness comes the light. Your mind's the darkness, the physical realm's the light. You manifest things out of the darkness into the light. You see? So everything is a state of vibration, and we can tap into these vibrations through the mind. You control your mind, you control your reality. And this is all to do with vibration, the law of attraction. Because when you become frequencies, you attract that frequency back. This is how it all works. If you become a certain emotion, you're going to attract certain people around you that are on that vibration. Okay? Your mind is like a radio. You tune into different frequencies. Okay? You attract what you come one with. Whatever you become one with, that is what you attract. That is what you become. So it's important to keep your mind on high frequencies, to keep your emotions on high frequencies, on elevated states of emotion, elevated people, elevated thoughts. Because whatever you think and whatever you feel, you're becoming that vibration. And that is what will come to you. Lesson number 3, conscious and the subconscious mind. This is so important to understand how the mind works and the two aspects of the mind. If you don't know this, your life is going to be hell. So make sure to listen and get your notepads out. So the conscious mind is the awareness. This is what you're aware of right now. You're listening to me. You're probably watching your phone or, laptop, something like that. Your 5 senses, your mental state, your awareness. This is all your awareness. What you're aware of. This is the 10% of your mind. Only 10% of your mind is what you're aware of, your consciousness. You're conscious. So, I know what I'm touching. I know what I'm aware of. I'm aware of my feelings, what I'm thinking. This part of the mind, what you consciously do, impresses the subconscious mind, which is 90% of your mind. Think about that. 90% of your mind, you are not aware of what is going on in that part of your mind. It's all there, but it's all in the background. The subconscious mind controls the systems in your body. So it is the mind that is telling your heart to beat, telling your lungs to breathe, telling your digestive system to digest food without you being conscious of it. So the subconscious mind is controlling every single system in your body and telling it to do its job. It's storing all of your memory, all of your paradigms, which are mental programs. Very, very, very important. These mental programs that you have are why you act the way you are, why you do certain things the way you do. All of these programs that you have generated throughout your life from the conscious mind. The conscious mind is picking up on your awareness and your surroundings. So when you were a child, between the age of 0 to 7, your subconscious mind was wide open to programming. Why? Because this is why by the age of 2 or 3 you start to speak. Because your subconscious mind is that wide open. You are literally sucking in every bit of information so you can progress in life, so you can start to talk, walk, and act as a human being. So between the age of 0 to 7, there are programs that are really, really, really deep rooted within your mind. And these programs are operating 90% of your mind. 90% of your mind, which is 90% of your thoughts, and your thoughts become your emotions and they become your actions. Everything in the subconscious is affecting your life, is manifesting. So the subconscious is not only created by these programs between the age of 0 to 7, you've also generated new programs and you're still creating them now. However, essentially, we are deeply rooted with the older programs. But you create programs with emotion and repetition. Emotion and repetition generate mental programs. Driving your car, changing gear, tying your shoelace. You don't have to think about doing these things. You can literally just do it on autopilot because your subconscious mind knows that program is there. So when you consciously think of tying your laces, bang, it's done. You don't have to think about it. The subconscious takes over and does it. So the subconscious is manifesting 90% of your daily basis actions, thoughts, and emotional state on a daily basis. So what's that mean? The subconscious rules your life pretty much, and you need to change these programs. Okay, we're not going to go into this lesson, but the subconscious also sees, counts, and analyzes everything. For example, you go and past this sign. You're in a car, you drive past this sign at 6 o'clock in the morning on the way to work. 8 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock or when you're driving back home, you have a random thought, oh, I'd love a KFC. Because your mind, you might not have consciously been aware of it, but because of this sign was in your visual sight at 6 o'clock in the morning, later on that day, that subconscious mind has picked up because you started to feel hungry. And this was the first thing you seen that day. This is why it's called advertisement. Ment means mind. They're advertising to your mind and your subconscious. This doesn't really effectively work on the conscious mind, but it works on the subconscious. It lingers thoughts and images in your subconscious memory because of theta waves. When you wake up, an hour or two just after you wake up, your brain is producing theta waves, which is the waves where your subconscious mind has access, easy access. Theta wave is your mind is open to programming. So just before you go to sleep, and when you wake up, your brain's producing theta waves. And this is when your subconscious mind is wide open. This is why you need to be very careful. Never go on your phone when you wake up. Never scroll on TikTok or whatever. Don't do this stuff. The first thing you need to do when you wake up is say something positive and feel something positive. Do this every single day before you go to sleep and after you wake up. This will change your life. This will create positive impressions on your subconscious mind. Okay? It also, the conscious mind, it's like a cycle. The conscious mind, thoughts and emotions impresses the subconscious, and this will repeat. Then the whatever you put into the subconscious will then be put back onto the conscious. It's like a repeating cycle. Okay? So you need to understand this very, very deeply. You need to understand how powerful the subconscious mind is. This is the reason why you think your name is whatever, John, and this is why you wake up at a certain time. This is why you run the way you do. Everything is stored within the subconscious mind. Everything is in there. You identify yourself with the programs that are in your subconscious mind. And that's what the matrix is. The matrix, the system, is a program within your subconscious mind. This system doesn't truly exist. There's in the physical world, there's buildings and everything. There's only buildings. There's the government building. There's a government group. But what gives that power? The programs, the mind. This system only exists in our minds. We only need to go to school because our mind believes we need to go. We only go to jail because our mind believes this system. The matrix is a program within your subconscious, and so is your self-identity. Your self-identity is just a program within your subconscious mind. Higher faculties. You need to work on your imagination, will, intuition, memory, reason, and perception. This was in the first lesson. You need to work on these to access the subconscious mind. These are all part of your subconscious mind. You have to work on your will, especially your will and imagination, and your memory. They are the three very, very important faculties you need to work on. Can't stress enough how this is so powerful on your life and your subconscious mind. So for example, I'm going to give you another example of how the subconscious mind affects your life. Let's say you were in a car crash. 20 years ago, you were in a car crash. You were going down the M6 in a red car. Someone flies around the corner or someone smashes into the side of you. You really hurt your leg. Your leg's broken. Your arm's broken. You might have even seen a fellow passenger die. Okay, right? This was 20 years ago. Because you had a strong emotion that you felt that very traumatic, sad, painful emotion. That emotion that you thought had a very, very big punch on your subconscious mind. And this is why, if you think about that moment, that traumatic moment that you've experienced when you were younger, you can recall that moment so vividly, like you were there. Like you could remember the taste, the smell. You could remember every little detail about that moment. Why? Because of the impression of your emotions. Because of the strong emotion you felt punched your subconscious. It says you're never going to ever forget that. Memory. What did I say in the beginning? You don't have good or bad emotion. You don't have good or bad memories, just strong or weak ones, depending on how deeply you impressed your subconscious mind with that emotion. Okay. Therefore, I've just given you the secret to success. The secret to your manifestation is emotion. Your emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that is reactive. They should not be reactive. Okay? Your emotions are something that are given to you so you can manifest. Your emotions are a creational force. Emotion, energy in motion. Your emotions are energy in motion. And these emotions are impressed in your subconscious mind. And that's another thing. Whatever you think in your subconscious, whatever you think is true. Whatever you think is true in your subconscious mind. Whatever you think and whatever you say and whatever you feel is truth to your subconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious mind is manifesting 90% of your thoughts and daily actions. Therefore, if you call someone an idiot, if you feel like death, you feel bad, you feel sad, you're telling your subconscious mind that's what you want. If you call someone an idiot, you're telling your subconscious mind that is what you are, because the subconscious doesn't know anyone else but you. Only knows you. It only knows yes. Yes, 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 yes. I want this, I want this, I want this. That is all it does. If you think a negative thought, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. If you feel a negative emotion, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. And it will manifest it. And that's why you need to control your mind. You have to control your mind and emotions and what you say. Okay? Very, very important, people. So remember, when you were in that traumatic moment, going back to the car crash, right? When you were in that traumatic moment, because you experienced that moment, it still affects you today. Because you had that car crash and you felt that such negative and traumatic emotion, it's still affecting you today because you'll be conscious of whose car you get in. I won't get in certain cars with him because this might happen because of that. Or you might not even go in a car at all because of that event. That is how the subconscious mind manifests into 90% of your daily basis behaviors. Every program you have is having an effect on your decision making, your actions and thoughts. This is why you need to heal childhood traumas through meditations. We'll go over that. You need to heal the subconscious. You need to let go from these programs and create your own programs. Hope you enjoyed this lesson. Go and watch the next one. Lesson 13, mirror magic. This is all to do with mirrors and how you should treat mirrors in yourself. See, mirrors not only just reflect your vision and yourself, they reflect what you say, what you speak, and what you feel. They reflect energy. Okay? So it's important that you are saying the correct things and feeling the correct things in front of mirrors, because mirrors reflect back to you everything you say into them. They are a great tool you can use to reprogram your subconscious mind. Now, the good thing with this, you can do this when you brush your teeth. You can do this every time you see yourself in a mirror. You see, what you say into a mirror is also being reflected back to you, which is then reflected back to the mirror and done infinite amount of times. It infinitely reflects what you think and say and feel. So if you say a negative thing into a mirror, or you say, I am ugly, this is just going to constantly reflect back between you and the mirror and quickly and rapidly reprogram your subconscious mind. So it's important that you say the correct things in front of mirrors. Okay? Mirrors are a very powerful tool to change your mind and to manifest things. So if you get yourself hyped up, you think and feel and you say the things, your affirmations into the mirror, this is a very powerful way to become that frequency. Okay, it's all about giving high energy. Work yourself up, give energy to these affirmations that you say, and never entertain any negative thought, any negative emotion into mirrors, because mirrors are what are reflecting back to you. Okay, this is a very, very important important lesson, because a lot of people are used to, you know, doubting themselves in the mirrors and stuff like that. So you got to make sure that you say very positive into mirrors and say, think, and feel very positive things. And this will reflect back to you in energetic wise, and you're reprogramming your subconscious. Lesson 2, planes of existence. These planes are all aspects of your mind. They are in you, they are outside of you, as above, so below. The Godhead is the sole purpose. This is how spiritual manifests into physical. This is the process that the universe goes through in creating the physical universe. So it starts with the Godhead, the sole purpose, then the mind, then the astral, then the etheric, then the physical. Everything is mental. Everything exists in the mind. These dimensions are not separate. They're all dimensions within your mind. They're different vibrational states, pretty much. So the mind is the realm of thoughts. This is where thoughts reside. There's no form to a thought. It's invisible. There's no physicality to it. It's the most lucid. The higher you go, the more lucid it is. The lower you go, the more solid it becomes. Okay? So the mental plane is the most lucidic. So the mental plane is the thought alone. The astral plane is the imagination of the thought. This is where the thought forms manifest into some sort of form. Not physical form, but some sort of form, lucid form. Like dreams. Then it goes to the etheric, then physical plane. The etheric plane is the blueprint. It's like a blueprint of the astral and the physical form. It's basically the realm of energy. This is where energy is and frequency. And then the physical plane is where physical manifestations happen. So essentially, this physical world is a product and the world of effect. Everything goes through this is a world of effect. You can't change this world by manipulating it physically. You can, but it's not going to last long. It's not long term. This is where we get the saying as above, so below from. You change the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. If you manipulate the astral plane, you manipulate the physical plane. This is a mirror effect. You manipulate the mental plane, you manipulate all of the planes. So these planes are how things manifest into physicality. Everything starts in the mind, then goes through the astral. Now, the higher, middle, and lower astral are the vibrational states of the thought, because remember that the mental plane is the thought alone. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. This is a chair. Think of a chair. Don't imagine the chair. Just think of the thought of a chair. So you have the thought of a chair in your mind. Now, imagine that thought. What form does it have? This is the astral plane. This is the imaginational plane. This is where you imagine things. So when you hold something in the screen of your mind, this is astral matter. You're creating out of astral matter. That's what imagination is. Depending on the vibration of that thought that you are manifesting in your imagination, depends whether it goes to the higher, middle, or lower astral. If it's a high vibrational form, high vibrational thought, you create the higher astral plane. This imagination will go into the higher astral. Or if you think of a chair to murder someone on it with spikes and kill someone on it, it will go to the lower astral plane because it's a lower vibrational thought form manifesting. So you got to use these planes to manifest things, to imagine things. You can manipulate the astral plane through astral projection. This is a very, very occult teaching of astral projection, and that's going to be taught later on in another course, because that's not for everyone. But you can still access the astral plane through imagination. And that is how you pretty much get there. You use your conscious mind to project yourself, your consciousness, your awareness into the astral plane. So if you manipulate these higher planes of existence, you manipulate these lower planes. As above, so below. You got to look up. But it all starts in the mind. Use your thoughts correctly. Use your thoughts. Use your imagination. Use your energy. And this will all combine to manifest something physical. Okay? So use these planes to manipulate this physical world, because whatever you do in these planes, you manipulate the lower planes. It's like a mirror. So that is the planes of existence. They all exist inside of you. They're outside of you. They're as above, so below, as within, so without. They are everywhere. They are inside of you. They're not separate. They're all aspects of your mind. Lesson 12, sigil magic. So what are sigils? Sigil is a symbol. Same thing. And it represents something corresponding with your mind. So, for example, without you even seeing the letters, this object, well, this shape corresponds with something within your mind that associates with that shape that you see. So the symbol for Nike, everyone knows it's Nike, even without it saying Nike. It's because this symbol has been associated with something that our minds recognize. So symbols speak to our mind and subconscious mind. Okay, and within us and around us are the other planes: astral, mental, and etheric, and physical. So this symbol, right, the Nike symbol, carries energy. Why does it carry energy? It's because all of the collective minds that have seen this symbol have a collective thought and associations within their minds that associate beliefs with this symbol. So another way to see this is this symbol is speaking to you energetically and metaphorically to your right hemisphere and your mind. So the collective mind, this is very hard for me to express and teach this, because we're talking about something metaphysical within the mind. There's not many words, it's hard to describe. So a symbol carries mental energy. Mental belief, mental awareness is energy. So all of the collective minds have a belief about this symbol. They know what this symbol represents in their minds, and this carries energy. So if you go and wear this symbol, you are associating yourself with the energy. You are carrying that energy. Okay? So that's how symbols are very powerful. They carry energy because when someone sees you with that symbol on, they associate you with their mental belief system on that symbol. So you can create symbols yourself. What you have to do is create a sigil, something simple, easy to remember. Okay? You got to make sure it's very easy to remember, because you're going to have to imagine this symbol as well. Create a sigil, like a triangle with whatever in, and give it a mental belief. So every time you see this symbol, or it could even be a letter. You could even use something so simple. Whenever you see this, it's going to remind you of that belief that you have with that symbol. And what you need to do is create it on a piece of paper or a bay leaf, draw it, and give it mental attention. Hover your hand over it and give it a charge. Imagine this symbol glowing and give it the belief, give it the intent. It's all about your intention with the symbol. Okay? And you want to keep this symbol on you at all times. And when you do meditations, when you enter deep states of meditations or manifesting meditations, you can, instead of thinking about the reality you want, you could think about the symbol. This is a very good way to visualize. If you're not very good at visualizing a full reality of yourself in a world somewhere else with whatever you want or whatever you want to manifest, if you can't imagine in detail, this is a good practice. Imagining a symbol and holding your mental energy, your mental awareness and attention on that symbol. And you are associating mental energy with that symbol. And it will become bigger and stronger and stronger. And it will impress your subconscious mind. You want to give this symbol emotional energy as well. And then what you could also do with this symbol, or words, you can even use words. I am, I achieved, I have, underneath water, because water holds memory. Because when you speak to plants, which take in water, if you say love to one plant and hate to the other, the love plant will grow bigger and the hate plant will die off. It's because it's all to do with frequency. So if you write good words on a piece of paper or a sigil and put it under the water glass, it will impress them energy frequency codes into the water, and then you drink the water. And this is all helping and contributing towards getting you towards that frequency of what you want. Giving that energy. It's all about filling your mind with that what you want to manifest. You have to find a way to fill your mind as much as possible with what you have, what you want to have. It's about tricking the mind, about something you already have. So you can do this with the sigils. You can do this with, prayer, meditation, all of these different things. You want to employ them into your life. Every time you drink water, you want to impress them, speak into the water, make the water vibrate on the frequency that you want, and then drink it. Okay, this is very important. You have to find every single way to get yourself to that frequency by filling your mind with what you already have, what you want to manifest, by believing in your mind you already have it, and filling your spirit with that energy. By giving your electromagnetic field that frequency, you becoming that frequency. It's all about maintaining that frequency and that mindset, and it will reflect into your external world. So you want to find all these different ways and do them as much as possible. So to go over that again, create a sigil, just draw it, give it mental attention, mental energy. You can visualize it in meditation, or you can put it underwater. Keep it on you at all times, and whenever you see that symbol, think about what you have, what you want, and this will all contribute towards manifesting. Lesson 6: maintaining the human electromagnetic field, the human energy field. This is an important one, people. You have to understand how this field works. Without this field, you can't pull things to you. You can't attract things. The weaker your field, the more prone you are to diseases. The weaker the field, the less manifestation, the less power you have over matter. You have to have a strong field. Okay? This field is very important when it comes to manifesting and pulling things to you, attracting people. Because essentially this field is a manifestation of your internal state. So your internal state manifests this external field through your, the things you do on a daily basis contribute to this field and how strong it is. So to keep it strong, you have to realize that it's constantly changing based on your environment, the people around you, electrical devices, thoughts, emotions, and the food within the body. Now, every single cell in your body has its own electromagnetic field, has its own magnetic energy. And this magnetic energy can be weakened or strengthened by the food that you are putting in your body. So therefore, when we eat food that is processed, that is not grown under the sun, made in some sort of lab or manufacturing, wherever, it has no magnetic energy to it. It's vibrating so low that when you consume it, it's going to pull your energy. It's going to lower your frequency, it's going to lower your mood. It's going to just destroy everything about you. You don't want it in your body. You have to eat raw food. As much as you need as much uncooked raw food as possible. Because the cooked food is what kills the magnetic energy in it. Kills nutrients as well. But it's based off magnetic energy. They never want to tell you this. They want you focused on nutrients, minerals, but they'll never tell you about the magnetic energy, the etheric energy, about the food. Yes, meat might have some, nutritious benefits to the body. Flesh might have that. However, the magnetic energy behind it is negatively charged. Because the magnetic energy never leaves the food. Never. Energy can't be killed, cannot be destroyed. Therefore, the slaughtered animal is running, fear, traumatized, and all this negative energy is stuck within the food, and this is going to lower your vibration and weaken your field. So don't just think about nutrition. Think about magnetic energy. You're an electromagnetic being. So you need to make sure you're eating food that is under the electric sun. When you stand under the sun, you feel that masculine, powerful electrical energy charging you in your body, in your cells. This is why you feel so much better when you're under the sun. It's because it charges you. It charges your body, your cells, your mind, your spirit, everything. It upgrades your DNA. The sun is amazing. You need the food that grows underneath the sun, because the sun crystallizes in the food. When you eat raw fruit that's grown under the sun, you're eating the sun. You're pretty much eating electrical currents. You're putting that into your body, and it's charging your body, charging the cells, because the cells produce electricity. Your body is made of water, which, contributes to moving electricity around your body. So your diet is very important when it comes to maintaining the strength of your electromagnetic field, because the weaker this field, the less impact you have on manifesting over matter and pulling things to you, and magnetically pulling people and, surroundings to you. It's a magnetic field. It pulls things to you. The right people, the right places. So eat fruits and vegetables as much as possible. Grounding, putting your feet in the soil or in the earth. This will charge you. The earth is electromagnetic. This will strengthen the field, strengthen your body, strengthen your cells, put electricity in your body. Everything is just amazing when you ground, especially when you're stood under the sun as well. It's a double whammy. So grounding every day is important to keep the strength of your field up. So if you have a very weak field, you're just gonna, you're gonna attract negative people. You can sense it from a mile off. When you see a negative person, you don't even need to know them. You can just sense that they're very negative, very low vibration. You see it on their face. You feel it in their energy. It's a no-brainer. Energy doesn't lie, and this is because their field is so depleted because of the food, the thoughts, the emotions. They're so unattached from nature, and this is why it's so important to get back in touch with nature, back in touch with your body, and this will strengthen not only your field, but your mind and emotion will be better. So your diet plays a massive role. Grounding, very important. Proper thinking, being present. Your field is made out of your thoughts as well as your emotions. Being present is a very important one, because when you put your mental attention into the future or the past, you're giving energy to it. So when you are in the present, you retain energy. Okay, you don't give energy away by retaining energy, by being in the present. Proper thinking. This is a very important one. So thinking is energy, mental energy. Every thought is either, positively impacting you or negatively impacting you. So every negative thought that you think, you need to think 3 more positive ones to try and counteract and balance this out. And over a long period, over periods of time, this will create you to, think positive. And you need positive thinking. You're just dragging yourself down. You're slowing the process of where you want to go in life just by negative thinking alone. You see, your external world it's not actually external. The world is within you. You're not in the world. The external world is within you. So therefore, your mind is like the controller of your external world, because you are a result of your thoughts. Where you are in your life now, where you are right now listening to this, is an effect and a direct manifestation of all the thoughts that you have thinked in the past. Think about that for a minute. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you have thinked. I bet you've never realized that. Every thought, every decision has contributed to where you are right now. Therefore, you change your thoughts, further down the line, you change your external world, you change your life. You change the way you think, you change the people around you. It's directly correlated. The mind is a reflection of your external world. So every thought has an emotion attached to it, and the emotion is energy in motion. We've gone over this, which contributes to your electromagnetic field. So your positive emotion is going to strengthen your electromagnetic field. And when this field is stronger, the more impact you have on matter, the more abilities you have to pulling people to you and places. Okay, so your heart knows everything. Your heart knows what is good and what is bad. When you go against the inner guide, the heart's voice, you're actually weakening your field. You're weakening your willpower, you're weakening your mind, you're weakening your electromagnetic field just by going against that inner guide. When you know you're doing something bad, you're not only, mentally going to suffer, you're going to suffer energetically and physically. Because what affects your electromagnetic field affects your body. So do not go against that inner guide. The people around you have a massive effect on your field. So when you interact with someone, there's a balancing out of the frequencies. Every frequency does this. It's called binaural beats. Every frequencies do this. When 2 frequencies meet, they harmonize and they balance. So if you're vibrating very high and you meet someone who's vibrating very low, when you meet, your vibrations will balance out. So yours will lower and his will rise to counteract, so to balance out. So that person is essentially taking your energy if they're vibrating lower than you. So it's important that you understand and be mindful of the people who are in your surroundings, because they're either taking your energy or giving energy to you and, contributing towards your life. It's so important that you change the people in your life. If you want to heal your body, stop talking to the people or don't chill with them as much if they just want to go out and eat Burger King every day. You see, it's not only physically are they going to take that, they're going to have, because their thoughts are in their electromagnetic field. So when you're around these people, you're gaining their thoughts, you're gaining their emotions. And this is why you feel so influenced. The word flu in influence. Because influence energy is like a flu. It's sticky. The people around are giving you energy, giving you thoughts, giving you emotions. So it's so important you keep clean-hearted people around you and people who contribute towards your life. If not, cut them out. If they're not contributing towards something in your life and you're not contributing something towards theirs, cut them out. Is it going to help you? No, then remove it. It's so important that you stick to this. So the people around you have an effect on your field. And like we say, the lower the field, the less impact you have on reality. The higher frequency you are, the more wave you are than matter. So I hope you learned a lot from this video. Lesson 4. Programming the subconscious mind. This is so important, people. You have to reprogram the programs that are in your mind. Everything is true in the subconscious mind. This is why the ancients had the golden rule: treat others like you want to be treated. Because if I go, like I said in the other video, if I go and call you an idiot, I'm calling my subconscious mind an idiot, which will then telling my subconscious that is what I want. So remember, it is impressed by emotion and repetition. These are the two main ways the subconscious mind is reprogrammed. Repetition. You tie your shoelaces every single day. You know how to do it. You know how to change gear in your car. This is repetition. You have created a program through this repetition. And emotion, the traumatic event that you had when you were young, you can remember that program. You can remember that day like it was today, very, very, very vividly, because of the strong emotion that you felt together. Well, you felt at that point, which then created a mental program which manifests into your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and actions. Old habits are programs. This is why you're trying to create your new life. You're trying to break your old habits. The reason why you're not breaking your old habits is because that habit is a program itself. That it has to manifest. It's so hard not for it to manifest, because it's part of the mind's automatic system. The mind has an automatic system which is running your body on autopilot. The subconscious is running your body's organs. It's telling your heart to beat on autopilot. That habit you have is an autopilot program. Therefore, you have to change this programming by accessing the subconscious mind and rewriting these programs through, like I said, repetition and emotion. Repetition and emotion, combining these two methods, will reprogram your subconscious mind. And when is the subconscious mind most accessible? 1 hour when we wake up and just before we go to sleep. Your brain is producing theta waves. It doesn't have to be then when these two are, it doesn't have to be when you wake up or when you go to sleep. You can also create theta waves when you access deep meditation. Deep meditation. So you have to do these every single day, as much as you can. Doesn't have to be when you wake up, doesn't have to be before you go to sleep. Whenever you get time, or whenever your conscious mind floats over the idea of doing it, do it. Repeat affirmations constantly, as much as you can. And I mean every second of the day if you have to. Whenever you get the time, mentally say it, physically say it. Get these affirmations done as much as possible to reprogram that subconscious. It has to be in present tense. The subconscious does not know the future, does not know the past. It only knows now. It only knows you, doesn't know anyone else, and it only knows now. You and now is the only thing the subconscious mind knows. And everything is true in the subconscious. Therefore, thinking, feeling, and saying I am affirmations. It has to be in the present tense. You have to claim as if you are what you are saying. If you want financial freedom, say money is coming in constantly on a daily cycle, or whatever, or I am financially free. Money is coming in. I am happy. I am healed. I am healthy. Whatever you are trying to manifest, believe it is true. Say it is true and feel it is true on a daily basis as much as possible. Most effectively in the mornings and at nighttime and in deep meditation. Every single morning, as soon as you wake up, it's the first thing that should be on your mind, is reprogramming the subconscious mind. Is feeling the emotion of that life you want, feeling the emotional state of your desire, rich, free, or happy, affirming your desire, listening to repeated affirmations. Download an app on your phone, whatever, voice recorder, whatever it is, download an app. Record yourself saying, I am affirmations. I am healthy. I am rich. Money flows into my life abundantly. And listen to this every single morning. Every single morning for half an hour, 10 minutes, whatever. Do it every single morning as much as you can. And while you're listening to them, mentally say them. And while you're listening to them. Feel as if they are true constantly, as much as possible. You have to do this to reprogram the mind. And don't keep changing the affirmations. Listen to the same ones over and over and over and over again. And I'm telling you, you will know the affirmations off by heart. And it'll be that deeply rooted in your subconscious. You will literally think about it constantly. Once it's in the subconscious, once you have this deep new program of you feeling wealthy or feeling healthy or wealthy or healed, it has to manifest. Because what happens? The programs are manifesting 90% of your daily basis behavior. So if you create a program where you already feel like money is rolling in more than ever, or you are healed, that will manifest into 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions, and 90% of your daily basis behavior. And it will be subconsciously. You won't even know you are acting upon this program because it's in the automatic system of your mind. This is how powerful this is. So if you create a program on, let's say you want to be financially free, and you've created a program, a memory, a paradigm, because you've been saying these affirmations and you've been thinking and feeling about this desired reality, guess what? You will be taking action according to that program. You will think the thoughts. You will do the things that person does of that reality. And you won't even know. This is how powerful it is. You have to do this. Mirrors are very, 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 very powerful. You have to stay aware of what you're thinking, feeling into a mirror, because it's a direct reflection. Be very careful what you're saying to mirrors, and never ever say anything negative into a mirror. Okay? Meditation. Find a comfortable position. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply in through the nose until your lungs are full. Then exhale slowly out through the mouth. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Bring all of your attention to the present moment and lose track of thoughts, environment, stress, if you're trying to fall asleep, as if you're trying to fall asleep. So, if a thought, because this will happen, thoughts will appear, then you just have to remove it. Thoughts will keep trying to appear into your conscious mind when you're trying to meditate. Bring your awareness to the present moment, and if a thought comes, remove it. And this will keep happening. Thoughts or little words or little voice will come, just remove it. Keep removing it. And once you repeat this process, you'll gain a meditative state, a sleepish state. Your body become relaxed. The body will start to sleep, but your mind will be aware. Your conscious mind will be aware. Now bring all of your attention to the emotion you would feel as if you've got what you wanted. Feel that reality that you have, that you wanted. Feel the financial free, the freeness. Feel it. Feel as if you've already got it. Feel as if there is millions in the bank. Feel as if you are healed. Feel as if you are running around happy, or whatever emotion it is of that desired reality that you want. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Like I said, the will is so important. You have to work on your will and imagination. They are very important. Use your will to hold this emotional state. Now you have to bring in your imagination, which is another higher faculty you need to work on. Imagine yourself being the person you want to become. What would you be wearing? Where are you? What would you look like? What would you smell like? Imagine, if you want to become financially free, imagine you are on a beach. Imagine you had the financial freedom. You had the freedom of traveling around the world. What would that feel like? Imagine the place you'd be. Imagine what you'd be wearing. Feel the emotion, your emotional state, and imagine it. Hold this thought and emotion for as long as you can and experience the life you want. And I'm telling you, you do this over and over and over, combining this with the affirmations on a daily basis. I promise you, you will reprogram the subconscious mind that deeply. Your life will change. Not only your life, it will start to steep into your emotions. It will creep on your actions, sorry, not your emotions. This program will creep onto your actions and you won't even know you're acting according to this program that you've created. And before you know it, you're working this hard towards this life, it will show up in your life. But like I said, cause and effect. You have to take action on this program. You have to take action on these thoughts towards your goals. You can't sit around meditating and affirmating every day. But I promise something will happen to trigger this program. You will make the right decision. You will go the right place at the right time and meet someone, or you will have a conversation with someone and something will pop up in your mind and you can just, that is it. Your life will change. This is so important. Affirmations and meditation on a daily basis will reprogram your subconscious mind. You can heal, you can manifest, you can attract, you can do whatever you want. You can get rid of depression like this, anything you want. Tell your subconscious mind you already have it. The stronger the emotion you feel, the more impact it's going to have in your subconscious. You have to do this, people. This is a very, very, very important part of manifesting, is the subconscious mind. Thank you all. Hello, welcome to lesson number 1 of Manifestation Mastery 2.0. So the first lesson we're going to be getting into is the 7 universal laws. You need to obey these laws and operate your life within these laws so that you can maximize your manifestation. Now, what you need to realize is that you are manifesting at all times. You are manifesting now with what you are thinking, what you are doing. Everything is manifestation. But when you choose to do this consciously, you can get anything you want in your life. Think of it like this. When you're playing a video game, GTA for example, you level up your character. You are not the body, you're not the person in the game, you are the intelligence behind that body. You are this invisible intelligence which is a creating force. It manifests everything. You are a microcosm of God, a creator. You're a manifester. You can take non-physical thoughts and produce that into a physical world, material world. So this is the mindset you need to adapt. So the first universal law is the law of mentalism. Okay, mentalism, everything is mind. There is one substance in the universe, and that substance is mind. Me, you, are mind. We are the same substance. Yes, we are in a different physical form, a different physical body. However, the mind, the substance that makes your intelligence, is the exact same. The mind is the universe. Everything is the universe. Matter and mind are one. So, the mind is cause. You are not the mind, though. This is what you need to understand. You are the soul, which is the observer of the mind. You are the one listening to the mind. You are the one behind the mind. However, without the mind, nothing can exist. There's no understanding. There's no intelligence. The soul is the consciousness, the observer, the awakeness, the conscious. The mind is the intelligence of your consciousness, your awareness. So mind is cause. Mind is the one substance. Good and bad are the same thing. Now let me break this down. Good and bad are two opposing things, right? But it's the same. They're 2 degrees of the same substance. Now, what do I mean? Hot and cold are different degrees of the same substance, and that substance is mind, perception. Your perception is what is giving it a degree. Is it good or bad? But it's one. Everything is one. Everything is all mind. Mind is the only substance in the universe. Okay, how to apply this principle? Discipline the mind. As we believe in our mind, so it be. We need to control our thoughts. We need to be mentally prepared, and mentally engaged, but not letting our emotions take over, because we are emotional as well as mental. The mind is the root cause of everything. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your mind. Before you do anything, it's all in the mind first. The phone you have, the car that you have, is all designed. The buildings around you was all an image. It was all an imagination. It was a seed in someone's mind before they manifested it physically. So you need to use your mind properly by disciplining the mind. Disciplining the mind is the most powerful thing you can do in your life. Controlling your thoughts. Control where your attention goes, your mental attention. Where attention goes, energy flows. If you're controlling your life, controlling your mind, you're controlling your life, your physical life. Okay? So be aware of where you are. Be aware of your mental state and emotional state, and change it. You can change your mind. You are choosing to feel depressed. You are choosing to feel happy. You are choosing to entertain these thoughts within your mind. So the higher faculties of your mind. Imagination. Work on your imagination. If you can't, if there's no screen in your mind, then you have no imagination. Every single one of you should have a clear screen in your mind where you can pull anything you want into that screen. If I say think of an apple, there should be there should be an apple in your mind somewhere. This is imagination. You see, the mind operates on the highest planes of existence. The mind is not a physical thing. It's the thing controlling this physical form and manipulating this physical external world. Mind is the controlling substance. So imagination, work on your imagination, people. This will do great. This will have a great impact on your manifestation when we get into the exercises. You need imagination. You need it. You can't live without imagination. You can't manifest properly without it. So you can use your imagination. Practice it every day. Visualize things in your mind. Will. The will allows you to hold one idea on the screen of your mind. So this is where willpower comes in. How long can you hold this imaginational thought? How long can you hold this image on the screen in your mind? Will is a massive tool, not just manifesting, not just doing all of this, in all aspects of life. You see, what I'm teaching is a lifestyle. This is not just, you can do this overnight. This is a lifestyle. You need to be doing this stuff every day, mentally progressing. When you mentally progress, you spiritually and physically progress. So you change your mind, you change your external world. So work on your willpower. Cut the dead food. Cut out all of the negativity and stick and have a strong willpower. And stick to your word. That is your will. Stick to your willpower. And like I say, practice imagination and do it for long periods of time. This will also help your willpower. Intuition. Intuition is the small voice inside your head that speaks your truth. It also gives you the ability to pick up on other people's thoughts and to read their energy. Intuition. The first thing when you walk into a room, you get an intuitive vibe. The vibe is a vibration of the atmosphere. Use your intuition to guide you in your life. Use your intuition to follow that path, because that intuition is taking you to the path that you're supposed to be on. Okay, so use your intuition. Memory. There's no such thing as a bad memory. There are only weak and strong memories, like a muscle. You can develop your memory by phenomenal degree through exercise. Exercise your memory. Recall things. At the end of the day, go throughout your day backwards. So when you got into bed, go through everything you did in your day backwards. Remember what you did the whole day backwards. And this will create new neural pathways in your brain, and it will exercise memory. You need to work on all of these. Reason. Reason is another one. Reason is what we use to think, to analyze, compare, and evaluate ideas. Reason is the ability to think, choose what information we accept, stir up, and use to come up with a brand new idea. What is the reason? What's the true reason behind what you want to manifest into your life? Is it coming from a place of negativity? Is it coming from a place of positivity? Is it coming from a good or evil place? You need to seek deep inside of you and truly ask why you want this in your life. Is it coming from something? Is it coming from a childhood trauma? Is it coming from a self insecurity? Reason is a big one. You should only be manifesting things that are positive, that will have a positive impact on yourself and the people around you, and the consciousness and the collective consciousness, and to the earth. It should not be a selfish thing. Reason is a good one, because it's important. It's important because if you go and manifest something that came from negativity, it will only amplify that negative reason inside of you. Let's say you wanted to do something like you wanted to get rich, but it came from a negative place. Okay, it came from a negative place. The reason why you want it was very negative. You wanted to just flex on people and stuff like that, right? That will amplify. When you become successful, it will amplify that reason, and you will become pretty much an idiot. So make sure the reason's right. Perception. Your perception is your point of view. It controls what you become aware of in your environment and how you choose to see it. Your perception is your reality. You have to be aware that there are people's perceptions are all going to be different. You shouldn't let that affect your internal world. You need to come from a positive perception and a balanced perception. Everything is neutral. Everything is balanced. You choose. Your mind chooses whether it's positive or negative. So your perception of things is what you need to change. You need to come from a balanced point. Don't let the external world affect your internal world. Your perception should be neutral. Shouldn't be good or bad. It should be neutral at all times, and try and neutralize and balance your perception on things. Your mind is the decider of your perception, a good or bad perception. The next universal law is the law of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so without. The outer world is a reflection of your inner world. This is so important, people. This is so important. You cannot go through life without knowing this deeply and understanding this. The friends you have, the car you have, the phone you have, all of the things you possess is a direct manifestation of all of the collective thoughts you've thought in the past. Where you are in life is a direct reflection of the thoughts you have thought in the past. You are here right now because of the thoughts that you thought in the past. The car you have, everything you have is a reflection of what you thought and what you've acted on. You have acted on them thoughts and you are here right now because of that. What is inside of you manifests outside of you. Not just on a macro scale, on a micro scale. So like I always talk about how the body is the image of the stars and we are God made flesh. Everything is us. What is outside of the world is inside of us. We are a microcosm of the macrocosm. But I'm coming from a mental state here. Remember, the first law is mentalism. So you got to keep that in mind in every single one of these laws. The first one is mentalism. What happens in the mind happens outside of you in some way or another. Okay? The thoughts you think become your emotions that you feel. What happens in heaven happens in earth. What happens in the head, the thoughts, happens in the heart, which is earth. Heaven and earth. Whatever you think becomes an emotion, and that emotion influences your behavior, which will influence your action in the physical world. So therefore, if you think and feel that you are happy and rich, that will manifest into your external world. That will manifest into your behavior. That will manifest into your vibration and attract people in that similar vibration. You see? So we are physical, the physical effect of the spiritual. Hold on, two seconds, sorry, people. So yes, you need to understand this, people. You have to understand this. Connect with the inner self, connect with the divine consciousness inside. Okay? Use your mind to think and feel properly, and this will manifest into your external world. The friends you have are a manifestation of your internal world. Until you change your internal state, you will outgrow the people around you. And this is what happens. Law of vibration. Everything is vibrating. The speed of vibration depends whether on something appears solid, liquid, or gas. Every thought you think is a vibration. You don't think thoughts. You do not think thoughts. You receive thoughts based on the frequency that you are tapped into, based on the vibration that you are on. Now, what do I mean? This is why we call it a mindset. You set your mind to frequencies. So when you set mental attention on a thought that you've received, you are tapping into that vibration, and you will receive thoughts based upon that vibration. So that you set your mind to a frequency, you receive information and thoughts based upon that frequency, that vibration. So when you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this manifests into your external world, because remember the law before, what happens inside happens outside of you. If you think, feel, and speak higher vibrational things, this will attract people on the same vibration. Okay? You do this positive thinking, positive affirmations, and remembering mind over matter. Mind manipulates matter. God is mind. Everything is mind. The universe is mind. You change your vibration, you change the people around you. They will sense this. Your friends will sense this. The people, when you start elevating your vibration, and thinking positively and no longer entertain the negativity, your friends will sense this, and they will say that you've changed. But what you need to realize is what people say to you is a reflection of their internal state. So if someone's being negative to you, you've got to see that is a reflection of their negative internal state that they think about themselves. What you say negative to someone else is something deep down that you see within yourself. As within, so without. As above, so below. The law of polarity. Everything has two poles, good and evil, love and hate, attraction, disconnection. All the opposing forces are actually the same substance, which is mind, in various degrees. Therefore, everything is one, which is mind. For example, water can be ice, solid, or fluid based off the degree of heat. It's the same substance, but the various degrees of the same thing. The universe is balanced. You need to be balanced between good and evil. Look at your body. You have a left arm and a right arm. Your head is in the center of it. You should become balanced. You should become balanced. Your mindset should be balanced. Your emotions should be balanced. Your diet should be balanced. Your work life. Everything should be balanced. You must first correct your underlying limiting beliefs. If you are unhappy in your job, you focus all of your energy on finding a new job. So think of it this way. There's polarity to everything. You hate where you are in life right now, more than likely. That's why you brought this course. You want to manifest something in your life. Not everyone, but some of you hate your life. Okay? That hatred, you shouldn't hate, because that's going to hurt your body and your cells. But anyways, you can use that energy, the other end of that stick. That energy is draining you. Your hating mental state is draining your energy because you're letting it kill you. You can use that polarity, that other side of the energy, instead of killing yourself with it and getting yourself down, use that energy to finding something new. There's always two ends to the stick. I hate my job. You can either cry about it or use that energy to go and do something else and figure out what you can do. And that's the law of polarity. Use the other side. Use the polarity. Don't let it suck you in. Use it for purpose, for reason. The law of rhythm. Everything flows. Everything is out and in. Remember, the universe is made out of torus fields. This is a torus field. Comes out, back in, out and back in. This is a daily cycle. This is a yearly cycle. It's the cycle of the zodiac. It's the cycle of your life. You're out in the world, then you die from this world. You're out in this world, then you die from this world. Everything's a cycle. Everything's a rhythm. Everything has tides. All things rise and fall. Use the day and night cycle. Use the cycle. Create a cycle in your life. Don't let your life be chaotic. Don't be a feather in the wind. Create a purposeful cycle so that it works, so that you are progressing 1% every day towards this goal. Okay? Try not to get attached to outcomes, but work towards a mental state of neutrality or indifference. The key is non-attachment, positive thinking patterns. I need to get this out of the way. You hate your life. Okay? You hate your life. Hold on, my microphone's just changed. Okay, it doesn't matter. What you're experiencing now in life is a mental state. Think about this for a second. Everything is mind. You think, right, the job that you're in now, for example, you hate your job. You work at somewhere bad, you know, you're working in a gas station, or, you know, you hate it. You are suffering the mental state that you're in, not the actual job. You don't like the mental state that you're in. It's not the physical job. You're suffering the mind's reaction of what you're doing. Therefore, you desire a life where you do not feel this way. So what's that mean? What you really want is a altered mind state where you are not suffering mentally and emotionally. Therefore, use your mind. What you really, really want, deep down, is a mindset. You want a life where you're not suffering this mindset. So therefore, if you change this mind of yours, you change the emotional state. So when you do your bad job or when you're there, change the mindset. Change it as if you love and you experience blissfulness and you experience amazingness. And this will manifest into your life. When you go home, think and feel the reality that you want. Think and feel the reality that you want. Create a cycle. I've gone a bit off guard there. But what you really want is a mindset. This is what you need to understand. Everything is mind. Okay? If you had the mindset properly, you'd actually stay in that job. But it's the mindset that you hate, that you're suffering from. Cause and effect. Every cause has an effect. The physical world is the effect world. What you see and experience is an effect of mind. The root cause is the mind. The building you're in, the microphone I'm speaking into, is the effect of someone's mind. Therefore, use this properly. When you push a domino, it will push all more. Every little choice you make has a massive impact on the rest of your life. Every decision you decide has the biggest impact ever. It has a domino effect on your whole life and the people around you. So if you see someone, let's say you want to get financially free, you see someone, you make a little comment, nice car, nice shoes. That could spark a conversation where you speak to him and he changes your life. Speak to people. Go to the gym. Conversate with people. If you want to become the best, you want to own a restaurant, go and work at a restaurant and learn how it works. Use the law of cause and effect. Speak to people. This is the most important thing. Speak to people and use the law of effect. Do the action. You can't just sit around visualizing all day or else nothing will happen. You have to use the law of cause and effect. Every cause creates the effect. Take action on your thoughts, on these thoughts that are based on reaching your goal. The law of gender. Everything is masculine and feminine. How to apply? We can use the law of gender by balancing the spiritual higher self and the physical lower self or ego. It is important to not let the ego get out of control. Because when the ego becomes out of control, you're coming from a place of physicality. You're seeking physical pleasure. You need to come from a place of internal. You need to come from the internal. Don't let this external world run your life. Let the spiritual, the positive, run your life. The place of calculated thoughts and calculated action. The internal dialogue. Don't let your taste buds run your diet. Let the internal calculated mind run the diet, because the calculated mind knows you should be eating healthy things that feed the mind, body, and soul. But the taste buds just want sugar and bad food. So balance the spiritual and the physical self. Meditation. This is that lesson. Hope you enjoyed the next lesson. Well, hope you enjoyed this lesson. Let's go to the next. Lesson 3, the etheric plane. This plane is a very subtle plane. It is the base of all physical matter. It is the spirit of the world, what the ancients called. It connects the physical plane to the astral spiritual plane. So essentially, this ether, this ethereal life force spirit, this field of an ever-present energy, is what gives life to the whole of the world. The material plane is fed from this ethereal plane. It is the ethereal plane which gives life to everything. And it's the base of all physical matter. So it is a part of the physical plane. It is the most subtle and fine aspect of the material plane. So, in other words, it is like the last degree of something that can be considered physical. It is very subtle, and it cannot be seen by the two eyes. It is basically what the ancients called the life force, the spirit, or the chi, the prana, and it's this energy which feeds everything. That everything is alive because of this etheric plane. Our ethereal body is what feeds our physical body, which are the chakras. The chakras are etheric centers that give life to the physical body. These centers connect the astral body to the physical body. This is why in the Bible they're called 7 seals. These are the 7 seals, because behind these 7 seals is your astral form. It's sealing your spirit, sealing your astral body, your true self. So essentially, everything on the astral plane, okay, on the astral plane, the intentions and the thought forms are charged with energy, ethereal energy, and come into effect on the ethereal plane and then the material plane. It's very hard for me to describe what the ethereal plane is, but essentially every physical object, every physical thing you see around you has an energetic ethereal body around it. The ethereal plane is like a blueprint of everything. It's a blueprint, an energetic blueprint. Everything is recorded with this ethereal plane. And that's essentially what it is. It is the connecting medium, the bridge between the physical and the astral. This is why we see the word ether in together, or either. You're on either side of the ether, the physical or astral. It's the bridge. And when our chakras are not in a line, because these centers are controlling the organs and nerves in that particular area of the body. So they are essentially mini brains within your body, these centers. They have consciousness. And when they are not in line with each other, there is a constant war. And so the bottom chakra, the root chakra, is the ethereal life force behind your survival mode. So when you are in survival mode, when you're running away from someone or whatever, this is the essential. This is the life force that you are using. This is the consciousness that you are now using. That lower consciousness. Then if you need to eat, or you need to, reproduce, you are using that ethereal life force. So when we are thinking with these lower centers of consciousness, we are essentially, and if we are abusing these centers, abusing these ethereal centers, we are not in a line with the higher mind, with the mind and the ethereal centers. So essentially, we need to get in line, our mind in line, and our bodies in line with these ethereal centers. And when we do this, the ethereal plane can charge our body to function properly. We now have balanced energy. and no energy is being wasted through being over sexual, overeating, because essentially this is what these lower three chakras are. And what we need to do is raise our consciousness outside of these centers and balance them and use them in balance, in harmony, and no longer abuse them. So yeah, that's what the ethereal plane is, people. And when you see that eye in the triangle, eye, the all-seeing eye in a triangle, the triangle means the ethereal plane. The eye is the consciousness of the mind. Eye in the triangle represents the eye looking through the ether into the material plane, or vice versa. It could be in the material plane looking through the ether into the astral. So that's what the all-seeing eye is. How's it going, people? Today we're going to be talking about the different planes of existence that exist within yourself and outside of yourself. So essentially different bodies that you exist in. You have a different body in each one of these dimensions. We call them the planes of existence, or the layers to reality. They are basically layers. There are layers to reality, and we must understand this before you can understand on going further into practices like, astral projection and stuff like that. So essentially, everything begins from the highest source of light. It's basically a projection of light. So imagine this is the highest plane, then it falls down into the lower planes. Essentially, that's what it kind of like is. So we have a fourfold nature. We are mental, astral, etheric, and physical beings. We are not just a physical being. This physical body is part of the physical realm, or layer to reality. There are higher levels to reality, which are these. Essentially, people only think, which is the mental plane, that they are the physical body, but the physical body is just the lowest plane of existence. Our minds do not exist in the physical realm. It operates in a higher dimension. So we have the spiritual realm, which is not actually considered a realm or a layer of reality, because this is the void, this is nothingness. Then out of the nothingness turns into infinite potential, which is the realm of the mind. The mind has infinite potential. It can think anything, and anything is true within the mind. And that's the realm of the mind. It's the first dimension where things start to become possible in the universe. So essentially, the universe is your mind. And that's what the universe is. It's all mental. It's one giant mind. Then we have the astral. This is where the mind manifests into some sort of form. So like imagination. So the mental plane is the thought, the astral plane is the imagination, the etheric plane is the energy, the physical plane is the physical manifestation. So the mental plane is the highest plane, essentially. And this is where infinite potential is, like I just said. And it's shared. It's shared with the collective consciousness. We all share this mental realm of thought. So we do not think thoughts, we receive thoughts based off this mental plane. So our mind is not in our brain. Our brain is not our mind. They're two completely separate planes. The brain is a part of the physical realm. But this mind is essentially a spiritual, invisible force or power, which we can use and utilize to bring things into manifestation occurring in the physical realm. So it's the plane of thoughts and information and form. It's pretty much formless. Thoughts are very subtle things. They're not physical. The astral plane, this is the realm of imagination. This is where the thoughts from the mental plane start to manifest into into some sort of form, like a imagination. Your imagination is a realm. It's a realm. So when you visibly think of an apple, the thought is in the mental plane. The inner vision is the astral plane. And essentially, we are creating out of astral matter when we think, when we imagine something. out of astral matter, and we are using the mind to do so. It's basically where thought forms start to manifest, and this is where the light starts to come together to create, some sort of lucid forms. It's the realm of our imagination. It exists within our subconscious mind. So our subconscious mind is connected to all of these different planes, these layers to reality. Then you have the etheric plane. This is the plane that is connected to the spiritual realm, the astral, and the realm of the physical. That's what it essentially is. And it's connected. It's connecting these two planes together. It acts as a connecting medium. It's the realm of where magnetism takes place, where plasma and energy and frequency takes place. This is the realm of energy, so in simple words. It's a physical and spiritual, what's the word for it? It's a physical and spiritual element. It's very subtly physical, but it's very subtly spiritual, or astral, another word for spiritual. That's why we see it in the word either, because you're on either side, the spiritual or physical, or together, because you're joining the two worlds together, together. The physical plane, this is the plane of materialism. This is also called the material plane. This is where physical manifestation takes place. From the mental plane, or the mind of God, manifests down, and this is the world of effect and outcomes. So this is the plane where all of the universe takes place in this realm. It manifests physically in this realm. Everything you see is already manifested in this plane. It's already there. It's the realm of effect. Everything in the physical plane is an effect of the mental plane. It all begun in the mental plane. Just like the things you see around you, your phone, your laptop, whatever you're looking at, that was an idea within the mental plane of someone's mind. And then they manifested it physically. So essentially, this world is the world of effect. Everything in this world is a product of your mind in the mental plane. It's the densest plane. It's very low vibration. So it's personified as hell. The physical plane is personified as hell. Because it is essentially hell. It's the physical plane. So I forgot to mention that the lower you go, the more lucid. I think I have a slide on this actually. The lower you go, the more physical and gross and dense it becomes. The higher you go, the more lucid and formless and spiritual it becomes. This is where we get the saying of, as above, so below. What happens above happens below. Happens in the mind, happens in the astral, happens in the etheric, happens in the physical. Essentially, every plane is affecting every plane. What happens above happens below, but also what happens below happens above. So the words I am saying now in this physical realm is also having an effect on your mental plane, on your mental mind, because they're words, they're affecting you, they're going into your mind. This is why words cast spells. So an example of how these planes work is, take for example this chair you see here. The mental plane is the thought of the chair. The astral plane is the imagination of the chair. So think the astral plane is like a plane where all of the possible chairs that could possibly be made exist there. It's the realm of imagination. The etheric plane is now the energetic blueprint of what you want to manifest, that specific chair. And then the physical plane is the physical manifestation of the chair. So that is essentially how the planes actually work. It's quite simple. However, they're not outside of you. You exist in one of these planes. You exist in all of these planes. You have a body in every single dimension. You just haven't woken it up yet. And this is what we'll be going into later on into this course. How's it all going, people? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane in lesson 2 of the astral projection series. So the astral plane, as I told you in the last one, we went over the basics. Now I'm going to go into a bit more detail about what the astral plane is and what to expect, what is there. It is the realm of the collective and personal subconscious. So all of the things that you keep in your subconscious mind, all of the things that in everyone else's subconscious mind, is essentially manifested there as some sort of energy or something. Emotions, dreams, and inner images. Emotions manifest as energy on the astral plane. Now, emotions also manifest as demons. If you continuously feel negative about a certain thing and give emotional and mental energy to this thing that you cannot give up in your mind, you will create some sort of astral form which will latch onto your astral body and influence you. So essentially, you are creating your own demons through mental and emotional energy. Dreams. Dreams are when you dream, your astral body is slightly hovering above your physical body. And a dream, when you no longer consciously control it, but you're experiencing the dream, this is your subconscious creating the dream. So your dreams are created from your subconscious if you are not controlling them. If you control them, you can create them consciously and create a whole dream yourself and a whole world. And essentially, what you're doing in the astral plane when you dream, you are creating a whole world and a reality. That's what you can do in the astral. You can do anything. And inner images. So when you think or imagine something, that screen in your mind, that is the astral plane you are creating out of astral matter. It's the realm of imagination. Essentially, it creates the matrix of the material world. Why do I say that? It's because the energy manifested on the astral plane has influence on the material plane. So, like I said, when you create demons, you are essentially creating an energy which will manifest and influence your physical body on the physical plane. So essentially, the collective programs in people's subconscious and the collective mental thoughts is creating an astral energy which has a spell on the material world. That's how it's working. It's the realm of imagination, as I've already gone over, thought forms, and it's your light body. This is what we call the light body. It is the body made of light. All of the bodies are made of light, but the physical body is the lower vibrational light body. It is essentially the light body, and it's where thought forms manifest. It's where the thoughts you are thinking are taking form. This is where they are things. This is why we say thoughts are things, because they are essentially astral matter. And this is why we call the mind the third eye. It is an eye because it can see into these planes, these lower planes and the higher planes. And it's important to understand that the mind has access to all of these planes, all of them. And that's why it's the all-seeing eye. It sees all things. Now, the astral plane is split into higher, middle, and lower. So the lower astral plane is essentially where more material things are going on. This is where the thoughts that are based on material things are. I'm not saying it's hell. This is not, because it's lower, it doesn't mean it's negative. If you're thinking about creating a thing, creating a physical thing, and you're imagining this thing, you're essentially using the lower astral plane because it's more material based. So most people when they astral project and when they're seeing this realm, but in the astral plane, they're in the lower astral plane. The middle and the higher is when things are more formless. You can still create there, but it's depending on the vibrations of these imaginations, and the vibrations of these thoughts that you are manifesting will depend whether it goes to middle, higher, or lower. So we have beings and entities within the astral plane. This is where we get, all the myths about ghosts, spirits. This is essentially what they're talking about. All of these myths are talking about this plane, which exists in the subconscious mind and can only be accessed through the mind. The two eyes could never see into this plane, only accessed through the mind, or the third eye, whatever you want to call it. And there are beings there, there are souls there are minds there which manifest. So first type of beings which exist in the lower astral plane doesn't mean they're negative, doesn't mean they're demons. It just means they operate around materialism, which is the elemental beings. These are the beings of the four elements, not the fifth element. The fifth element's ether. These are entities of the four elements. And what essentially they are the energy behind, they are the forces, the astral forces behind the physical four elements: earth, air, water, and fire. They are beings of the elements, and they assist the elements in the material plane. Another type of being is etheric being. They exist in the astral and the etheric plane, and if they want, they can manifest in the material plane. This is where we get all of the myths about trolls, gnomes, nature beings, little nature creatures which are little humans. This is where we get all of these myths from, because there are beings in the etheric plane which have the ability to materialize at their will. They can materialize into physical form whenever they want, and they can go back straight into the ether and become formless. And they manifest as gnomes, nature spirits. They essentially look after nature. And they because we are so disconnected today, we will no longer make contact with these beings because we're so ignorant. We're not on their level. We're not advanced. They will stay away from us. It's like Yoda, for example. All of these little creatures that they tell us about in the movies, they're talking about etheric beings, fairies. All of this stuff is all etheric. And essentially what they do is assist nature and make sure nature is doing its thing. Jinns. These are powerful beings. These are very mentally and spiritually advanced. They are very powerful mentally. They hold a lot of mental power. And essentially, these beings exist in the lower planes, and they have a lot of negative demons below them. So there are hierarchies within demonology. This is called demonology now. And they can, like any astral form, can manifest as anything as they think. Whatever they think, they can appear as. So as you see here, you've got, the head of a human and a cat and a toad and spider legs. Whatever they want to manifest as, they will manifest. This is why we see the goat head all the time in the music industry, or the goat. Just remember, it's basically symbology for these demons within the astral plane, these powerful beings. And yes, you can summon these through magic. You can summon them by figuring out their true names and calling them and doing these magic rituals. You basically what you call them in your mind's eye, and they can appear in front of you, and you can ask them to do things. This is all black magic. So essentially, this is what jinns are. They're very powerful, very, very powerful beings. However, the astral plane is always in correspondence with yourself. So if you ever do manifest there and access this astral plane, you will match your vibration. You will match your thought forms. You will match everything. Whatever vibration you're vibrating at, You go into the astral plane, you will see and meet these vibrations. This is why you'll never ever encounter a very, very advanced spiritual or mental being. You'll never encounter them because you are simply not vibrating on their frequency. So this is why you'll never meet. You will meet whatever your vibration is. So another type of being is just normal spirits. Just normal, they're not negative, they're not bad. Some of them are neutral. And they will manifest as anything as they want. They will create, linger around you, whatever. These are the types of beings. Then you have thought forms. You just basically have thought forms which are just manifested there. Collective thought forms, or they could be your thought forms. They're just basically mental programs. So every single program, every human believes is essentially an energy or astral entity. So, Jesus, everyone believes in Jesus and gives this Jesus mental and emotional energy. That is a being on the astral plane. That's how it works. So another one is just a subconscious aspect of self. You might see a demon, but it could just be a subconscious aspect of yourself. It could just be a negative thought form which you have not let go for years and constantly fed into a mental thought loop. This is what I mean by demons. Like, you literally can create your own demons through thought loops and giving mental energy and mental and emotional energy to things. So in dreams, for example, if Jesus appears to you, if you believe Jesus your whole life, you believe he's true, and in your dream Jesus appears to you, Jesus comes to you and you come out of that dream thinking, oh, I've just met Jesus. It wasn't Jesus. It was an aspect of yourself. It was a belief that you have deeply rooted within your subconscious, coming to yourself and manifesting as something and coming to you. It's yourself meeting yourself. A lot of the things in the astral plane is yourself. That's what we need to understand. Spirit and matter. So essentially what we're looking at is mind creating spirit and matter. The universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. What spirit is the energy, and basically the energy of mind, of the thinking mind. Spirit and matter are polar opposites. They are two vibrational states of the one substance, which is mind. Mind creates matter, mind creates spirit. Mind is the ultimate source of the universe. Man is made in the image of both the divine and physical. He is spiritual, he is physical. Everything is spiritual and physical. Everything physical has a spiritual, life-giving essence to it. Behind your body is the spirit. Without the spirit, you would be a dead meat sack. You wouldn't be able to move. Behind the animal is the spirit, the all life-giving force coming from the divine mind. Now, man is made in the image of both matter and spirit combined. Spirit is infused with matter. Like all things, however, man has the mind to be conscious of the spirit that dwells within. Animals cannot do this. Animals are purely stuck to their animal instinct. They are not self-aware of the spirit within them. They are only aware of They are only aware of their immediate environment, their physical reality. The animal. This is why animals symbolize our lower nature. But we have a hell physical. We have a head in the heavens where the spirit is. We can raise our consciousness above the animal self to the spirit, to the divine. Now, matter is a way of thinking. So is spirit. If you have a very low vibrational consciousness, your mind is directed to the lower aspects of consciousness, sex, lust, power, money, fame, this is all matter. This is a materialistic way of thinking. You must tune your mind to the higher aspects of consciousness. Tune your mind to spirit. There are two ways of thinking. Now, you are both of them combined. You need to find balance between them. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting. Man being both spirit and matter. The circle is eternal, beginning no ends. The square is limited, beginning and end. The body is in the square because the body is limited. The body is not eternal. It's mortal. The circle has no beginning, no end. It is immortal. The spirit is raised above the square, representing spirit over matter, the spirit controlling the matter, spirit controlling the body. We don't want the body controlling the spirit, the body controlling the mind. That's the lower mind. That's 666. This is the Freemasonic square and compass. We have the compass for the circle and the square for the square, which is matter. Spirit and matter combined with the G, the generative principle, or God, or geometry. Also, Leonardo da Vinci depicting the eye of Ra, the eye of Horus, the small pupil, because when you're in light, when you're in a very light environment, your pupils go small. This is the physical eye of man, the conscious mind, the physical eyes. Then you have the inner eye, the spiritual eye that sees in the darkness, that gives perception. That's the large pupil, because when you're in darkness, the pupils go large. You have the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra. You have the physical eyes that you look with, and you have the inner eye that gives you perception. You have black and white. Black represents matter, white represents spirit. Spirit and matter intertwined with one. This is the Masonic checkerboard. The earth is not just a rock. It's not a rock. It has spirit within it. The tree is not wood. It has spirit within it, which is the life-giving force. The life essence is the spirit. The earth has spirit. You have spirit. Everything has spirit. But you have the ability to be conscious of the spirit within and raise your consciousness to the spirit. And that's exactly what the Sumerians are showing you here, with the animal, the ground animal, stepping upwards to the flying bird, the elevated bird, to the spirit. And that's what the Anunnaki is. Anu is the supreme god of the sky. The sky is spirit. The stars is spirit. And earth is matter. That's why Anu has a wife called Kai. The word Kai means earth. It's another word for earth. So Anu, the supreme god of the sky, who is a Sumerian living essence of the heavens, representing the vast and infinity of the sky. His divine counterpart, Kai, the goddess of the earth. Together, they gave birth to the Anunnaki. This is a symbolic story. Everything we see from the past, from the Bible, the ancient text of India, from the ancient Sumerian texts, this is all symbolic for you. The Anunnaki is you. You are Anu and Ki, spirit and matter infused. You are the Anunnaki. You are the heavens. You are the earth together. Okay, that is exactly what we're looking at here. All of these texts are encoded, talking about you. It's never about history. None of these things were right in history. The Bible was not history. The Sumerian texts weren't history. Anunnaki were not history. This is all symbolic for you and your consciousness, your spirit and your matter. The indwelling spirit in your physical body. The Holy Spirit, the white dove. White represents spirit. The pine cone. This is the Anunnaki god. The pine cone in the Vatican. This is the head. This is the dome. This is the pine cone, the receiver of consciousness, the receiver of spirit. You see the spirit, you see the pine cone on the Pope's staff. This is crucifixion. What does this symbolize? You must crucify yourself, crucify your body to the spirit through the pineal gland. Pine is pine cone, pine, pineal, etymological connected. You have the Freemasonic square and compass. Now notice something. you have the square on top of the compass. This represents the beginning of the Mason's journey, the beginning of someone's journey on their spiritual evolution, of their spiritual awakening. This is what we're seeing here. We're seeing spirit underneath matter, matter over spirit. Now, this one is the compass on top, which represents spirit over matter. This is the triumph. This is the ultimate state of consciousness when one has gained spirit over matter. Now, we also see other symbolism of Freemasons depicting one leg on top of the other, which represents balance over spirit, well, balance of spirit and matter. All of this will be available in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is the next revolution of human consciousness. I cannot explain the amount of hours and work and research that has gone into this masterpiece. I'm not even going to call it a masterpiece. That is up to you whether you think it is a masterpiece. But I have put my heart and soul into this book. The amount of knowledge, over 230 pages of pure esoteric and occult knowledge that will blow your mind, that will make you feel so connected to the universe, because you're going to understand everything once this book is released. October the 8th is when you can get your copy. And if you are inside of the Ethereal University, then this book will be free for you. You'll get this book for free if you're inside my university. So I hope you all gained a great insight from this video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Lesson 4, Astral Projection. This is a very important one. This is the one we've all been waiting for. The astral plane is a reflection of your vibration, as I mentioned before. Frequency matches. Everything you think of, the thoughts that you tap into, the emotions that you feel, your overall vibration is what you match. If you are going into the astral plane and with negative thoughts, negative emotions, greed, hate, fear, you will see horrible entities which will probably torment you and probably make you scared, because that's what they're doing. You're matching frequencies. That's why we call it a mindset. You're setting your mind to frequencies. What frequency are you setting your mind to? What are you tapping into? So essentially, we need to raise our vibration before we astral project. And the easiest way to, raise your vibration in your mental and emotional state is turning off the mind. Every day we need to turn off the mind, meditate, turn off the mind, and then after we turn off the mind, we need to be thinking, feeling, and saying positive things. Never say anything negative, ever. What's the point? There's no point in saying anything negative. It will only come back to you, and it will only program your mind to be negative. Always stay positive, no matter what situation. There's a duality, there's a good and a bad for every situation. There is no bad. Yes, there's bad, don't get me wrong, but don't focus on that. Focus on the good of every situation. There's always an advantage to what's happening to you. So that we need to raise our vibration before we astral project, or else you're gonna see some horrible things. Mental health, like I just said, mental health is very, very, very important before we astral project. And essentially, if you have very, very bad, anxiety, or what's another one? Something that you're not letting go of in your mind and emotionally. Like I said before, your mind produces demons in the astral plane if you are giving mental energy to something for long periods of time. So if you have a very, you haven't forgiven yourself for something you did and it really gets you down and depressed, that will come to you. You will see that. Okay. So what you need to do is address that beforehand, before you actually, I'll make another video on that, on how to release trauma and release, all these negative things in your mind. But yeah, we need to do that before you astral project. Emotions. Fear is a bondage. Fear is a bondage to your physical material body. You cannot leave your body in fear. This is why everything they do, the news, the things they put online, the things the algorithm shows you, is all fear-based. It's to keep your consciousness operating out of that lower root etheric center, because that is essentially binding and keeping your mind stuck in third dimensional awareness. Fear is a bondage. When Jesus is walking on water, which is just walking on top of the ether, astral projecting, and he's telling Peter how to walk on water, how to leave his body, what does Peter do? He fears. He starts to be scared. And what does he do? He falls back into the water, which is the body. He falls back into the ether, to the physical plane. That's what it's about. It's talking about walking on top of your emotions, emotional control. We'll make another video on that as well. Fear is a bondage. Remove all fear. It's an illusion. You don't need to fear. You will never, ever, ever die. You are an eternal being. You will never, ever die. So do not fear death. Do not fear anything. Okay? So astral projection is using the mind to project your consciousness into the astral plane. Everything exists in the mind. All worlds are within the mind. Every dimension is in the mind. All of the products, all of the planes, like I just said, the etheric, astral, physical, they all exist in the mind. This world you're in right now, the material plane, exists in your mind. It's all within yourself. It's a dream, essentially. And essentially what this world actually is a creation within the astral plane. It's what we do it all the time. Every time you dream, you're creating a world from the astral plane. You do it, but you just don't do it consciously. So essentially what astral projection is an altered state of consciousness. You're altering your state of consciousness. Every time you dream, you're altering your state of consciousness. Every time you have a lucid dream or whatever mystical experience you've ever had, you are altering your consciousness. This physical plane is an altered state of consciousness. That's what it is. It's the third dimensional consciousness. Astral projection is just an altered state. You're altering your mind. You're altering what you're seeing, what you're perceiving. So here's a method. Lie down with nothing touching. So you don't want any of your body parts touching. Close your eyes and meditate. Turn off all thoughts. When I say meditate, it's not the right word. There's no really word for it. People associate meditation with sitting there, like just sitting. But no, it's basically turn your mind off as if you were going to go to sleep. But keep your conscious mind awake. Relax every muscle and release all tension. So how I say to do this is 10 minutes, get in the present moment. Before you even lie down, you should get yourself in the present moment. Say, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Repeat that until you're in the present moment. Then lie down with nothing touching. Close your eyes and turn off all thoughts. Once you've gained this non-thought state for about 10 to 15 minutes, you then want to mentally visualize a box. Big, heavy box with a hard metal lid, and throw everything you think about yourself in there. Throw your body in there, every material thought, every material association, every emotion, every issue you have. Throw everything into this box. You do not need it. And if you don't, you will not astral project successfully. You have to remove all bondages, every bondage you have, everything, just throw everything away. Then once you are there, you want to begin to think of nothingness. Then just do this for another 15 minutes until it feels as if your consciousness, your mind is awake. You will no longer feel your body. Okay. When you get in this state where you no longer feel your body, this is when you want to use your mind and imagine, okay, of drawing a circle with your hand, but not your physical hand. Just imagine you're drawing a circle. This is a starter practice. You cannot go straight into the astral plane. You will not do it. You have to train your imagination. So draw a blue circle and keep drawing stuff. And if you do that pretty successfully, start drawing something more complex, like a star or whatever. Train your imagination, because when you do this, you're creating focus, and you need to focus in the astral plane. Okay. So once you do this, you can do this for a couple nights before you actually astral project. What this is doing is training your mind to operate in this imaginational plane. Okay. This is another method. This is a bit more advanced. Like I said, get in the present moment, lie down with nothing touching, like the same process as before. Close the eyes and meditate and turn off all thoughts. Then visualize the mental box and throw in everything you think about yourself into the box and close it. Then turn away from the box. Once you are relaxed, and once your mind, and you no longer feel your body, your mind is your consciousness, you're just pure consciousness, not the body. Use your imagination to imagine yourself pulling a rope that is in the sky and that you are leaving your physical body. Image pulling yourself up a rope or climbing the rope. You have to do this mentally. You have to understand that these planes are all mental. Just like how you move your physical body around, you're moving your physical body around because your mind is telling it to do so. It's slightly different within these astral planes. You're still using your mind, but because you haven't activated this body, there's not much of a connection between your mind and your astral body. So imagine pulling this rope. Imagine your hands pulling up this rope out of your body. And once you are there, you might leave your body. You'll feel like you will no longer feel your physical form. You might not see much because your mind's eye has not been trained to see in this astral plane. You might not see much. It might appear white. You might see colors. A good indication that you're essentially ascending into the astral plane, or you've altered your consciousness, you will see just colors moving weirdly, like patterns, colors. You'll see all sorts of things. Okay. So that's a good indication. Okay, here's another method. Like I said, same process as before, but just a different ending. So get yourself in the present moment for 10 minutes. I'm here right now. Nothing else matters. Then lie down with nothing touching. Close eyes and meditate and turn off all thoughts. Place everything into the box once you have gained this. Once you're in that sort of meditative state, put everything in the box. Release all tension, all emotions, all problems, put into the box and turn away from it. Imagine that. Once you are relaxed, you want to do this all again. Get into that meditative state until you no longer feel your body. Until it's just the pure mind, the pure consciousness. No thoughts, just pure consciousness. Focus your attention on the middle of the brain, the place of the consciousness. And shake mentally. Do not shake your physical body, but shake mentally until your soul or your light body leaves the body. Shake with all of your willpower. So essentially what you're trying to do here is shake your mind out of, or this astral body out of the physical body. and just shake with all of your mental willpower until you are fully out of the body. Like I said, you will see these strange colors, or you might even feel a tingling sensation. A tingling sensation. That's your energy body, it's your etheric body. And another one, what was I going to say then? My mind's just gone blank. Yeah, so essentially when you are in this plane, like I said before, you will not see much. You have to train your eye, your mind. It's all based on imagination. Whatever you think, you manifest there. You can create anything you want in these planes. Anything you want. But make sure you are doing things in harmony with others, yourself, and be careful, because the things that you are doing there will have an effect on your material life. What happens above happens below. So if an entity asks you what you are doing, they will ask you mentally. If you do encounter any beings, never tell them you're astral projecting. Because when you do tell them you're astral projecting, they might follow you back into your body. You will see other people astral projecting, you'll see beings, you'll see other things. Just be careful. Don't look into mirrors, because you might get lost. And don't do anything to this one. So returning back to your physical body, if you just want to return, just think of your physical body and you'll fall back into it. Or as soon as you start to fear something, you'll fall back into your body. But essentially what it feels like is when you leave the body, that was what I was going to say when my mind went blank. Before you leave the body, your heart might be racing. When your heart is starting to race, you're starting to fear. Okay, because you've installed a fear of death, because it does kind of feel like death. Well, that I can imagine. But your heart will start to feel, beating really quick. And if it does do that, just calm yourself down and try it again. And if you want to return back to your body, just think about returning back to your body and you'll be there at the click of a finger. The chakras are part of your etheric body, which is all to do with your life force energy. There are 7 life forces within the body, which is fed through the etheric plane, the etheric body, into the material body, which is the human form. Each one of these centers is conscious and has a consciousness, and you are thinking with these centers, because every body part on the body has a consciousness and has mind of its own. Therefore, when you are sexually aroused, you are thinking with that specific region of the body. Each one of these centers is like a mini brain, controlling and giving energy to the nerves and organs in that area. So essentially what we need to do is raise our consciousness from the 3 survival mode chakras into the higher states of consciousness. We are all programmed to eat 3 meals a day, which is way too much. We should all be consuming 1 electrical big plate of food every day. And some fasting as well during the week. But 1 meal a day when the sun is the most high is perfect to balance out the solar plexus chakra. We should be not jerking off or doing any sexual activity unless we are producing a baby. However, tantric sex is when you do not release. If you do have sex, you want to make it sacred and do not release your what they called, your sacred fluids. You do not want to release them because the energy, etheric life force behind these fluids are very sacred to keeping your temple and your body in regulation and healthy. Your sexual fluids contain so many minerals. When you keep on releasing it, it is creating you to be mineral deficient. Think about it. This fluid can create a whole nother human being.
So you need to retain this unless you are creating a whole other human being. Every time you release, you are essentially killing a part of yourself. And it is weakening your electromagnetic field, unbalancing your chakras, and creating you to be a mental mess. So we need to feel grounded with our root chakra. We need to be not overly sexual. And when we do not release our sacred fluids. We need to not eat over one meal a day. We should learn to love more. We should express the way we feel and think. The third eye chakra, we need to work on meditation. And then we need to work on wisdom and enlightenment. Essentially, these three lower centers are not bad. They are essential for human experience and for human survival. However, we need to breathe properly. We need to think properly and align our mind with these centers so that the etheric body can give the life force to the human form with 100% efficiency and give all of the energy to the body instead of wasting it through these unbalanced actions through these centers. Stop thinking with the lower half of the body and think with the higher half of the body. And this is when you raise your consciousness beyond the ego and beyond the food, the lust, and the power to the wisdom, enlightenment, and love. Let's talk about the soul trap and how they are trapping our soul in three-dimensional awareness. What is the soul? The soul is the essence that transcends the material realm. It is the part of us that is invisible. It is the live spark of all things. It is the consciousness. It is the I am. However, the mind acts as a connecting medium that connects the soul to the material plane. The mind is what projects the soul into material realms or other realms. So the mind acts as a bridge between the physical and material realms, the physical and spiritual realms. So what they are doing is tricking your mind into only believing physicality. Like I said before in the last breakdown, you are experiencing the body. The body is producing the simulation to your consciousness. You do not experience the external world. The external world is produced by your body. So therefore, what they are doing is installing programs within your mind which keeps your mind limited into three-dimensional awareness, which keeps the soul and mind stuck to the material plane. This is why it all goes hand in hand with the material heliocentric model. Because what they are doing is only teaching you physical things. They want you believing that your mind is your brain. They want you believing everything is only physical, and they want you believing that you are your physical body. By awakening the mind and transcending the physical plane through astral projection and meditation, this is how we expand our awareness to beyond physical reality. It is the physical plane that they want our mind stuck in. They do not want us traveling the astral realms free from our physical bodies. Because what they are doing is harnessing our energy within the astral plane. So everything they teach you is to go hand in hand with materialism. They promote materialism in the music, through the music industry, through films, Hollywood. Hollywood is made from the holly tree, which the ancients used to make magic wands out of the holly tree to cast spells on you. All of this is casting spells to keep your mind stuck in physicality. So it's essential for our minds and for us to prepare our minds and our soul for life after death. Because we are eternal beings. We are the intelligence within the physical form. The physical form does not live. It is simply a technological machine powered by your soul power. It's important to notice that everything they do is to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness and keeping you looking outside of yourself so you never do the internal work. What we need to do to prepare for life after death is to train our minds to remove all external addictions. It is the addictions that they continue to press upon us so that our minds are stuck in physical reality. When your mind leaves the physical form and leaves this material veil of consciousness, this is when our minds are still going to have these material addictions and will reincarnate into physical reality. We need to detach from our external pleasures, which consist of food, cigarettes, gaming, TikTok, everything, your phone. You have to release all of these addictions before you die. You have to master your mind and soul, or else you will reincarnate, because your mind is stuck in material thinking. We have to transcend material desire and find the happiness and the joy within ourselves instead of seeking external things. Connect with yourselves, people, and detach from materialism. Everything they do is to promote materialism. Clothes, food, the films, money, everything is to do with emotion and mind. Money has the word M-O-N in it, which means moon, which is emotion. Because the money is keeping us tied to our emotions, and our emotions are keeping us chained to material things. I hope you all understand this and gain a deeper connection with yourselves so that you can transcend this material realm.
Hello, welcome to another lecture of the Ethereal University, the real university. You should be happy that you are here. You are in the only place in the world where you can find exclusive content from me, myself, for free thinkers, and connecting with people who are like-minded and understand and know there is a deeper aspect to life and this reality. And this video, this lecture that I'm going to be talking about today is the meaning of life. What is the meaning of all of this? Because essentially, I've philosophized that nothing should truly exist. Nothing should exist. The fact that something does exist means it's an intelligent design, and something has created this. So the meaning of life, when I look at the meaning of life, I look at things that are impossible not to do. What is impossible not to do in your life? It is impossible for you not to create. It is impossible. You are creating and manifesting every second, every millisecond of the day. You are creating. The consciousness that you possess is a creating consciousness. And when we have creation minimal in our lives, we fall into mental illnesses. Well, I don't say they're mental illnesses, but we get things labeled as depression, anxiety, and all of these other things. We have to create. As a human being, it is in our nature for every living species to create in some sort of way. We are always creating every second of the day. The mind is infinite potential. The mind cannot be filled. The mind cannot be full. You can't fill the mind. You could know everything about the universe and every little secret, yet your mind would not be full. It is infinite potential. Every thought you think has potential to become true. Anything you think in your mind is true in your mind. There is nothing that you cannot think about. You see the power of the mind now that you understand it is an infinite potential. So when I say the mind is the universe is a giant mind, and we are all expressions of this mind. And when they say the universe is always expanding, it's the mind expanding into new information. The universe is mind, and the mind is always expanding. So creating is something that you cannot ignore. So you have to create something in your life. You have to create, you have to manifest, or else you will fall into some sort of mental problem. Learning is another one that it is impossible not to learn. Learning is the expansion of the universe. It's the expansion of mind. And every person you meet is a product of their mind. Where you are in life right now, whether you are very ahead, and I'm supposedly going to say, if you are joining this university, you are doing something right because it's not on the cheaper side to join this university. So wherever you are in life is a direct manifestation of every thought that you have thought in the past. Where you are right now is a product of all of the thoughts collectively. And all of them thoughts collectively have led you to this point where you are right now. So what does this tell you? Your life is a product of thought. Your life is a product of mind. Everything you see in your life is a product of your mind, was manifested from your mind, from thought alone. Okay? So that's a very important thing to understand. And you can never learn enough. The more you figure out, the more you realize you know nothing. And I say that. I know absolutely nothing. The more you find out, the more doors that are open within the universe. The universe is an amazing place. You should appreciate being alive. You should appreciate that you are using the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth, which is the human body. It's so advanced. It's a piece of organic technology. It's so advanced. All of the systems are working together. We cannot replicate the human body. We can make rockets, we can make planes. You cannot replicate the human body. It is so advanced. It's so advanced. Limitation. This is a very important one. Physical reality limits our mind. Mind is infinite, like I explained earlier, and everything in the mind can happen in the mind. There is no limitation. When you are in the astral plane, there is no limitation. Depending where you are projecting yourself in and what realm you're projecting yourself into, there is no limitation. You can create worlds, and you do create worlds when you sleep. When you dream, you are creating your own world. When you are sleeping and dreaming, you are in fact creating a whole reality from your subconscious mind. And every character you see in your dream is an aspect of your mind. Did you know that? That when you are dreaming, there are hidden messages within your dreams because it's your subconscious mind coming to reality and showing you codes, showing you messages about your mind. So when the mind incarnates physically into a physical reality, there is limitation now pressed upon it. It's hexed. That's why I say you're hexed. You know, you're in the hex of Saturn. Saturn is the cube. Saturn's pretty much the computer running this world, based off my research anyway. And it's time. Saturn is time. So you are limited by time. You have a set time here. And you are limited by physical matter. And when you are in physical reality, you are limited from the things that you learn here. You are a product of your mind's information that you gather. If you gather the deepest and secret knowledge, then your life has less limitations than the one who is programmed, who has a programmed mind. And you are learning the limitations of the mind. You are learning the limitations of physical reality. When you are in the astral plane or the imagination plane, whatever you want to call it, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You want an apple, you click it, you think it, and it's there. That screen in your mind is the astral plane where you can imagine things. You can pull things up on that screen right now, and it will be there. However, in a physical reality, you now have to give energy and discipline. You learn discipline, you learn to give energy to manifest it into a physical reality. To manifest something into a physical reality is a lot harder than manifesting into an imaginary plane in the astral plane. So We come here to learn discipline and limitation, and to find out how we function in a three-dimensional world of matter. Because essentially you were astral before you came here. And here's another one. Nature shows us truth. Open your eyes. You have day and the night. You have the sun, the conscious, the electric, boom, power, the sun, living. You have the moon. You have subconscious, the hidden one, the astral. So the sun represents physical reality. The moon represents astral reality. As above, so below. So what is this telling us? Well, the physical world is telling us that there's cycles in this world. You have the good and the bad, and they are cycles. And the beginning of one cycle is the end of another cycle. And the end of another cycle is just a new beginning. Everything is eternal. Your body is not eternal, but your mind is eternal. You have the cycle of the 4 seasons. Like I said, everything begins and ends, but the ending is just a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of the universe, symbolized by the Ouroboros. This symbol has been used for thousands of years, depicting the end is a new beginning. When you leave the physical reality, you are now reborn in the astral reality. Have you ever died in a dream? I've died in a dream. In fact, this was the other day. I got killed in my dream, and I woke up in another dream, in another reality. And I knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as I woke up, I just knew, like, I'm in another body now. You are eternal. You are a multi-dimensional being. And until you gain access to these higher planes, people, you will realize how powerful we all truly are. We are all multi-dimensional beings, and we all have immense power when we figure out how to use these minds of ours. These minds are very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. So this is a new page from the new book, the Volume 2 Book of Wisdom. We also come here for growth and expansion, like I said earlier, the expansion of the universe. The scientists, these paid scientists that, are paid to lie to you, they say the universe is always expanding. Oh, yes, it's mind. Mind is always expanding. Mind is always figuring out new information. The mind can never be full. It's always expanding. And the mind is the infinite potential. The mind is the universe. It's every substance you see around you is a product of mind. The squirrel, the dog, you, your mother, your family. It's all mind. All product. They all possess mind. They all share mind, and this mental plane is shared. And your reality is a product of thought, and this physical reality on a macro scale is a product of God's thought. Now, when I say we are God, we are a microcosm of God. God is within us. Now, I'm not saying that we are the creator of this reality. We did not design the human body. God did. We did not design the functions of the heavens, the order of the heavens, and how the sun rotates around the earth. How it does that, I really do not know. The heavens and the sun and how they move is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. How does the sun truly move? How does it never run out of energy? How does it move? How does the stars move? What's moving it? What's the force behind it? Who is it obeying? It's technology. The sun is the most advanced technology ever, but that's a whole nother video I can go over. But I'm not saying I am the one. You are the one who created this reality, who designed the human body and designed everything in this world. I'm saying that you can connect to the source within yourself. The source of life, the source of the universe is inside of you. And you can connect with it. And you are using that power of the source of the universe to create life. to manifest your will in this physical reality. That is the mind. The mind is God. So, you have the day and the night, you have the left and the right. Everything is dual in this world. We learn duality. We learn the good and evil. And that's why I say the body, while the central nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because the tree of knowledge of good and evil is this electrical nervous system you are experiencing this reality from. The central nervous system is giving you the knowledge of duality, of good and evil in this physical dual world. Your consciousness is experiencing the central nervous system. Without the nervous system, you cannot function in this world. You need it. This is why it's sacred. It's the tree within the Garden of Eden. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please contact me if you wish, for any lectures on anything you want. Give me a message. I'll create a lecture for you. And yeah, have an amazing day, people.
Astrology in the Bible. First of all, we need to understand that this is astrology. This is The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. This is depicting Jesus as the sun, which represents yourself. Now, people always say, what is the 13th constellation? As there are 13 lunar cycles every single year. There are 13 months in a year. Jesus is the 13th constellation, the sun, which represents yourself. And you have the 12 disciples revolving around you, because you yourself are the center of the universe. So now that you understand that, this is why they demonize the number 13. The number 13 adds up to 4. 1 plus 3 equals 4. The number 4 is you, mental, astral, etheric, and physical. You have a fourfold nature. As you can notice here, you have the 12 constellations and the 12 bodies and the 12 systems of the body. And this is how they correspond with the body. Aries, which is an anagram for arise, because you have to arise your consciousness to Aries, to the Lamb of God. Aries is the lamb, which represents the brain, the cerebrum in the brain. This is why he's on the head of the table. Torus. Torus is the bull. Torus represents the neck and the throat. Bulls have very thick necks, and this person here seems to have a very thick neck, showing the neck off. Gemini. Gemini rules the arms and the hands. Gemini is known for the two twins. This is why he's holding up his two hands representing the two twins of Gemini. Now we go into the summertime, because there are 4 groups and 3 people in each group, for the 3 signs in each season of the year: spring, summer, fall, winter. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which represent the 4 aspects of yourself, the sun. Cancer. If you look very closely, he has a knife in his hand, because Cancer represents the crab, which have very sharp pinches for a knife. Leo is the dominant lion. Leo represents the sun when it's most high. This is why this represents Leo, the roaring lion, very loud and dominant. This is why he has his elbow on the table, symbolizing dominance. Virgo. Here you see he's pointing at the Adam's apple, showing and indicating that there is no Adam's apple. This is a female. This is Virgo the Virgin, the constellation Virgo. Now we have Jesus. This is the sun, the risen Savior, the light of the world. It represents your consciousness, yourself, or the sun in the sky. As above, so below. What is within is without. You are the light of the world. You create reality. You yourself are the sun. One hand up, symbolizing day. One hand down, symbolizing night. Day and night, red and blue shift. These represent the 2 polarities of male and female. Red and blue. Police sirens are red and blue. Your tap. You have a red and blue tap. You have a red pill and a blue pill on the matrix. This represents the polarity. Now we have Libra. This is when the sun is balanced between the summer and the winter. It's the midpoint. It is the equinox, the equaling of the sun. This is why he has his arms balanced outwards for the scales of Libra. He represents the balancing of the sun. Libra also represents the kidneys and the bladder, which help balance out the blood of the body, of toxins. This is all astrology. This is the exact order of the signs. Pisces rules the feet, and this is why he's on the bottom of the body. Jesus represents the middle of the body, which is the heart. Aries represents the brain, the top of the body. This is all astrology. Let's break down the body, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, and your consciousness, and this three-dimensional world. You have two trees in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden means your mind, because everything is mental, the universe is mental. The universe exists within your mind. This world is what you're experiencing, is the lowest dimension within your mind. The central nervous system is what you truly experience. You do not experience the world. What you touch is your brain's interpretations of electrical impulses on your nervous system. What you see with your two eyes is an image produced by the visual cortex in your brain. So essentially, you are the mind experiencing the body. The body is running the simulation to your consciousness. This is why the central nervous system is one of the trees in the Garden of Eden. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which gives you the knowledge of this realm. This realm, this three-dimensional matrix, it consists of a good and evil, day and night, of duality. The only way your consciousness can experience duality is through this central nervous system, which produces the simulation to your consciousness. So essentially, your mind or consciousness is experiencing and gaining the knowledge of good and evil through this central nervous system. The tree of life is the cardiovascular system, because without this system, this is what gives life or energy to the physical body. This is what keeps you alive during this experience within the three-dimensional matrix or the three-dimensional world. Your heart rearranged is earth because when you leave the earth, you are actually in fact leaving your body. When the heart stops, you leave earth. So this is why the heart is earth. When you leave the body, you are leaving earth because the body is running the simulation and producing the simulation to your consciousness. Your brain is an electrical computer producing this whole simulation. You do not experience the external world, you experience the body. This is why everything in this world is a manifestation and expression of yourself. This is why you have 5 fingers for the 5 elements of this world. This is why you have 5 points on your body for the 5 elements created in this world. Your body is the temple of Solomon. And this is why in the Bible, in Acts, it says, God does not dwell in houses not made by man. Because the body is the house not made by man, and your consciousness is God. The temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon. The soul and the mind is inside of this temple. And the ancients used to build temples in alignment with the geometry of the human body, because they understood that this body is the temple. What they have done, religion, has externalized this, so that you no longer find the divinity within yourself. The moon is an external manifestation of your feminine energy within you. The sun is an external manifestation of the soul masculine power within you. Everything outside is within you, as above, so below, as within, so without. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself. You are the center of creation.
The third eye, or the all-seeing eye. This is an important video because there's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to the third eye. People tend to think that the third eye is the pineal gland. The pineal gland is not the third eye. It is the radio receiver for our eye. It's not the third eye, it's the first. It's the eye where everything begins. So the pineal gland acts as a radio antenna or a radio receiver because the pineal gland has crystals on it. And crystals are used in your phone, they're used in radios because they pick up and transmit frequency. So the pineal gland is the radio receiver for the higher consciousness, for the thoughts, for the commands that come from within. Before you move your body, it begins mentally in the eye. Before you say something, before you kick a football, it all begins in the eye. What happens above happens below. What you think, you manifest into the body. Whatever you think, your body reacts. You see, this eye is the universal cosmic intelligence, the higher consciousness, which is controlling the physical body. Like I said, you have the Buddhic, mental, astral, etheric plane. This is a page from the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. You have the Buddhic plane, the nothingness. Then you have the mental plane, infinite potential. This is the I, the singular consciousness. This is the infinite potential within you. The I is where the thoughts are. This is the mental plane. And it is this I which is experiencing everything. It's the I behind the body. It's the I behind the thoughts. Yes, the mental plane is the plane of thoughts, but you are the I experiencing the thoughts. You are the I behind the thoughts, behind the emotion, behind the words. Deep, deep down within your being, there is the all-seeing I, which the body obeys. Everything the I says, the body does. This is the I in between the two pillars, or in between the sun and the moon in the Masonic artwork. Sun, masculine, left brain. Moon, feminine, right brain. The all-seeing eye in the middle, consciousness, the I, the order, the intelligence, the infinite potential within you, the creative force within you that can create the good and the bad, the left and the right. So you are either creating negative or good. You're even doing good, which is God, or evil, or the devil, which is do evil. You have this creative ability within you, which is God, the consciousness, and you have the choice to do the devil or the God. So the third eye is the human mind. It's the mind. It's the infinite awareness, infinite potential within you. And when you see it in the triangle, it represents the ethereal plane. This is the ethereal, the triangle. This is the eternal. This is the material. Because the physical plane is the box. It's the square. That's why we say think outside of the box. Because you got to think outside of the box to awaken your divinity. You see, humans have been given the tools to awaken to their true divinity. No other animal on this planet, or whatever you think it is, on the earth, has the ability to have self-awareness. Humans have been given the tools to understand the very, very complex things and understand who we are, what we are, and what the universe truly is on a higher level, not just physical. We have the ability to access planes beyond the physical world, which is unlike any other animal. This is why the humans are gods. So when you see the pyramid with the capstone on top, it's cut off, it's separate from the rest of the pyramid. This is the consciousness that is looking through the ether into the material plane. It's like I discussed down here with these planes. This is the I, the mental plane. Your consciousness, your I, is looking through the ether. It materialized through the ether into the physical plane, and you are now the I looking into the material realm. And when you come here, you lose that divinity, but you have to awaken. So you don't lose the divinity, you forget your divinity while you are incarnated in physical. So when you see the triangle with the eye in it, this represents the eye looking through the ether. It's materialized, but it also represents, when you see it's illuminated like this and it's separate, because this is separate from the physical plane. The consciousness within you, the thoughts within you, that intelligence within you, that voice is separate from this physical world. And everything above manifests below. Everything what happens in this realm of consciousness, of thought, manifests into the physical plane. It's separate. So you see the illumination. This represents the awakened self, because the mind is the third eye. So when you have a closed third eye, this just means that your mind has not experienced things other than physical. When you expand your mind, expand your consciousness from having an out-of-body experience or a mystical experience where you had experienced a higher plane of consciousness or a higher level of consciousness, this is now an open third eye, which is an opened mind. It's nothing separate. So when people say, working and opening the third eye by imagination and stuff like that, you're working on your mind. And to open your third eye, you do need to work on imagination, mental discipline, and all of these higher faculties, which we'll go over in another video. So that your mind has higher faculties which you need to work on. Visualization being one of them, imagination, and mental willpower. We'll go over that. But the illuminated eye in a triangle represents the illuminated mind, the awakened mind that has self-consciousness, is conscious of itself, and it's experienced higher planes of consciousness. Like I said, the I and the I. The idea. So when you see I on the beginning of words, it represents that inner self, that inner cosmic intelligence within yourself. That's why you say inside, intelligence, or idea. It's the idea, the I, the all-seeing eye. This is why the Roman numerals, I was one. And what is one? It's one line. The I is also one line. Because we are all the same intelligence with the same consciousness. The universe is one. There is only one being in the universe, which is God. And we are all expressions and fractals of God. We are all manifestations of God. We share the same creative power as God. We all have the ability to bring non-physical thoughts into a physical reality, which is the word made flesh in the Bible. So when you see covering the eye with the 666, this represents the eye stuck in matter, worshipping the physical body, the God in flesh, which is Satan. Satan represents God in flesh, yourself in flesh, because evil love bondage. And everything these artists and actors are doing, they're part of these cults. They're promoting materialism to keep your eye, your consciousness, stuck in three-dimensional awareness. So this is what they're promoting. You see that the hand symbol creates 666, which is your body, the carbon. Your body's created out of carbon. And all life forms are created out of carbon. The I in it, the I in the 666, represents I being in material, keeping the mind in material. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. You see, this is a very powerful verse. Very powerful verse. The light of the body is the eye. This is the first part of the verse. This is where everything comes from. The mind. The infinite mind. The infinite potential within you. Think of anything in your mind. Nothing is impossible in your mind. As soon as you think of it, it's there. Infinite potential. It's the light of the body, because the mind is what gives life to the body. It manifests its will through the body. It's the light. All the things that the body does happens mentally before it happens physically. Before you move your hand, it is a mental power. Just like when you astral project. When you astral project, you use your mind to move your body. It's mental. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. So what does that mean? becoming one with the consciousness within you. The single I. Instead of being divided between the left and the right, the masculine and the feminine, instead of being divided between the higher and lower self, when you combine all the aspects of yourself to be balanced and connect with the true self, that's when the whole body should be full of light, which is the good, the enlightenment. But if the I be evil, which means what? Because your I, your consciousness, your mind has the ability to create positive or negative, devil or the god. And when you think negative, what happens? Darkness goes through the body. Every thought has an effect on the body. What you think goes through the body. For example, become erect. What do? You think of being erect, and it happens, the body becomes erect. What happens in the mind happens in the body. So if your I is evil, if you are thinking negative, if you feel negative, you're going to produce negative. Your body will be full of darkness. And this is what the all-seeing eye is. It represents you, your consciousness within you that can create anything in this physical world. So yeah, if you have any questions, make sure to contact me, and I will get it created for the university. Thank you all for joining, and see you in the next one. Hello, people. Welcome back to Ethereal University. Today we're going to be talking about meditation and opening up new aspects of our consciousness. Now, when it comes to meditation, the whole aim of meditation is to connect with the pure self and remove thought. If you are thinking, you are not meditating. This is a different type of meditation. So this meditation we're going to be talking about is connecting with higher consciousness and opening up new aspects of our consciousness and opening up our mind and entering in the mind, because that is essentially what we are doing when you are meditating. You're turning your mind inward to focus on itself, because when we focus on external things, where attention goes, energy flows. So when you are constantly, as we are going through our day, giving tasks attention, this is giving it energy. So when we shut the eyes and our mind is turned inward on itself, we retain our energy. We are retaining our energy, our vibration, and our etheric bodies and our electromagnetic aura is all focused on the self, and we are no longer giving energy. So that is another reason of meditation, of restoring energy. That is another form of meditation. But this meditation we're going to be talking about today is connecting with pure consciousness and removing all of the false self. Okay, so what you have here is consciousness. This is the I, the all-seeing eye of consciousness. This is the real you. This is the symbol of you, the symbol of the observer. Okay, so this is consciousness. And inside of consciousness, we have mind, we have emotion, we have thought, and memory. So thought kind of comes under mind, and so does memory. Memory comes under mind. So mainly, you have two aspects of consciousness, mind and emotions. You have a thinking part of your consciousness, which is your mind. You have a feeling part of your consciousness, which is your emotions. You have a memory aspect of your consciousness. All of these things here exist metaphysically. These things are not physical. You do not think with your brain. You do not feel emotions with your brain. You do not see memories. You do not visualize memories with your brain. Your brain is a computer. It has no capacity of seeing metaphysical things. It is the consciousness that has the ability to project the screen in your mind, which is your imagination. Imagination is a form of memory. Imagination is another form of your consciousness. I forgot to add that. So all of these things exist in consciousness, not the brain or the body. The body is matter. The mind, consciousness is spirit, unseen. You can't place your finger on these things because they don't exist physically. You don't exist physically. Okay, so essentially, who you think you are, who you think I am, who I think I am, well, I used to, is that I thought I was my body. I thought I was my name. I thought I was my job. Most people identify themselves with this. They say, my name's Harry. I work in a warehouse and my family's this, and my reputation, my issues, my bills, my worries. You identify yourself with this, but this is not you. And this is what is stopping your evolution and spiritual growth. This is what's stopping you from advancing mentally and expanding your consciousness. You can't expand your consciousness if you are identifying yourself with these material based things, because they are not truly you. You existed before this body. You existed before the job. You existed before this physical avatar. Your body is just an avatar. It's a character you're playing in this world. You are the consciousness, the invisible, all-seeing eye, the invisible consciousness controlling this body. This body follows consciousness. The commands come from consciousness, the pure cause. So essentially, you have pure consciousness, which is you, the real you, the pure awareness, pure cause. And then this consciousness has now latched itself onto, well, your mind, the thinking aspect of your consciousness, has latched onto this character of your name, your job, your family, your experiences, your worries, your issues, your bills, your reputation. And it also has an emotional bondage to money, family, worries. It has all of these bondages. Your consciousness is bonded through mind, thought, and emotion. Now, this is why you have to reverse this now. You need to find your back way up to source, which is pure consciousness, pure cause. Now, what do I mean when I say pure cause? And you'll understand this later, because consciousness is cause, matter is effect. This world you're in is the world of effect. Everything you see is already manifested. It's an effect of consciousness. So essentially, you can't expand your consciousness to be, let's say, astral projection. Maybe this is stopping you from astral projecting. It's because you have so many emotional and thought bondages. Your subconscious mind is latched onto this character you're playing. And you can't go into these higher realms of consciousness. You can't expand your mind if your mind is stuck in a three-dimensional way of thinking. So, like I say again, you have pure consciousness, you, the real you, with no programs, nothing. This consciousness is unconditioned. And then through life, you have conditioned this consciousness to believe your name, believe your job, identify with all of these things. And this is stopping you from growing. So what we need to do in meditation is to shut off and all of these bondages and unidentify yourself with these bondages. And the way, the practice I do this is that I go through these one by one. First of all, before I meditate for 5 minutes, I will say, I'm here right now, nothing else matters. This brings your mind into the present moment. And when you do something when you say something for more than 90 seconds, your mind fully focuses on that thing. So keep repeating this for like 90 seconds or 5 minutes. I am here right now, nothing else matters. And while you do this, breathe in through the nose, breathe out through the mouth. Do this for 5 minutes and you'll feel a very nice calmness. Your mind will be in the present moment. You'll just be you, yourself, and your consciousness and your mind. Once you are there, you can then shut your eyes, or you can do it with your eyes shut. And then you now need to cast off all of these bondages one by one. You can, if you're very advanced, if you have a very advanced imagination and mental capacity, you can imagine this. But if you don't have a very advanced imagination, try this first one. So the first one, if you don't have advanced imagination, is to just list them. Say, I am not my name. I throw it away. Picture yourself throwing it away. or just say, I am not the name. I detach from that. Then detach from your job, detach from your family, detach from your experiences, detach from your reputation of other people's thoughts, detach from your bills, your money, your worries, your car, your house, detach from your clothes, detach from absolutely everything. Once you've named absolutely everything, you then need to detach from the body and say, I am not the body. I am more than my physical body. And once you've detached from this, you are left with the mind. You're left with the mind, the thought. Once you are detached from absolutely everything you can think of that you identify yourself with, which is not truly you, that is thought. Once you are left with the mind, you may have a few emotions you need to get rid of, like money, family, any emotional connections you have, detach from them, detach from absolutely everything. And once you are left with absolutely nothing, you're left with the mind, you're left with this thought. Thoughts will just keep popping in your head when you're trying to meditate. And over time, the more you try to meditate, the more you can control this. But thoughts will constantly pop in your head, random things. You'll think about a random thought will come in about some rubber gloves, and then another one will come in about your car. It'll be anything. Random thoughts will come in. Once you're left with this, you then need to detach from the language your mind is using. Yes, that's the one thing that is left. Your consciousness is latched onto English or whatever language you can speak. Your little voice in your head, your consciousness, is using a language, and you need to detach from that language. And once you have detached from that language, you're left with pure cause. It's a flame. This is why the ancients used a flame to symbolize consciousness, because it's a flame. It's an ever-burning flame. Now, words can't describe what it is. You have to go there and find it yourself, because there's no words to describe something that it's not three-dimensional. So once you are left with this pure mind substance, pure consciousness substance, that's the only way I could describe it. That is the real you. That is pure awareness, pure consciousness, pure creative power, pure God, pure awareness, pure observing. This is the true essence of you. And you can only connect with this once your consciousness has casted off every single bondage. Because who you think you are is essentially a bunch of programs in your subconscious mind. Now, if you don't know anything about the subconscious, go and watch the Manifestation Mastery course. That tells you everything you need to know about the subconscious. But essentially, who you think you are is a bunch of programs. You've been programmed to think your name. You've been programmed about your family, programmed about your reputation, issues, worries. This is not you. You are consciousness. You are God. You are the God universal essence. You are the universe in the deepest aspects of yourself. Now, when I say you are God, I'm not talking about your body. I'm not talking about, this is why when people go crazy when I say you are God, because they don't understand that. They identify themselves with this name, their job, their worries, their cars and their family and their money. That's who they identify themselves. So they can't understand that. But when they detach from all of that, they're left with pure consciousness, and they realize everyone is this pure consciousness. It's inside of me, it's inside of you, it's inside of the squirrel. And this is God's consciousness. Now, once thought has been removed, once activity, thought, and emotion has been removed, other aspects of your consciousness can start to open up. Now, what do I mean? All of your life, you've been thinking, you've been feeling. You've never had time to turn off the thinking mind and the activity of the mind of consciousness. Once this aspect of your consciousness is shut down, because thought is an aspect of your consciousness, it's the creative part of your consciousness. Once this aspect of yourself has shut down, it opens a door for new aspects of consciousness to come in. Okay? Because you don't think thoughts, you receive thoughts based on your mindset. That's what you set your mind to. So once you shut down thought and the mind aspect of your consciousness, there are new avenues of consciousness which start streaming in, new energy. Your mind opens up and you start to see different things. You may receive amazing pieces of information, downloads, what people call them, or you can have out-of-body experiences. You could have a mystical experience, because when you meditate long enough and you enter that, you enter very, very deep into your mind, you no longer feel your body. And if you never experience that, then listen to the gateway tapes in the meditation section of the university, because them gateway tapes will help you get out of your body. Guaranteed. They helped me. They're amazing tapes if you do them properly. But the best time to meditate, people, is in the daytime, because you don't want to be too tired. Unless you have very good willpower. If you have a very powerful mind and you are very advanced mentally, and you can hold yourself and you have mental willpower and you don't let yourself fall asleep, then do it at nighttime. But the best time to do astral projection or meditation or pure consciousness connection meditations is during the day, because you won't fall asleep. And that is the key, balancing between that theta and awake, balancing in that theta brainwave state. Go into brainwaves on another lecture. So essentially, this is real you. You are nothing but everything. And now only people who have connected to consciousness can understand this. I can't teach you these things. These are things I can only point the way for you. You have to go and do this yourself. This is why Christians will forever say, that, I'm satanic or Lucifer, because they've never entered their own mind. They've been so scared. They've been made to fear their own mind. The church will tell them not to meditate because it opens their mind to demons. It's absolutely ludicrous. The only demons are just negative aspects of your own mind that you haven't faced yet. And if you're scared of that's why they tell you to be scared of the dark, because they don't want you entering in yourself. Because the power is inside of you. The power of creation is inside of you. You can bring a non-physical thought into a physical, tangible reality. Do you know how powerful that is? Every single one of us can do this. You've been doing it your whole life. Before you kick a football, there's a thought. There's a decision made in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then your body brings it into fruition, into manifestation. So essentially, I'm getting a bit off topic here, is you are this invisible consciousness and you need to connect to it. So once the thoughts and the emotions are gone, other aspects of consciousness open up. This is the key. And when you dwell in this place of no thought, this is why Jesus says in Matthew, take no thought 5 times. He says this 5 times to turn off the 5 senses. You have 5 senses you must turn off. Okay, so Buddha, this is why he has a big belly. He wasn't overweight, is because it's symbolizing breath work. The breath work, proper breath work, breathing into the stomach. Not just breathing into the lungs, but deep. When you breathe, you want to breathe it into your stomach. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. That's the proper way of breathing. And this is what it's actually symbolizing. So here's the Temple of Solomon. Jesus went into the temple of God. Okay? Matthew 21:12. Then Corinthians 3:16 says, do you not know that you are the temple of God? So the temple Jesus is entering is himself. Jesus entered into the temple of God. He's entering within himself. He tells you, do you not know that you are the temple of God? And then after he leaves the temple of God, he goes, I tell you the truth, not one stone here will be left on another. Everyone will be thrown down. What is this telling you? It's telling you that the building is not the temple of God. It's telling you that physical buildings of worship are useless. They're insignificant. Why are they insignificant? Because they will fall down, they will perish. Nature will perish buildings over time. It does not matter. The true temple of God is inside of you. There is no building on the earth that is holy. You can't connect with God in any building. God is inside of you, and you can connect to him in your bedroom, anywhere in the world, anytime you want, without paying any cents to the church or any pounds to the church. God is inside of you. Jesus never told you to go into church. Jesus never told you this. In fact, Jesus told you to go inside of yourself. Jesus, Luke 6:6. When thou prayest, what's praying? Praying is connecting to God, which is meditation, the true praying. When thou prayest, enter into thine inner chamber, and having shut thy door. That is straight up meditation. Without a doubt. Enter into the inner chamber. What's the inner chamber? Your mind. The inner self. Enter in your mind, turn your mind inward, and shut the door. Having shut thy door. What is the door? Shut off the outside world, shut off the data of the five senses, shut off the body, shut off thought, shut off emotion, shut off everything, and you are left with pure consciousness to connect with God. That is God. Connecting with yourself, connecting with the true source of you. The same spark inside of me is inside of you, it's inside of the dog. But the reasons why humans are so powerful is because humans have the ability to expand their consciousness to God and to understand the universe. Humans are made to understand very, very, very complex things. We have been given the tools to awaken to our divinity. No dog, no animal, no bird, no insect has that ability to wake up to their divinity. They have no self-recognition. They can't look into the mirror and see themselves and reflect. They can't look in the mirror and say, I need bigger muscles. I need to improve on this. I need to improve on that. Dogs look in the mirror and think nothing. They live on instinct. They live on physical. That is it. They live purely based off instinct and purely based for survival. Humans, however, we can surpass this survival state and rise our consciousness to higher levels of consciousness beyond our survival state. This is why humans are made in the image of God, because we possess spirit and matter. We are Anu and Ki. Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. Anu above, Ki is below. You are heaven and earth together. You are spirit and matter together. Everything is spirit and matter together, but you possess the consciousness to recognize this, which is unlike any other animal. Humans can build very, very complex things. Yes, don't get me wrong. A spider, very, very intelligent. Animals, very, very intelligent. They can manipulate, they can create very powerful and very complex things that maybe humans can't create, like a spider, for example. We can't create spider webs. It's impossible for us to replicate that substance. But spiders can. However, they can only create based on survival needs. They use their creational power just for survival. Humans can go and create anything we wish. The earth is the playground. And we've been given the tools to awaken to our divinity, to find out, to connect with God, to see what God is. And everything in this matrix is to suppress this, is to keep your mind so entertained that you will never figure out what you are, where you are, and how powerful you truly are. You are God made flesh. You are Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus Christ represents a high state of consciousness that everyone can reach. Jesus said in the Bible, everything I can do, you can do better. Jesus never said to pray him, to worship him. He says, I and the Father are one. The I am within you and the Father, God, are one. You and God are one. You see, so everything in the Bible is talking about you, how you level up your consciousness. Luke 11:5-2, Jesus says, for you have taken away the key of knowledge. You did not enter in yourself. Then he says in Luke 21:12, the kingdom of God is within you. 17:21. The kingdom of God is within you. So why are we praying to people in the sky? There's no sky daddy going to save you. This is all inside. You must turn off the mind, turn off the emotions, turn off the senses, take no thought 5 times. You must do this to connect with God, opening up your consciousness. Okay? This is how we escape. This is how you get rid of it. Depression doesn't exist. Depression, anxiety, it doesn't exist if you turn off the mind. That's the most powerful thing. If you turn off thought, you can't be depressed because there's no thought, there's no emotion. And this is the key. Now, you might not do this the first time. It's going to take weeks. It's like learning how to type quickly on a keyboard, learning how to play football. You have to keep doing, showing discipline and consistency. Over time, you will start to take control of your thought. And once you can shut off that mind of yours, if you do this for long enough, you'll gain such a strong mind that nothing external can bother you. Nothing external can influence your internal state. And that's where the power is, controlling the mind, controlling the emotions. And once you gain control over the mind and over full aspects of your body and consciousness, you're no longer being controlled by your emotional urges. You're no longer being controlled by the 5 senses for food, for sex, for lust, for anything that is low-level pleasure. Once you have full control over your consciousness and your body, you then retain all of this energy which you can manifest and place into other aspects of your life to accelerate that aspect of your life. This is why occultism is so powerful. This is why we're not taught this. Because once you stop wasting your creative power on sex, on watching dirty websites, on overeating, on dopamine, TikTok and Instagram, once you retain yourself from all of these things, you're then left with all of this powerful creative energy and this mental energy, mental capacity to accelerate and charge into aspects of your life to grow and become successful and to become a person, to become a powerful person. This is why we're not taught this, because if we were all taught spirituality, mentality, and we all refrained ourselves from these negative low-level pleasures, which are made popular in today's society, we would have a complete different world. The world would be great. Everyone would be on a path of self-mastery. And this is the whole point of occultism. It's all good knowing about this stuff, but if you're not applying it into your life, then you won't get anywhere. You have to gain control over your mind, over your emotions, over your body, over your senses. And once you do, you then have full control and full potential. You then have full everything, which you then can place your attention on exactly what you want. And that's the power of self-mastery. And it all starts with meditation. Meditation is the gateway to controlling your mind. It is the practice of controlling every aspect of your life. Once you do this every single day without any excuses, you turn up every single day for at least half an hour to 45 minutes. You shut off the thought, you shut off the emotions, you shut off the 5 senses. You have over time, you'll gain full control over your mind, full control. And once you have full control of your mind, that's when you have power. That's when you gain the power. No one can stop you once you have full control of your mind. And this is what they've done. They've externalized the devil. They've externalized Satan, saying the devil's tempting you. No, it's the lower aspect of your mind seeking low-level pleasures. That is Satan. Satan is an aspect of your mind. It's a psychological myth. It's a psychological allegory about you and your psychology and your mental space. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Meditate every single day. I don't care if you can't do it the first week or 2 months. You turn up every single day. You discipline yourself to sit in peace and quietness and take control and learn how to control your consciousness and control your body and turn off everything and detach from everything. Once you detach from everything, you know who you are. You will receive information. You will receive guidance. You will receive all of these things because you will expand your consciousness. Thank you all, people. Let me know for any lecture. What's the word for it? Let me know if you have any lecture ideas. Just comment below this and I'll try and create it for you. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. Signs you need to detox. This is an important one, people. And a lot of the things that are happening with our bodies in the modern society is just considered as normal. But these things that I'm going to go over are not normal. They are signs you need to detox. So the first sign we have is a runny nose. Runny nose means there is too much mucus in the body. The mucus is forming from the acidic food that we are placing into our body. So every time we consume something that is unnatural and something that was not produced by the earth, the body does not know what the food is. Therefore, the body has to attack it. So if the body did not have mucus, it creates the mucus to attack it so that it can help the body in detox from the chemicals and the things in these foods. So essentially, mucus is not bad. It's the body's defense mechanism. However, too much mucus will create blockages within the body, and especially in the sinuses in our head. And this is what we get runny noses from. It's too much mucus in our sinuses. Our sinuses are blocked, and this can lead to breathing problems and all sorts of things. Like, you don't want too much mucus in your body. So runny nose is a sign that you have too much mucus in your body and you need to detox. The next sign is a yellow tongue. This is a sign of unnatural foods. This is waste. This is toxic chemicals on the tongue, left over. When you place something natural into your tongue, it will leave very minimal residue, and it will not stain your tongue because it is natural. It's produced by the earth. When you place something natural into your body that was grown by the earth and produced by the earth, it becomes one with the body. It assimilates with the body. The body recognizes it and it can digest it properly without fighting it. So by placing, all these food colorings, chemicals, seed oils, essentially this is what all of this residue is. It's leftover waste. And if your tongue is looking like this, imagine what your colon and your gut looks like if your tongue is showing this. Yes, you need to detox if you have this on your tongue. This is a healthy tongue. No issues, no residue left over. Yes, don't get me wrong, you can clean these with the scrapers, but you're just placing a plaster on top of the main problem. You're placing a plaster just by scraping all this grime off. You shouldn't have it in the first place, so therefore you need to detox and go on a cleanse. The next sign is body odor. So what they have done is gave you all of this toxic chemicals, food and seed oils, and because they knew that your body would stink after consuming these foods, they go and sell you more toxic seed oils and chemicals with what we call aftershave or deodorant. So it's just you're putting more chemicals on your body, and you're just going to smell more and more and more. You should not be using deodorant. Deodorant is filled with harmful chemicals, disrupt the hormones of your body. It's going to cause inflammation, cause skin issues, and it's all going into your blood. All of these chemicals you're putting onto your skin is going to go straight into your blood and poison you. So essentially, body odor is an unhealthy gut. It's basically the food that is rotting inside of you. The stench of this food is sweating outside of you, coming outside of your body, because that's what sweat is. You know, sweat is just the body removing toxins from the body. Okay, so when you are sweating and it smells, this means you really do have to address something that is internal within you, and you have to go on a detox. So essentially, this is what it is. It's a rotting gut. The next sign is smelly breath. It's the same thing. It's not even your breath. Your breath does not smell. Your mouth does not smell. It's your gut that is smelling. All the stench is finding a way out, and what you're smelling is someone's gut when you smell their breath or your breath. And it's the seed oils, it's the toxic food, the unnatural foods, and the garbage. This is what it is. It's all of the unnatural foods that is accumulating, and the metabolic waste that is left within the colon. Inflammation. This is a very common. Everyone nowadays has these bellies. Literally everyone, even if they're skinny, even if it's very common, because the foods that we are eating are very unnatural. It's filled with seed oils, chemicals, food colorings, and GMOs, and essentially the body does not know what to do with it, so it stores it and it waste it. The body cannot digest it. So what you're seeing here is an expanded gut. This is their colon expanded outwards. It's so inflamed. Every time you eat something unnatural, you are essentially, every time you eat something unnatural, your body produces inflammation every single time. And this inflammation over time, the more you eat this unnatural food, because every time you inflammate something, it's weakening that organ. So the more you keep inflamming it, the weaker and the weaker and the weaker it's getting. So this is why we need to detox. If you have this, if you have this bloated stomach, this is leftover waste in your colon. This is leftover waste in all of your body. This is also an inflamed gut. This shows that your gut is not in good health, and it really needs to flatten out like this one. This is a healthy gut, nothing hanging over, flat. That's a healthy gut, and this is what you should be aiming when we come to detoxing. The next sign you need a detox is farting. This is unnatural. You should not be doing it. This is a sign that you have waste in you. This is a sign that you are blocked, because the air in between your colons is finding a way out through all the food and the waste, and it's coming out. It's a sign that you are blocked, and it's a sign that you have waste inside of you. You should not be doing this. This is very unnatural, and it's also a sign that you're eating too much solid foods. The air in your colon is finding a way through the foods, and you're eating too much solid food, and it's blocking you up. The next sign is acne. This is unnatural. They should not be having acne. It's waste coming out of the body. So if the body cannot sweat it out, if the body cannot poo it out, if the body cannot, wee it out, if your body cannot do any of these, if all of the detoxing elimination processes of the body are blocked, this is when it comes through the skin. It's pretty much the last chance your body can get of getting rid of all the waste. So if it can't do all of these elimination processes, which are fairly natural, it will push it through the skin. And this is what we are seeing with acne. Acne is just undigested food. It's waste. It's seed oils. It's GMOs all coming through the skin. So if you want to get rid of this, it's so simple. Just get rid of all the unnatural foods. And when I say unnatural foods, I mean everything unnatural. GMOs, seed oils. When I say unnatural, everything falls under that. Chocolate, all of these things that are not produced by nature, cut them out. You do not need them. So this is also blackheads. Blackheads just also more toxic and waste. Yes, depending on your environment and where you work in, like say you're a plasterer and there's a lot of dust, this can contribute towards your skin. I'm not saying it's all waste, but normally when you are in bad environments, it's normally blackheads, not spots. Spots is more undigested food. Blackheads is more of like environment based. Another one, headaches. Headaches is another sign you need to detox. If you're getting constant headaches, it's also a sign that you are not getting enough H3O2 or H2O to your brain. Also means there's not much oxygen in the brain. This is also a sign you need to detox, because if there's not enough oxygen getting to your brain, this means your blood is not working properly, and the blood is not working properly because the rest of the body is not working properly. So it's a sign you need to detox. Another one, this is constipation. Constipation is a sign that you are blocked. Your bowels are blocked, your colon's blocked, your gut is blocked. From the solid and unnatural foods and the seed oils that you are consuming is essentially blocking up your colon, so you can't get rid of it, or you find it hard going to the toilet. It's because all of this waste you see here, this is all food, leftover food. You would be surprised how much food is inside of you, especially if you have a bloated gut like I just showed you. You have a lot of food in you, like a lot. You have probably food left over from last week inside of your body, and it's rotting away. And this is what causes sickness, illness, parasites. It's the food, people. The food is the problem. Low energy, like I just said, all of these signs that I'm showing you, it's all the same cause, the unnatural foods. Low energy is essentially your body's not getting enough minerals. Your body's not getting the electricity. Your body runs off electricity. Every single cell in your body is conducting electricity. Your body is a technological electrical machine. So low energy means you're not getting enough electricity in your body, or your body is using all of your energy to get rid of toxins and waste in your body. Let's say you have a very bloated stomach. All of your energy and your electrical energy is going towards the gut so it can help fight off all of this poison in our gut. And that's essentially what tiredness is, if we're not getting enough energy. So these are all the signs that we've gone through. And in the next few videos, we'll be going over on how to detox. If you have any of these signs, please carry on watching on the next few lessons, and you really need to detox. Hello, and today we're going to be talking about sex, sacred energy exchange. Now, what you must understand is that your energy, everything that your physical body is doing is coming from the ether. So your energy of your body, your aura, is all etheric. And this is the life force behind your body. And this is what you are exchanging when two people interact. When you interact, you are exchanging this etheric life force energy, which is very, very powerful. Now, the sexual energy within the human is the most powerful energy and the most powerful emotion that you could possibly feel. This is why lust is so hard to come over, especially when you're addicted to watching them dirty websites, because the power of the sexual emotion completely takes over the body, takes over the mind, it takes over the spirit. It's so powerful, and that's why it's personified as the serpent tempting you. And you can see the serpent in the letter S, Because S is the energy, the sexual energy, the serpent energy, the kundalini energy. It's all related. Now, sex is a very, very sacred thing, and it should not be performed with just anyone and anything. You are exchanging not only sacred energy, your etheric life force energy, you are exchanging DNA. Every time you even kiss someone, you're exchanging your DNA and their DNA with each other, which is altering both of your DNA. Now, when sex is performed, you have the masculine and the feminine coming together, the fire and the water. Water represents femininity, or the what's it called? Yeah, feminine, and then fire represents masculine. And you can see this in the triangles. Now, fire goes upwards in a triangle and water goes downwards. So this is why it's that way in the alchemical symbols. These are very ancient symbols. These symbols are thousands and thousands of years old to represent the fire and water, masculine and feminine. Males have a fire nature. When a man is truly masculine, he has a fire nature. He's action taking. He's not aggressive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Aggressive in taking action. Electricity, doing, leading. That is a masculine role. It represents the conscious mind. The feminine represents the water, the emotion, the emotional side of consciousness. Submissive, cleansing, taking care of things, nurturing. This is the divine masculine and feminine. They are two polar opposites. They are completely different. So if you don't understand your woman, or you don't understand your boyfriend, you must understand that he is the complete opposite of the way you think. If you want to understand her, you must think the complete opposite of you. Male, we think logically. Females, they think emotionally. And we must balance them in our own beings as well. The male must become more emotional, and the female must become more logical to have balance. Anyways, I'm getting off track. When these two come together, this is when creation happens. When the two polar opposites come to one and unify, which is the Star of David. When this unifies, this is when creation happens. This is very, very powerful. This is when birth happens. It also happens when we balance the two hemispheres of our brains. When we sync the hemispheres of the brain, and if you've been doing the meditations in the meditation section, and you've been doing the hemispheric, CIA gateway process, that's when you are born again. That's when you're born into spirit, into your consciousness. And the two hemispheres, left masculine, right feminine, when these sync, you become born again. You can have outer body experiences. It's the same with when two male and females come together, creation happens. Now, what you must understand is that everything you do physically has an astral counterpart. Everything you do is done in the astral plane as well. This is why, the ancients used to wear symbols, because symbols are very powerful. I'll make a whole other lecture on symbols. But everything you do is done on the astral as well, because you are in the astral now. You are in the etheric plane. You are in the mental plane. You are in each one of these planes now. And these planes are so important for you to understand reality. You can't, live your life without understanding these realities. I'm sure there's lectures on this. There's loads of lectures on this that I've done. Go check them out if you don't know what these planes are. So this is the physical plane. This is your body. This is where they keep you. Three-dimensional awareness. They keep your mind, which is up here, trapped in physicality through the Newtonian way of thinking. The Newtonian science is trapping your mind in physicality. They changed everything, you see. So the ancients knew that they were the universe experiencing itself. They were a microcosm of the universe. The body is a miniature earth. and their mind was the universe. This is how the ancients thought, and this is how I think. This is how I know. However, the Newtonian way of science came in to disconnect us from the universe, and came in and said, no, you are in a universe and you are not the universe. That's what they teach now. They teach that you are just inside of a physical creation. They trap you in physicality. They tell you that your mind is just activity of the brain, which is not true. Once you understand these planes, once you have an out-of-body experience, you then understand these planes. They are very, 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 very real. So magic is all to do with the astral plane, and sex is a form of magic. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. Everything you do is a ritual because you do it in the astral as well. So when sex is performed, you are actually entangling your emotional and astral light bodies. So this is what happens. So you have an astral contract. You can do these in many different ways when it comes to, magic. You can do these in many different ways. When people sell their souls, or quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, they're not selling their soul. You're gaining an astral contract with these entities on the other side. So astral contracts can be made in many different ways. It can be done by exchanging blood. It can be done by casting spells on people, powerful spells and spell casting. It can be done in many different ways, but sex is one of the ways where you create an astral contract. You are now entangling that person with yourself. You are because the emotions exist on the astral plane. So emotions are entangled. So my emotions, let's say I had sex with someone years down the line, or even the next day, their emotions will affect you, and their internal state will affect you. Their mental state will affect you. You are entangling each other on an astral level. You see, the astral plane is the realm of imagination. It's the realm of light. And this is where you're becoming entangled. And you are placing each other in your hearts, because your heart never forgets anything. This holds all of the important things. The heart is kind of like a brain. Well, it is a brain. It has 40,000 neuron cells, which are the same in the cranial brain. That was a science discovery recently. So your heart is a brain. It's the emotional brain. However, it stores different things than the cranial brain. So when you have sex, you're creating astral contracts. So this is why the ancients always said, never have sex before marriage. You're marrying each other on the astral when you do this. You're marrying each other. And this is why Christianity, Buddhism, or all these different religions, they tell you not to have sex with just random people. They tell you not to have sex until you are married. This is why. Because all of these modern day teachings that we have all stem back thousands and thousands of years to these teachings, what I'm telling you, of the occult, of the esoteric. But this is hard to believe because you've been told your whole life you're just a physical being. It's not true. Your emotions are not physical. So now that you understand these planes, so what happens when you get someone pregnant? Now, the woman is the master builder. She has been chosen to carry a portal between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, the astral and the physical. That's what the woman is, a womb woman. This is very powerful, and it's being suppressed. Our whole lives, we don't really get told what the womb is, how it even works, how it creates a whole human being. It turns a single cell into a whole human living being. That is how powerful the womb is. And they suppress this knowledge, and it's hidden within secret societies because they don't want you to know how powerful women truly are. Women are very powerful. You see, women are they protect the spiritual side of man, while the man protects the woman physically. You see, the man he represents physicality. The woman represents spirituality. spirit and matter, light and dark. That's what it represents. And the woman holds a portal. So once you ejaculate into a woman, this now creates a portal within the astral plane. Now, what did I say? What sex is? It's a ritual. Remember that there are higher astral planes, there are middle planes, and there are lower planes. Rituals are either summoning the higher astral plane or the lower astral plane or the middle. So when you do this ritual, sex is a ritual, you are either summoning higher beings or lower beings, depending on the type of depending how you do the ritual. If you do sex and engage in low vibrational sex, based on lust, based on desire, based on no true feelings, there's no passion in the sex, there's no feelings between you two, you are engaging in low vibrational sex for your own pleasure. But remember, you can't fake in the astral plane. The astral plane works on vibration. The physical plane, you can fake it. But if I could see you in the astral plane, I could see you for your raw form. I would see your vibration. I would see your mind manifesting the way you think. You see, so in the astral, you can't fake it. You are your raw form. You can see people's soul in the astral. You can see, because everything you think is manifested into the astral. And the way you think is affecting your astral body. So in the astral, most people are walking around as demons because they're that negative. Their mind spaces are so negative, and they're literally demons. Their souls are so dark, they're not light. So anyways, the way I was getting on is that when you perform sex, you need to do it properly, or else you will incarnate a low vibrational soul into your child, a sun. The sun in the sky represents the soul. You're bringing a soul into the physical plane. That's what you're doing when you have sex, when you impregnate a woman. Now, you can do this consciously. You can soul invoke ritual. It's called the soul invoking ritual. I'm talking about it in the new book, Book of Wisdom Volume 2. It'll be ready for you guys very soon. You'll have early access to it if you're inside the university. So when you have sex and you're engaging in low vibrational sex, the vibration is so low in the astral, you're manifesting lower astral entities. And when you open that portal in the lower astral, you're going to get a lower astral soul into the woman. Okay? So this is why you need to make sure that you are doing it properly. And when you have a child, you want to make sure that you perform the ritual properly in a high vibrational state. Because remember, everything you do is in the astral. As above, so below. So to ensure this process attracts the right high vibrational soul, you need to create the environment. So first, you need to purify the space by banishing negative energy through the use of burning herbs such as sage, rosemary, or bay leaves. Ancients used to do this. We still do this today. Burning these, because remember, everything has an astral body. Everything you see has an astral form. So when you use, the ancients knew the qualities and the different meanings of different leaves. So they'd use these leaves to burn, to clear and banish negative energy in the astral around them. So you use them, you burn the area, and you cleanse the area. And then before engaging in the sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on raising their energy and the frequency of the surroundings and themselves. This is achieved by chanting high vibrational words of light, setting positivity, loving intention. Both partners need to align their intent with love, light, and high vibrational emotions. During the sexual act, maintain deep sense of love and passion to enhance the ritual's effectiveness. By focusing on high vibrational energies, the couples can invoke higher astral entities and create a favorable environment for the conception of a soul that resonates with these frequencies. By carefully preparing the space and aligning their intentions, the couple can potentially influence the type of soul that enters the physical plane, the world. You must do this. You must be very, very careful. I mean, you're going to love your child either way. Don't get me wrong, but this is, if you're going to have a child, do this. I'm not going to say you're incarnating a demon into your world, but if you don't do this, but I'm just trying to raise awareness. I'm just trying to give you this stuff and aware you on these topics. Or you could even do a manifestation ritual with sex. Sex is very, very powerful. The energy is very high. The frequency is very high of sex. So obviously begin by purifying the area again. Before engaging in sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on elevating the energy and frequency of the surroundings. And then once you do this, you both need to set the intent of what you want to manifest. As sexual energy is very, very potent, and it provides strong foundation for manifesting intentions. And during sex, the woman's subconscious is wide open, okay? Because she represents the subconscious mind. It's the feminine aspect of the mind. And he represents the conscious mind. And during sex, the woman is submissing to the man. So her subconscious is wide open. So when you think and feel during this sexual intercourse, you are rapidly reprogramming the subconscious mind by, vividly imagining and emotionally experiencing the desired reality that you want during the sex. And this is how you can rapidly reprogram your subconscious. And this will bring something into existence. It's going to have very powerful effects. See, magic is all about influencing, the astral, or influencing the subconscious, or influencing magnetism. Magic is magnetism. So that's essentially what you could do. So you could take a screenshot of this and do that. So the woman in the womb is the woman takes the energies of the 12 celestial constellations and takes this energy, harvests this energy, and manifests the baby inside of the womb. The womb is a magnetic womb. She represents magnetism. The woman represents magnetism, the subconscious, and the moon, and emotion, and water, all the feminine aspects of creation. So what are you made out of? You're made in water. Water is very powerful as well. They don't tell you about what water truly is. Water is very, very powerful. Water is conscious. Water is intelligence. All of the elements are intelligent. All of the elements are etheric. They're ethereal beings. They're ethereal spirits. And so essentially, you're being created from the 12 constellations and the 7 planets. That's why your body is ruled by the 12 constellations, because your body is created by the 12 constellations. And you are created out of 12 cell salts for the 12 constellations. And you are, in fact, mineral deficient in at least 3 of these cell salts or constellations, because you are in the womb for 9 moons. You're in the womb for 9 moons. The moon is the womb. Okay? The moon represents the womb. Your soul comes through the astral, through the moon, and into the woman. That's the portal. The moon is the portal. The moon is heavily connected with the astral plane. So that's why they say there's souls in the moon and it collects souls, because it technically does. It's connected to the astral. So what's happening when you are born? You're born in 9 moons, okay, because the woman's directly connected with the cycle of the moon. That's why she has a menstrual cycle every moon. Every 28 days, the 28 days of the cycle of the moon, she'll have an egg, because fertility is directly connected with the moon and the cycles of the moon. So you're in for 9 moons, and you are mineral deficient in at least 3 of these constellations. So you definitely need to find out what constellations you don't have in your chart, and you need to make sure that you're getting them cell salts into your body, or else this can manifest into something. But as long as you're obviously healthy, you should be fine. But you know, this, if you want to take your health to the next level, this is called medical astrology. This is famous in like Chinese astrology as well, Chinese medicine and stuff like that. So yeah, tantric sex. This is where you do not release your fluids. You shouldn't be releasing your sexual fluids, people. You should not be doing it. This is very, very powerful. And in fact, semen is the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. It has high amounts of etheric energy. You know, when you release, you feel like you feel dead. You feel like the soul's been sucked out of you. You feel like there's nothing in you. You feel so depleted when you release your fluids because it's so powerful. It has so much life force, so much etheric energy, so much astral energy, so much minerals. See, this is why so many people are mineral deficient. They may be eating everything they can, like they're really healthy, but if you're releasing every day, that's where all your minerals are. Think about it. That fluid can create a whole other human being. That fluid has all the essential minerals in your body, and it's put into another human being to create another human being. So when you keep it inside of your body, you first of all you get an increase of energy. Second, you stop lusting once you stop touching yourself all the time, and the body recycles these minerals. It absorbs the minerals in the semen and uses it for itself. This is how sacred. So yes, it's considered the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. So when you have sex, you need to have. There is a way you can have internal orgasms, which can activate the Kundalini. This is now a very, very hard practice. It's called Tantric sex. And it's very powerful. It can activate the Kundalini. You can use this for spiritual awareness and gaining more, gaining more spiritual enlightenment by doing this. And basically what you're trying to do is not release the fluids. So you're edging, not release, but internalize the orgasm, and you can shoot the semen up the spine. And this is how another way you can raise the chrism to the brain and activate the pineal gland and 100% of your brain cells. So this is another way. You will have to do a bit of research on that, but I've done a little bit of research, but I don't know the full practices and stuff like that. But it's definitely a true thing. All of this is very, very powerful. Sex is very, very powerful. So be careful who you have sex with. Only have sex with people who you think you're going to have a future with, because you're going to have an astral contract with that person. There are ways to banish them through, magic rituals and stuff like that. But I don't know that. I'll do some research and have a look into that for you people, because I'm sure there is some people who can feel they have attachments to people. And that is partly because of the heart. The heart never forgets things. The heart's deeply connected to the subconscious. So yes, I hope you all enjoyed this. And Book of Wisdom Volume 2 will be ready soon for you people. You will all get a PDF for free if you are inside the Ethereal University. Just want to say thank you all for the amazing support. There's lots and lots of content coming soon. Cosmology, numerology, that will be coming soon as well. And yeah, hopefully the Book of Wisdom will be ready for the end of the month, and you'll all have over 200 pages to be reading on new topics, new occultism, new symbolism, and life-changing knowledge. Thank you all, people. Please feel free to leave a comment underneath this video. Let me know some video ideas. And yeah, we're doing live calls now every Saturday. Every single Saturday. I release like the time on the Friday, what time I'll be doing it. And there'll be live calls. Join me, ask me questions. I'll be doing a lecture, and then at the end you can ask me questions and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you all, people. Hello people. Today we're going to be talking about the baphomet, because there's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to what the baphomet is and its interpretation and its meaning. First of all, we need to understand that the Baphomet is a symbol. Like any other symbol, every symbol we see is neutral. People tend to think this is the devil. People tend to think that this is Satan or some sort of evil spirit. This is a symbol, a very, very deep, esoteric, and occult symbol, which symbolizes many different things about you, because every symbol we see refers to you. Does not matter what the symbol is, because as above, so below, as within, so without. Every symbol we see, whether that symbol is talking about the sky, the planets, that refers to an aspect of you and your consciousness. The planets, the stars, they are all inside of you. These energies are inside of you, part of your soul, part of your consciousness, part of your mind, part of your body. Everything is inside of everything. It's a fractal universe. So when we look at the Baphomet, you must get rid of all of the programs from before, all of the things that you've been taught about what the Baphomet is and what it represents. Everything we see is neutral. It is your mind's perception that gives it a positive or negative charge. You are the perception of what you see. You create your own perception. If your mind has negative things in it and you look at the Baphomet, you're going to associate it with negativity. There is also a positive side to the Baphomet symbol. And this is what we're going to be going over today, the positive and the negative, the duality of this symbol, because it is a symbol. It is nothing else. So we're going to be talking about these inside of the boxes mainly, about what we're actually looking at here. So first of all, we need to understand the 5 elements. Well, the 4 physical elements. We have 4 physical elements and 1 invisible element, which is ether or spirit. Now we're going to be talking about the 4 physical elements, because the 4 physical elements is what corresponds to your 4-fold nature. Humans possess a 4-fold nature. Everything has a 4-fold nature. You have mind, you have emotions, you have a physical body, and you have an emotional body. Wait, sorry, I think I did that twice. Mind, spirit, so you have a mental body, a spiritual body, an emotional body, and a physical body. So when we look at the wings, we're looking at the air element, because wings flap in the air. This represents the air element. Okay? This does not represent the fallen angel of Lucifer or Satan. It represents the air element. Okay? Now, as we go through this symbol, you're going to see how this symbol implements the 4 elements of the physical world and the 4 elements that correspond to you. So the air element is associated with the mind, the invisible, the mental body. It represents thoughts. This is why Jesus says to meet him, you have to go into the clouds, into the air to meet with the Lord. It says this in the Bible because it's all about raising your consciousness to the mental plane. Now, this represents the air element, okay? The next one we're going to look at is fire. This represents awakening. This is the awakening. This is the spiritual body, because fire is the closest element to spirit. It's the closest element to spirit. This also represents the Kundalini. See how you noticed how it's kind of on a torch, because the head is the torch and the eternal light of consciousness is in the head. So this also represents the Kundalini, which raises up the spine to the head, the activation of the brain, activation of the pineal gland. And we're also looking at the fire element, which represents the spiritual body, the astral body, the light body. This is the spirit. Okay, the next one. And fire is also a transformative element. This is the transformation of oneself, the awakening of oneself. Now we're looking at the fish scales. This represents the water element. This is the emotional body of consciousness. Each one of these are bodies. Your emotion is inside of the emotional body. You have a physical body, you have an emotional body, a mental body, a spiritual body. These are bodies of consciousness. You don't just have consciousness and the body. You have these 4 elements of these consciousnesses and these bodies. Okay? So this is what we're looking at here. The gills. This is the emotions. Now, the emotions is an invisible aspect of consciousness. It's not physical. Emotions are not physical things. Thoughts are not physical things. So this is what we're looking at here. And emotions play a massive part in shaping your reality. We should aim to control our emotions, because this is why we live in such of a mess today, because of the world's lack of emotional control. We are not taught this in school, and people are fully engaging in their emotions. Whatever they feel, they act on. And this is animal instinct, which goes into later in the symbolism. But if we lack control over our emotions, then we are a feather in the wind of life. We will be forever blown by our emotions, causing chaos in our life and to people around us. Here you see the dome. This represents the earth element. This represents the physical body, the foundation. The physical body is the outcome of the higher realms of consciousness. The physical world is an outcome. It's the effect of consciousness. Everything you see in the physical world is an effect. It's already manifested. This represents the physical body of consciousness. So essentially what we're looking at here are the 4 aspects of human consciousness. And this is what it's symbolizing. It's also symbolizing some other things. Here we have the 2 genders. We have female and male. This represents the duality, the 2 yin and yang forces of the universe. We're looking at the yin and the yang. Then we have the 2 moons. The moons is also symbolizing our psyche, our emotional body, the water, because water is governed by the moon. Now, the moon is either on top of you, here, you see here. Now, this is either on top of you, which means the moon's controlling you. Not the moon is controlling you. You must understand that the moon is an aspect of your consciousness. It's an external manifestation of your emotional or psyche body. So the moon represents your emotions or your water. Okay. Now the moon is either controlling you, which is your emotions. Your emotions are either on top of you, which is the devil horns. When people do that hand sigil of the devil horns, it's either controlling you. This is the lower mind. You're either being controlled by the lower mind, engaging in low-level lust, low-level pleasures of physical pleasure. This is the lower self. Or the moon is below you, where you are standing on top of the moon. You have conquered the moon. You've conquered your emotions. This is why on a full moon, this is when people start to become a bit crazy, because their emotions are starting to become heightened. The full moon happens within you, not just outside of you. It enhances your emotions. It enhances your psyche. If you're a very angry person and a full moon comes around and you're going through a bad stage in your life, this is going to enhance your emotions. This is when the lunatics come out. And it's statistically proven that 911 calls or 999 calls or police calls are heightened on a full moon. The police or emergency services numbers are called more on a full moon. And you will notice a cycle within the stock market is associated with the cycle of the moon, because a lot of people are trading the stock market based on emotion. This is why it's all interlinked. So this is what we're looking at here. Either the moon controlling you or you are controlling your emotions. What do you stand on? Do you have emotional control or not? You see, your consciousness is interacting with a body, a physical body. And It's like playing a new video game. When you play a new video game, you don't really know the controls. And you're not the best in the game because you don't know the controls. You're trying to figure out how it works. Until you start playing the game more and more and more, you gain control over the controls and start to become better. It's like that with a physical body. You need to sync your mind, your emotions with your body. You must find the balance. You must find the sync and control this avatar in this world. If you don't control your emotions, you're gonna, this is how we get psychopaths and murderers, because of the lack of emotional control. Here we have the pentagram. This represents the 5 senses. The 5 senses. Notice how it's on the head. Why? Because the 5 senses are actually the brain. You touch, you taste, you smell, you hear with your brain. You don't touch with your eyes. You don't touch with your hands. You don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. And you don't smell with your nose. All of these are sending signals into the brain, and the brain is decoding this. So the 5 senses are in fact senses of the brain. The brain is sending out 5 ways to decode this reality, because the brain is a computer decoding and producing a simulation. That's essentially what the brain is. It's a computer, and your consciousness is interacting with the brain and projecting your own reality. So the 5-pointed star represents, the number 5 is a very experiential number. It represents experience in the tangible universe. It represents how consciousness interacts with the physical world through these 5 ways, through these 5 senses. That's why you have 5 fingers on each hand, 5 toes on each foot, because it's to do with experience and experiencing this world. So when you see it inverted, so when you see the inverted pentagram, what people think is Satan, the satanic pentagram. Well, yes, it's satanic, but satanic means flesh. It means God in flesh. It means worshipping the flesh. Satanic people think they're worshipping Satan, but they're not. They're worshipping themselves they're worshipping the physical world. That's what they're doing. On the deepest level of your being, the core level of your being, you are God. You are the fabric of the universe experiencing itself. So therefore, if you see an inverted pentagram, this represents consciousness being bound by the flesh, being stuck in the flesh. Satanic people are worshipping themselves in flesh. They don't want to ascend. They don't want to get out of the animal mind. That's what it's symbolizing. So essentially, the pentagram represents the 5 elements, the 5 full elements: spirit, water, earth, fire, and air. And it also represents the 5 senses. It also represents your body. You have the head at the top, and then you have your arms and your legs. Your body is in the shape of the pentagram. We also have fertility. This is the goat. Now, the goat, the head, why is it on their head? The goat head symbolizes the goat animal nature of man, the animal instinct. This is the animal within you that tells you to go and hit someone, to go and eat all the time. The animal instinct to have sex, lust, desire, fame, money. This is the animal within you. You have an animal mind. You have 2 aspects of your mind. The animal ego that's always trying to pull you down and engage in low-level pleasures, which will destroy your life in the long run. Or you have a higher divine mind, the higher divine mind that tells you to, that inner guide within you that tells you to do the correct things, that tells you to get off your phone, that tells you to eat the correct food, that tells you to not wank yourself off. This is all part of the human mind. Everything is psychological. The Bible is a psychological text, just encoded. Everything is mental. The universe is mind. So this represents the lower mind, the animal mind that destroys you, essentially. also represents fertility with the horns. So here, this represents the fertility. This is the portal. This is a 3D printer. The woman is the womb man, and they literally have a 3D printer within them to print a human being, to create a human body, a human temple, which is the temple not made by human hands in the Bible. God only dwells in temples not made by man. It says this in the Bible. That is your human body. You are God. And you are either the devil or you are God. You either use your creative power of thought into physical reality. Every single one of you has this amazing power to bring non-physical thought into existence. And you either use this for the good or the bad. You do this for the devil or for God, for yourself. This is the creative aspect. But anyways, this also represents fertility. Fertility. So here we are. We have the 4 bodies of consciousness. Earth, the physical body of consciousness. Water, the emotional body of consciousness. Fire, the spiritual body of consciousness, the awakening. Air, the mental body of consciousness. And this is what baptism is. So in Christianity, they baptize people. When people join the church, they get baptized. Basically, they put water on their head. But it doesn't do anything. What is water going to do on your head? Nothing. It's symbolic. When you awaken from the lower mind, the earth physical body, this is where everyone starts off their little spiritual journey. You may be in this point now. You may have, my videos might have woken you up, and you are now in the water stage. This is the baptism. This represents the truth, the light. This represents the water's very cleansing. You're cleansing yourself from the lower mind now. And once you cleanse yourself and you're in the truth, you're in the information and knowledge, you then gain the fire, the third stage of consciousness, which is the spiritual awakening. This is the transformative of the self. This is the spiritual. So everyone goes through this process of moving from the earth, the physical, the lower carnal animal mind, into the truth, the cleansing of the water, and then the awakening of the spiritual body and the awakening of the spiritual self. And then it goes to the air. This is when you fully realize everything is mental. Everything exists in the mind. Everything is an extension of the mind. And it's basically mental is knowingness, knowing the truth, knowing this once you've awakened. And this is why the number 13 is demonized. They want you thinking 13 is demonized. They're thinking it's bad, thinking it's unlucky. But nothing is bad. Everything is neutral. It's your mind's perception. It's how you use it. Everyone has the same neutral creative force of God. God created you through thought, and now you are going to use thought to create your own reality. You are a reflection, a microcosm, a fractal of God. Now that you understand that you are God, you have a 4-fold nature. You have a 4-fold nature. You have 4 gospels: the mental, the spiritual, the physical, and the emotional. Because 13 adds up to 4. This is the 4-fold nature of human consciousness. This is what we're looking at. So essentially, the Baphomet, it's a symbol of duality, of choices we face in life. One path is that of materialism, which can confine individuals to physical limitations and lead to chaos, imbalance associated with the carnal mind, the lower animal mind. Conversely, the other path represents the pursuit of awakening, truth, enlightenment, and the creation of order within oneself. Baphomet in this context symbolizes the potential for personal growth and transformation, offering a framework for understanding how individuals can navigate their spiritual and existential journeys. The symbol's true significance lies in the choice it represents and the potential for balance and self-realization that each individual can achieve. It's a neutral symbol. It's not the devil, it's not good, it's not bad. It's good or bad. So essentially this is what we're looking at, is the four bodies of consciousness, like I've just gone over, the four elements which correspond to the four bodies of consciousness. Everything is as above, so below. And that's also depicted, which I forgot to mention, as above, so below. As above, so below. Everything that is inside of you is outside of you. The moon is your emotions. The sun represents your spiritual consciousness. The stars, all aspects of your consciousness. The earth is your body. The four seasons are associated with the four elements, with the four aspects of your consciousness. Everything outside of you is inside of you. What happens in your mind happens in your external reality. It's all fractal. Everything is an extension of you. It's all externalizations of yourself. What you see in yourself, if you see yourself very negative, if you look into the mirror and you see yourself very negative, you are not confident, you hate yourself. When you go and meet another person, you're going to see the same things you see in yourself in that person. It's a reflection of you. As above, so below, as within, so without. You can't love someone else truly if you don't love yourself. You have to love yourself before you can love anything or anyone else. You'll never find happiness. You know, if you're trying to find a woman or a man to make you happy, then that relationship will never work. You have to be both content in yourself and both have stable. You have to be stable within yourself, both of you, to have a happy relationship. As within, so without. Hope you all enjoyed this video. Please let me know any lecture recommendations you want me to do, and I will make them for you. Thank you all for joining the university, and I'll see you in the next one. So today we're going to be talking about this world, how it's a simulation, and consciousness. So what you must understand is that the brain, the body, is a piece of technology. This body you have is simulating the reality to you. Now, the body is like a crystal. It receives frequencies. That's what crystals do. So if you have a radio, if you have a phone, they all use crystals because they receive frequencies. Your body is an antenna. Your brain is an antenna. Your pineal gland has crystals on it because it receives consciousness. Now, this consciousness is the real you. You are the consciousness, not the body. The body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false, it's the echo of the true self. You are an invisible consciousness. You are the thoughts, the emotion. This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. That's the biggest illusion. You think you are in the body. Your consciousness is not in the body. It's completely separate from the body. The body is an antenna which receives the signals of consciousness, so you can experience this reality. But the body is simulating the reality. The brain produces the reality that you're experiencing. It's like the Sims games. You see how, they always show the truth in plain sight. You see how you have this thing above their head, this little diamond shape? This is the consciousness. This is you. This is your avatar. You're playing an avatar. This is a character in a game. Your body is a character. Now, the human form only exists in the three-dimensional world. Now, your ego was not present when you were born. When you were born, you had no ego. You were pure. You were pure consciousness. You were pure emotion, pure thought. That's it. But as you grew older, as you gained experience in this three-dimensional avatar, you grew an ego, which is the earthly personality. The ego is your mind's perception of itself in a three-dimensional body. So the ego is the echo of the true self. You are the consciousness. You are the thoughts. You are the emotions. But let me say that again. You're not the thoughts and the emotion. These are aspects of consciousness. So thoughts is called the mind. The mind is consciousness. But the mind is just the aspect of it's the thought aspect of consciousness. Emotion is the feeling aspect of this consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the consciousness. So you are not even in this plane. You are playing a game. So when you are using a controller to play a virtual reality, you are the controller. You are the consciousness. You are the mind. You're not the thoughts and the emotions. You're the observer behind that. You're the one feeling them thoughts and emotions. So the body is only a part of this three-dimensional world. And your consciousness interacts with this world, with the brain. You see, like I said, the brain produces the reality you are in. See, the body is organic technology. It has been designed, it has been specifically designed to run a simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose this, whether they're not, I don't know about that. But this is a simulation. Your consciousness is not in this simulation. It's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, you've got sight, you've got five senses, you've got everything involved. So the brain, well, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotions interacts with an energy grid, interacts with the brain, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, is weaving its own reality. Let me say that again. You are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life is a direct result and correlation of every thought and emotion you felt in the past. Therefore, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotion is weaving your own path in this lifetime. Your consciousness is creating its own reality. Now, there are external forces. External forces can manipulate your reality through belief. This is why it's called a government. They govern your ment, your mind, your thought, your belief system within consciousness, your memories. So thoughts, emotions, and memories, they are all in consciousness. They are not in the brain. The brain is a computer. It's yes or no. The brain has no memory. It has none of this. It is a computer. It's yes or no. So, like I said, the brain is what you're experiencing, and you are weaving your own reality through thoughts, emotions. Now, the external forces are belief systems. They install belief systems within your mind, within your consciousness, to limit your consciousness, to keep your consciousness bound to three-dimensional physical body awareness. We'll go into that a bit later. But everything they do is to install information and programs, because your programming of the consciousness is what keeps you stuck to three-dimensional awareness, keeps you stuck at a low state. Everything they do is to push fear, because fear is a bondage. Because remember, you are this consciousness. You are out of the body already. But through belief is how you get yourself stuck in three-dimensional awareness in this body. It's a simulation. The body is holographic. It's a holographic avatar, and you're playing this holographic avatar. You leave this avatar every single night when you go to sleep, and you go into alternative realities. Here you see George Washington, the Freemason, with the G above his head. It's the same symbolism. Or you see the I here, the I, because it's the same symbolism. Your consciousness. This is just an avatar. This is a body. Your name. You are not your name. You are not your memories. You are not your clothes you wear. You are not what people think about you. You are the pure consciousness. Whether you believe that or not, you are, and you need to detach from all of these programs. Who you think you are is basically a bunch of programs. Well, my name's Harry, I wear this, I live here, and I do this job. That's me. That's not you. That is not you. They are programs. And the programs keeps your consciousness stuck to this body, to this realm, a slave to physicality. And they don't teach you emotional intelligence. They don't teach you all of these things, because religion was made to keep your consciousness stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep your consciousness stuck in the body, in the simulation, in the fake self, in the ego. Instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self, instead, they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? They're not telling you to become the best version of yourself. They're not telling you to transmute the negative aspects of the self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided, because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out the womb, because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God, because they know that God is within you. Consciousness is God. So all of these fake psyopses about, mocking the Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. And they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Government, govern the mind, govern consciousness. So what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it, because this is the light. This is the consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you stuck. The ego wants the food, it wants the sex, it wants the money, it wants the fame, it wants the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself. The only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself, the true self. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was painted in like the 1600s. It's the Kabbalah tree. But what you're seeing here is not God and Jesus. This is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will, I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. If you really want to do, right, so basically what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. And where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, you know. So the 5 wounds on the cross, what are the 5 wounds? The 5 senses of, it's the data of the 5 senses, because your body is technology. So the data of the 5 senses must be shut off, and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the 5 senses, crucify yourself, crucify crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the 5 senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is, okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book, Morals and Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now, and this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this, so I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always three gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's three gods: the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the three top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness? You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay? So this is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul of human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose. See, Lucy means light. Fer means bringer. Light bringer. And your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain, and how light enters the eyes, which is, and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain, and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain. This is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you, you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose, because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying, I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, in order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. And now I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things. Because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again. And you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind, and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body, you are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion. The evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So, the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God. It's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. There's the Bible. You got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon. Hello, people. Stage 2 of healing, fasting. Fasting gives the ability and gives the digestive system a break, allowing the body to redirect energy towards healing and repairing the body. Like I said in the last lesson, what happened when you cut yourself? When you cut yourself, your body knew how to heal the body. Now that your body is in the right condition through the cleansing process, once your body has now got rid of all of that waste, you can now start to fast. Because let's say you started to fast with all of that waste inside of you, you're going to have a heavy detoxification in that fast. You're going to get headaches, you're going to get, sweats, all sorts of horrible, heavy detoxification. And this is not the most efficient way to fast. Now you've gone through that cleansing phase of getting rid of the waste, you can now fast. Your body now has minerals. Your body is now healthier for you to go without food. There is no risk with fasting. Your body can last at least up to people have fasted up for 3 months or something like that. People have gone very, very long on fasting, and depending on how healthy your body is, depends on how long you can do the fast. So studies suggest, your body produces stem cells once 2 days of fasting has gone. So what stem cells are, they are basically these cells which are generated in your body to then latch onto another cell or basically mimic another cell. It has the ability to mimic any cell it wants and become that cell. So basically these stem cells will go out to the body and produce cells that are needed to heal the body. So when you fast and your body is no longer spending a lot of energy, because a lot of your energy is used digesting food. So once that energy is now no longer being used, your body is now redirecting this energy to produce and healing things for the body, like stem cells. So this is why fasting is so important. 1 day water fast is what I don't recommend, but this is what I do. I'm not a health advisor. But if I was a beginner, I would do a 1 day water fast or herbal teas and juicing fast. So during this fast, you will not consume anything for 24 hours. You do this once a week or once every 2 weeks. And stick to this for a couple weeks until you become used to fasting. Okay. While you are fasting, you still need to stick to your fruit-only diet because this will heal the body quickly. While you're healing, you want your body, your digestive system, not to be using much energy. So when you, let's say you've done the cleansing phase, but then you went straight back on heavy food like meat, bread and stuff like that, pasta, this will slow down your healing because it's very heavy food. It takes longer for it to digest. It takes more energy. You need to give the digestive system a break. Do not worry about your weight. Just let your body detox. You might lose, a fair bit of weight. However, this is necessary. Your body is getting rid of the toxic mucus and the toxic waste. Once you are done losing the weight and you are fasted and you have healed, you can then start to put on good weight with good, healthy food. The weight that you currently have now, if you're watching this, is more than likely, toxic waste and toxic weight on your body. So one day every week or 2 weeks is very good. And what I personally do is drink herbal teas during these fasts. Like I said, with the herbs I recommended. I also take cayenne pepper. I'll have a juicing. So when I freshly squeezed juices like watermelon juice, seeded grape juice, or seeded apple juice, I will add just a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for activating and the digestive system, like pushing stuff out of the digestive system. It helps blood flow, and it's amazing. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for the body. So I add that into my juices. It doesn't really count as adding to a fast because it'll go straight. No, sorry, not adding to a fast. It doesn't really count stopping the fast because it's just a powder. So drink juices, herbal teas. You can either drink sea moss as well. Just make sure it's like a liquid. You only want liquids in the body. You do not want to activate that digestive system. And yeah, this is a very powerful way of fasting, a very powerful way of regenerating the body quickly. So once you get used to fasting, you want to do 2 days every week until you start to heal. Okay. 2 days is when the stem cells, and when you become even, more used to fasting, you've had some experience, you know what you're doing, you know how your body reacts, you can then start to do longer fasts, and maybe even doing no water and no food fast. That's a very powerful fast. However, your body has to be healthy in order to do that. So only do that when you are doing it properly, when you know what you are doing. So essentially, you want to start fasting and the fruit-only diet until you are healing. And this is the best way to do it. Breaking a fast. When you break a fast, you want to make sure, you're sticking to the fruits. Like I said, the best way to break a fast is like drinking sea moss gel and then going for either something very light on the digestive system like watermelon, grapes, blueberries, or even a smoothie. A smoothie is very good for breaking a fast. Easily, gets down into the digestion and gets digested very quickly. So, like I said, continue with the fruit-only diet, continue with the sea moss, continue with the herbal teas, and continue fasting 1 or 2 days a week. And I did this and I healed my body pretty quickly. I'm not giving advice, but this is what I would do. And that's how I overcame a few health issues with my body. So essentially, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and I can give you some more information. But this is pretty much it on fasting and healing your body. The cleansing stage and then the fasting stage and fruit-only diet. That is the key, It's just giving the digestive system a break. That is how you heal the body. Healing is, it's not an overnight process. It can take months. It can take even a year. But once you stay consistent, and once you stay on top of your discipline and consistency, you will see results. You have to see results. It's cause and effect. Try your best to get organic and make sure all of your fruit is always seeded. Wash your fruit with key lime water and key lime, or even lemons. Don't consume lemons if you can. Don't consume lemons. They are GMO, but they're good if you want to wash your fruit. Wash them with lemons. You know, they're quite easier to get your hands on than organic seeded key limes. You know, try your best to go to the marketplaces for fruit instead of mainstream supermarkets. Just make sure that you're trying your best to get the best quality food with the least amount of pesticides and stuff like that. That also has a big impact on your health. But essentially, when you cut out all of the, the chemicals, the seed oils, the bread, the heavy foods, the sweets, the sugars, when you cut this out, you will feel so much better. Like your brain fog will go, you'll be more focused, you'll have more energy, you'll no longer crave it. And that is essentially the most important thing, is just cutting out the unnatural food and going with the natural foods. That's the biggest first step you could do with your health, is just cutting out all of the unnatural foods and go with the raw foods. And that's when you see a big change in your body and how you feel. So yeah, if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact me. Hello, beautiful students. Let's get into healing. Stage 1 of cleansing the body. All disease starts in the colon. Before trying to heal, we must remove leftover metabolic waste from the colon and the body. The body cannot heal unless it has the right environment. So let's say you want to start and heal your body. Before you can heal that body, you have to remove all of this waste. What happens if you go and place an apple next to a molding apple? The fresh apple you just placed next to the molding apple will start to mold with the molding apple. So if you started now, today, and you have all of this leftover waste in your body and you started consuming good foods, yes, it will benefit you. However, it's going to take a lot longer for you to heal because you have not removed this moldy stuff inside of you. So we have to address the colon before we can go on and heal the body. You have to cleanse before you heal. You have to regenerate the body and create a good environment. Because what happens when you cut yourself? Your body healed. Your body knew how to heal that wound that you cut. Your body knows how to heal from anything that you have with your body. You just have to give it the right environment. So, orange fruits, this is for cleansing. Green fruits, this is for detoxification. Red fruits, this is for the blood. Even the strawberry looks like a heart. So, for 2 weeks, you need to do the following. You need to go on a fruit-only diet for 2 weeks. This fruit is amazing for cleansing the body because it contains H3O2, which is structured jelly water. This is the real water that your body needs. It needs H3O2. This is why when you drink gallons and gallons of H2O, which is just liquid water, you'll end up just weeing it all out. It's because your body cannot intake, it can intake that water, don't get me wrong, but mainly it needs this H3O2, which can only be found in fruits. Crystallized, structured water. So when we place this jelly water into our body through the fruits, this is what helps cleanse, push out waste from the digestive system. It will remove things from the digestive system because it's like jelly. It's beautiful for the digestive system. So essentially, this is what your colon looks like if you're trying to heal and you have issues with your body. You have a blocked colon. So therefore, the disease, the leftover food is all accumulating in your gut, which is your, pretty much your first brain. And you're getting all sorts of parasites and issues with the rest of the body because this is clogged. So with the fruit-only diet, I recommend grapes, watermelon, blueberries, or papaya. It's best to stick to a very minimal amount of fruit. Now, what do I mean? I mean, not as in how much you eat. You can eat as much as you want fruit during this 2 weeks. I mean, try and only have 1 or 2 different fruits. Why? Because you want to minimalize the energy your digestive system uses. Because by consuming 1 or 2 fruits for 2 weeks, you are not giving the body breads, nuts, different foods which contains different enzymes for it to be broken down. Your body doesn't have to detect many different things and break it all down individually. If you're only taking in 2 different foods or maybe even 1 different fruits, it's going to minimalize the work of the digestive system. And this will use less energy. So this means it saves energy now for your body to heal other parts of the body while you are cleansing. So when you consume this fruit, this 1 only fruit or 2 fruits or 3, whatever, you're going to push all of the waste out. You're going to get all of the solid blockages, all of the solid foods and leftover things on the walls of the colon out. And during this 2 weeks, you want to have herbal teas. This will help detoxify the body and get rid of the excess mucus. This will give body minerals as well, because don't get me wrong, fruit has a lot of minerals, but we need to make sure we're keeping on top of the minerals if we're just consuming fruit. So herbal teas like sarsaparilla, dandelion root or dandelion, elderberries, and cheney root, and nettle leaf. Nettle leaf is very, very powerful for your kidneys. Your kidneys is what filters the blood. Okay, so when you take nettle leaf, you can have a teaspoon of these nettle seeds or nettle leaf nettle seeds, sorry. The nettle leaf is good, but use that in the teas. But if you're going to have teaspoons, have the nettle seed and just place it into a drink and drink it or whatever. Nettle seed is very good for helping and strengthening the kidneys, which helps detoxify the blood. It filters the blood properly, and which will then filter the oxygen to the brain and the oxygen to the rest of the body. So nettle leaf is very good. But you can get them all and mix them all. You can get sarsaparilla, dandelion, elderberry, and cheney root, and literally mix them all into 1 tea. And this will be very powerful. You also want to, if you can, get your hands on some organic sea moss. Sea moss will give you, 92 of the minerals that your body is made out of. Your body's made of 102. Sea moss has around 92 to 100 minerals that your body's made of. So sea moss is a very good way to get all of the minerals in. Key limes, these are very, very, very powerful for detoxing the body and cleansing the body, and very good for the digestive system to get rid of that waste. No tap water, and drink either fresh spring water with no added chemicals or freshly squeezed fruit juices. So get yourself a juicer and juice your own fruits. Don't get me wrong, this can be costly. However, your health is the most important thing. You could have you could have trillions of pounds, but if you don't have your health, how are you going to spend and enjoy that money? Your health is the biggest currency, it's the biggest wealth. So if you don't know how to make herbal teas, this is how to make them. Like I said before, I recommend nettle seed, sarsaparilla, dandelion, and cheney root. Dandelion's very good for the heart. Sarsaparilla has very high in iron. Nettle seed, very good for the kidneys. chainy root, very high in iron. Step 1, place a cup of spring water into a pot. Place the herbs into the water. You can either leave this pot with a lid on overnight, because when you leave these herbs in the water with the lid on, the water can then soak in all of the, the minerals and all of like the things coming out of the herbs. So you can do this for more potency. If you want a very powerful and potent one, leave it out overnight, or just for a couple of hours, maybe even just 2 hours or an hour. This will increase the potency of the tea. Or you can just literally just whack it in and start to boil it. Boil the water on medium heat for 5 minutes. Strain the herbs and pour the water into the mug. You can then add sea moss gel into your herbal tea, key limes or cayenne pepper or soursop leaf powder or any sorts of nice powders and natural powders. Place that into your tea as well. This is all going to contribute towards helping the body heal. So, once you do this for 2 weeks, what do you expect? How do you know if it's a successful cleanse? First of all, you're going to get very, very clear skin. If you've stuck to the fruit-only diet and taken all these herbs and the sea moss, your skin will clear up in a matter of a week and you'll have beautiful, glowing skin. This is an indication that your inner body and inner world is now starting to clear up, because your skin is an external manifestation of the internal body. You'll get no headaches. You'll have higher energy levels because the body is not clogged. There's not much energy being used in the digestive system. So you'll have higher energy levels, which you can be used in all different parts of your life. Expect weight loss, but it's not weight loss. You don't lose weight, you lose impurities. You're getting rid of all the mucus. You're getting rid of all the blockages, all the leftover waste, the leftover food. All of that will come out of you, and this will essentially make you lose weight. But it's not weight, it's waste. That's what it is. And you will more than likely go from a inflamed stomach, inflamed gut, bloated, to a more flat stomach. Okay, don't worry if it looks this perfect, but as long as it goes down a bit, then you know that you've had a very good cleanse. If it hasn't gone down, then you need to carry on doing the cleanse for another week or so until it starts to go down and your skin starts to clear up and all the sorts of thing. But you have to stay disciplined. Discipline is the most important thing. You are not going to heal overnight, because the reason why you are not healed now, or the reason why you are sick now or have issues with your body, is because you've had decades, or maybe like a couple decades, of eating waste and eating toxic, unnatural foods. So it's not an overnight process. However, you can heal your body just the natural way. You have to be disciplined, you have to be willing, you have to be thinking positive and feeling positive, and all of this will contribute towards your health, because every thought is obviously impacting the body. We'll go over that in another lecture. So this is what to expect. You will lose weight, which is just losing impurities. Do this for 2 weeks and then move on to step 2, which we'll go over into the next lesson. So cleansing is the most important part of stage of healing, is because you cannot heal without the waste gone. It's essentially the most important part. You cannot do anything. You cannot move forward. You cannot start to heal the body unless you remove the waste.
I want to explain today why the current model of the atom is incorrect. If the electron is disconnected from the proton and the neutron, they say it's separated by a distance. There's a gap of nothingness between the proton, neutron, and the electron. The proton is red, neutron is green, electron is blue. If this blue little electron is disconnected from the center, then what powers the electron? And how can it stand on its own? We all know that electricity is carried by magnetism, so there should be a magnetic field carrying this electron. Magnetic fields are not just outside of the magnet at the plane of inertia. You don't repel and attract objects from the sides of a magnet. You repel objects from the top and bottom of the magnet, and you can even attract them into the sides. So that means if you have a magnet and you break it down to 1,000,000 pieces into its atoms, each atom is a magnet, and the magnetic field is not simply going around the sides of the magnet. The magnetic field comes out of the top and into the bottom, out of the bottom into the top. That's why your magnet can repel and attract out of both sides. So magnetic repulsion and attraction come from the dielectric field. That's why magnetism is the dielectric field. Magnetic repulsion, or the electron, is 1 unit of dielectric discharge. It's the release of dielectricity. This is the return of dielectricity, which is 1 unit of dielectric charge called a proton. This is attraction, this is repulsion, and that's what your atoms are doing. All atoms are polarized with a north and south pole, or a proton and electron, positron and a negatron, and this is the neutron, or the neutral point. The atom must be able to send and receive energy or information by flowing or sending that energy in and out of itself, in and out of the center. The energy must pick up inertia, which is spin. This is the low pressure, comes out as high pressure, returns to the low pressure. It's all pressure mediation. The right-hand rule of magnetism is why they tell you that the electron is going around this way. Because the magnetic field does curve this way, but it doesn't just curve, it also curls. It spreads out and then it curves in at the bottom. It spreads out the bottom and it curves in at the top. So yes, the entire magnetic field is spinning in one direction, but it also vortexes in and out. As it curves, it curls. And so if you look at the atom from the top, it doesn't just look like that. This is the top of the atom they tell you. This is the true top of the atom. This is the side view. This is the true side view. If you look at a magnetic field from the top, there's a center point where it's black. And that doesn't mean there's no magnetism there. It means that's where the dielectric field is. You're looking at the plane of inertia from the top. Magnetism is radiation, which is right turning, and it's centrifugal divergence because it's coming away from the center and it's diverging, where the opposite would be blue shift. It's left turning if you look at the atom from the bottom, and it's gravitation because it's going towards the center. That's called centripetal convergence. It is converging towards the center. These are the counter-rotating fields of magnetism. The atom is a compound of magnetism and dielectricity collectively. It's low-energy cyclic circuits, okay? So the atom is not just a proton and an electron. They don't even tell you what a neutron is. Current science doesn't tell you what a neutron is. How can you have negative charge, positive charge, and no charge? What is this no charge? The no charge is the unmanifest dielectric field, or ether, 0-point energy. They're not telling you this. If they told you this, you'd realize that everything is infinite. We have a reservoir of infinite energy at the center of our atoms, center of our body, center of the earth, center of the Milky Way. The center is what holds everything together. It's an infinite supply of energy. The infinity logo can only exist in a torus geometry, which is what your atoms, your magnetic field around your body looks like. It's what the Milky Way galaxy looks like. It's what the whole universe is. Nothing isn't magnetism. All atoms make up the visible physical universe, and nothing can be visible or physical or audible or tangible without magnetism. Everything in the universe is due to magnetism and magnetism alone. And this is why Nikola Tesla said all things come from the luminiferous ether. It's luminiferous because the ether itself is this invisible counterspatial point. And magnetism carries electricity just like the ether carries the lumen, or the light. An atom is a magnetodielectric dynamo spinning at 1 trillion cycles per second, which means if the electron was spinning at 1 trillion cycles per second, that electron should literally be flinging off. It should fly away from the center because it's going so fast. All electricity is carried by magnetism. So the reason the electron doesn't fly off through the centrifugal force going 1 trillion cycles per second is because the electron is not a particle, it's a whirlpool of energy that is stuck to the center like a dog on a leash. It's called the invisible umbilical cord of magnetism. All electricity is carried by the invisible umbilical cord of magnetism. Magnetism is the mother, electricity is the son. Okay, you guys, so this is Magnetism 101. Ken Wheeler says there is no north or south pole. There's just the inverse of counterspace. So what does that mean? Counterspace is the dielectric field, and you can't understand magnetism unless you know what dielectricity is. Dielectricity is rest and stillness, or inertia and acceleration. It's rest and stillness when it's at the plane of inertia, but it's inertia and acceleration when it's the return of energy. When it's the release of energy, it's magnetism because it creates space. It's force. When it's dielectricity, it's the source of where that force comes out of. It doesn't just go out of the top into the bottom, it simultaneously comes out of the bottom into the top. We're talking about the energy, the ether source. This ether energy, it moves in a right turning fashion, coming in left, moves also right out the bottom, also comes in left. It's all moving in one direction, this whole thing. But see, the electron is not just going around the center of the atom, because that means the magnetic field should just be going outside of the magnet, the cube. The magnetic field does not just exist outside the magnet going left to right. The magnetic field goes in, through, and out of the magnet, but it doesn't just vortex and tornado in the top and out the bottom. It actually vortexes and tornadoes into the bottom and out of the top. So there's a tornado and a toilet on both sides. The tornado is the red lines. The tornado is sucking things in from the bottom and spreading them outwards, sucking them in the center and spreading them outside here. The tornado is spreading outwards on both sides. And you have a toilet that is flushing and sucking in here and flushing and sucking in here. So you have two tornadoes and two toilets, as I like to say, as an analogy. So the source would be the plane of inertia. It's the non-Cartesian nexus, which means the non-physical point where everything that is physical comes from and returns to. Think about the center of a black hole. So we are told that the center of the Milky Way, the black hole, is constantly sucking all things to the center. One day, our solar system, along with Earth, will get sucked into the center. Well, the Milky Way's galactic core, the black hole, is not just sucking things in, it's also producing millions of tons of hydrogen. It's shooting something called the astrophysical jet stream both out of the north and south pole of that galactic disk called the Milky Way galaxy. So at the center of the Milky Way, there's a black hole. It's producing, meaning it's shooting out millions of tons of hydrogen out the top and bottom, and that energy goes back to the center to get sucked back in. It's recycling. It's called the generation and regeneration of matter. It's basically the snake eating its tail. It's coming out, and then it comes back in. This is the Ouroboros snake eating its tail, and it also goes like this. How your atoms work, there is no electron going around. The electron is just one unit of discharge. You just have repelling and attracting, which is output and input, which is the release and return of ether energy or source. So you have force, source, and form. The center of the magnet is the source of the magnetic field. So what you have is the source as the plane of inertia. The magnetic field is not just around the magnet, it is inside and outside of the magnet. You have a source and a spiral going above and below, and from that you get the inverse of counter space. You have a soul, this is your heart. You have a mind, which is if you look at it from the side, it's your left and right brain. It's the angel and demon on either side of you telling you to do good or bad. And you have a crown and a root chakra. You have a higher mind and a lower mind. Where's your mind? Is your mind over matter, or is your mind in the gutter? So you have a good and bad mind. Your mind is not your soul, and your soul is not your body or your mind. You are not your body or your mind. You are the soul, the source, the stillness, not your mind that is always moving and thinking about the future, which causes anxiety, and thinking about the past, which causes depression. There is only the now. Your body is the bubble, which is both negative and positive. It's the repelling and attracting forces that come out of the neutral point, which create your corpus body. So you have a corpus spiritus anima, which is a body, mind, and soul. Magnetism is the spiraling motion. Your spirit is your mind. Your soul is the source, the anima, which animates the spirit. It's the power behind the mind. And the bubble, the body, is the corpus. It is the repelling and attracting, the radiative and gravitative forces combined to create the perpetual motion of the magnetic field. Magnetism creates magnitude. What does this mean? The magnetic field, the repelling force of a magnet, is a dimensional force. That force creates dimension, creates space, the illusion, the appearance of space, the feeling of space. So the center is no thing, and from this center, magnetism extrapolates itself into and as the toroid. Ken Wheeler says duality is just the inverse of counter space, which is the plane of inertia. And from that, you get magnetism going above and below the two mid pressures or the two high pressures. Santos says the M is for man and the W is for woman. But man and woman, the two genders, come from the genderless source center that we come from. This is the unmanifest, and man and woman are the manifestation of the unmanifest. In other words, you have the conscious and the subconscious, and this is the unconscious. That source center that is no thing. These are two things, and this is no thing, but it's not nothing, because there's never nothing, there's always something. And this nothing is everything. These are something. So mag means to move. So in Sanskrit, mag means to move. Magnetism is the release of energy. It is force in motion, dimensional force, spatial force. It's the radiative force, aka magnetic repulsion. There is no magnetic attraction. That's called dielectric acceleration. It's the return of energy. The plane of inertia is rest and stillness of energy. It's ether at its primordial state. Magnetism has a source center. It has a force field going in and around it. Two mid pressures and two high pressures, which creates the body. That high pressure must go back in. Magnetism is the creator of space, while the dielectric field is the eraser of space. The dielectric field is the lowest pressure zone, and magnetism is high pressure, so the disturbance of magnetism creates the torus field, while the pulse or the suction of the dielectric field, the inertia of dielectricity, wants to erase that. This inertia wants to bring that moving energy to rest. So that moving energy would be called output or discharge. J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of the concept of the electron, said that electrons are not particles, they're just 1 unit of dielectric discharge. They're just pulses of energy called 1 unit of dielectric discharge, an electron, where a proton would be 1 unit of dielectric charge. So the electron is output, the proton is input. So you have neutral, negative, and positive. The negative particle would be called a negatron or an electron, and the positive particle would be called a positron or a proton. Proton is charge, electron is discharge. Input, output, black hole, and white hole. Everything is a black hole and a white hole. Even the sun doesn't just radiate, it is pulsing, it is a torus field. Santos says they call the sun Apollo because it is an apple. It is releasing outwards and inwards as everything does. All is atum, and the sun used to be called Aten, and Aten was an atom. So up and down and all around, the sine wave isn't just up and down, it is actually helical. It's actually three-dimensional. Ken Wheeler calls it a three-dimensional S-curve, and it curves as it curls. Curving inwards, in and out, it's also curling. So it curves as it curls, thank you Nassim Haramein, and this is called the right-hand rule of magnetism. Everything is turning right, even the mid-pressures. Those mid-pressures they stay above or below the plane of inertia, where the high pressure goes all the way around. Whatever way the magnetic field goes, whatever way your thumb is pointing would be the North Pole. And there is no North Pole. There's just the inverse of counter space. Everything is turning in one direction. What is an atom? It's a magnetodielectric dynamo spinning at 1 trillion cycles per second. Compound magnetism and dielectricity, low energy cyclic circuits. Magnetism is the release of energy, the radiative force, aka magnetic repulsion. Dielectric acceleration is the return of energy, aka magnetic attraction, and the plane of inertia is rest and stillness of energy, aka ether at its primordial state. If the electron is output, we call that 1 unit of dielectric discharge or radiation. And if the proton is input, we call that charge. So this is basically radiation and gravitation, which together create the hybridization of electrification. So Electricity is positive and negative. It's the sine wave. It's this. It's spring, summer, fall, winter. Neutral, positive, neutral, negative. So the atom must come to the neutral point and pick up inertia. So radiation is redshift, centrifugal divergence, right turning, and blue shift is centripetal convergence, left turning. Here's how the magnetic field works and what it looks like. Okay, so this is the plane of inertia, and I'm going to show you the mid pressure. This is called centrifugal divergence, right turning and diverging out from a center point. Right turning from the top and bottom. So there is the magnetic field. Here's the M for magnetism, which creates magnitude. Magnetism creates magnitude away from the center, which is called the counterspatial disk. It's also called the plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what separates the North and South Pole. Ken Wheeler says there is no North or South Pole, there's only the inverse of counterspace, which is here. Counterspace means subspace or hyperspace. It basically doesn't take up any space. Nikola Tesla said space has no attributes. This would be called space or spatial force. Therefore, this here is a force vector. This is a force vector. The word mag means to move, therefore magnetism is force and motion. The dielectric field is the plane of inertia is inertia and acceleration, also rest and stillness. So you have the torus field, which is a donut. These are just the two mid pressures. North mid pressure here, south mid pressure here, and you also have a high pressure, which goes all the way around the magnet, top and bottom. This is the right turning radiative force going out. When it comes in, it's actually the hyperbola. And so you have the opposite of this. The hyperbola is the hourglass, which fits perfectly inside of a donut. And here's your donut. So the only reason things actually exist in the universe is because of magnetism's ability to overthrow the dielectric field. The dielectric field wants to keep things still and non-moving. The magnetic field wants to move. So therefore, the unmanifest becomes manifest through magnetism, the torus field, and phi. Everything that is physical comes from the phi cycle. Energy can never be created or destroyed, only transformed, and everything is always hot or cold. Everything is either up or down, boy or girl, masculine, feminine, black or white. And it's due to the masculine and feminine principles of radiation and gravitation, or positive and negative, or the release and return of energy, magnetism and dielectricity, the Tor and the Bull, the creator and eraser of space. The eraser would be called the ether or the ether. Magnetism is the creator of space. Dielectricity is the eraser of space. It's the ether. You have the ether at rest and the ether in motion, and the ether is the eater. It's what we call the black hole at the center of the Milky Way, the source center of all creation. Right here is the electromagnetic field of an ordinary human. It's called your biofield, your aura, torus field, because it's a giant torus, which is a giant donut. The blue is the hyperbola, which fits perfectly in a donut. It's actually an hourglass shape. So it's why you have the hourglass shape, famously known for being on the bottom side of a black widow. Tunnel web spiders spin vortexes, and when spiders make their webs, they actually make spirals. So the magnetic field is exactly what it sounds like. It's a moving net of energy. If you look at the trunk of a tree, it has those magnetic field lines, just like the hairs on your arm are all separated evenly because of magnetism. The trunk of a tree grows upward from the seed, and the roots grow downward from the seed, just like your arms and legs grow outward from your belly button. The cerebrum and cerebellum, big brain and little brain, are similar to the two mid-pressures above and below the plane of inertia. This is a regular magnetic field around any magnet, whatever the shape. Here's an apple. The apple is not a sphere, it's a donut shape, it's a torus, and the seeds, there are always 5 seeds around the center of an apple. The seeds are placed at the plane of inertia of every apple. So the most dense part of the apple is at its plane of inertia, just like the most dense part of the Milky Way galaxy is the disk that you see. You don't see the double bubble above or below. Anything visible, audible, and tangible are due to magnetism and magnetism alone. Thank you, Ken Wheeler.
Lesson number 11, prayer and emotions. Prayer is not something that we should be begging for. You see, because it all comes from a point of vibration and energy. So let's say you are praying, something bad happened to you, and you are praying for, something better to come to you or a better circumstance. But because you are praying from a place of negativity and a place of suffering, you are giving out that suffering and negative energy outwards, and you will receive more. Okay, so make sure when you pray, it says this in the Bible. It says, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have it, and it will be yours. Because you have to think and feel as if you already have something, so that you become that vibrational energy. When you match that frequency, you receive things based on that frequency. And this is what emotions come in. Believing is about emotion, being. A being is when you become something, and you become something by feeling it with your emotions. So emotions are actually a creational force that was given to us so that we can manifest and attract things magnetically to our lives. So emotions should not be reactive. We should be using our emotions to attract things to us through prayer. So emotions can be used reversibly. We can use this law of emotions. So let's say you really want financial freedom. When you have that money, it gives you the emotion of feeling free. And you can reverse this. Okay? Even if you don't have the money, you can feel that emotion, which will still attract the money. Because you are being that emotion, you are becoming that vibration. And this will impress your subconscious mind. As we talked about in reprogramming the subconscious mind, it gets impressed by emotion. Emotion is what impresses the mind and creates these mental programs, which then create our daily basis behavior. So by becoming the frequency, by becoming the emotion and feeling it every day, you attract that frequency. You attract that. You are becoming it before you even have it physically. See, everything begins in the mind, as always. And this is why when you pray, you want to make sure that you are imagining that you already have it. Okay? Or let's say someone cuts you in traffic. If someone cuts you in traffic, you shouldn't sit there going crazy and calling them names. You should bless that person. You should say, have an amazing day, or whatever. Just say it in your mind. Instead of saying the negative things, give out the positive. Bless the person, and you will receive more back. It's all these little things that have an effect on your mind. All the little things, the little comments, the little thoughts, you need to remove all of these little negative ones and replace them and transmute them into positive. And you will see more and more things take place in your life, which will contribute towards your manifestation. So when you pray, make sure you do it once a day, or once or twice a day, or as much as possible, thinking and feeling that you already have it. Don't ask for something. Believe you have the something with your emotions. Your emotions should be used to attract, to become. Hello and welcome. Today we're going to be talking about dopamine and how dopamine is ruining your life and what it is and how it's triggered. So first of all, everything in this matrix that we live in, everything in this system is specifically designed to trigger your dopamine. Now, the people who are running this matrix understand the human body, they understand the mind, they understand how your body functions on the deepest levels. So these phones, these apps, everything you can see in this matrix was designed by very, very, very intelligent, illuminated people who understand how these functions work within the brain. And they are using this against you, okay, to keep you a slave to the system. So what you must understand that there are three major glands in the brain. You have the thalamus, the pineal, and the pituitary gland. The pineal represents the masculine, the pituitary represents the female, the sun and the moon. Now, the pineal gland is an organ situated inside of the brain that secretes melatonin, serotonin, and dimethyltryptamine. So essentially, and the hypothalamus, or the thalamus, is what releases dopamine. Okay, so dopamine is produced in the brain, and it is basically the body's reward system. And the matrix, or everything you see around you, is designed to trigger and overstimulate your dopamine and trigger your body's reward system. Okay, so dopamine triggers the brain's reward system. So starting with your phone is the biggest dopamine hitter ever, and it is basically the enslavement of your mind. You see, your phone is a digital footprint of your mind. That's why it's called an iPhone. The I is the inner I within you, your consciousness, your mind. And that mind of yours is now being digitally tracked. Of every thought you think, you're manifesting into that phone, okay? And it's tracking your mind. And this is how AI has been created. They did not create AI. AI is an artificial intelligence created by us because we have fed our minds into these digital phones, which has recorded how our minds work, which has then they have put together to create algorithms to create an artificial consciousness, which is AI. Anyways, that's another video that we can go into. Your phone is destroying you. It's actually destroying your mental health. So you have notifications, all of the apps, all of the notifications, there's so much going on. There's so many bright colors on the screen. The brightness is very high. There's blue light coming off it. You have thousands of different apps, thousands of different notifications coming through. All of these notifications are making you feel on a subconscious level that you are needed. Okay, and it releases dopamine within your brain. That's why these phones are so addictive, because they are triggering your brain's reward system, and your body thinks that you are doing something good. And this dopamine within you, it makes you feel really good. Okay, likes on your posts, on your Instagram posts, every time you get a like, every time you like a post, every time you hear music, is releasing dopamine within your brain. Information, so every reel that you are scrolling is releasing dopamine, and this is why a lot of people are getting depressed. It's because their dopamine is so high that when they get off their phone, they can't enjoy their life, because their phone is giving them rewards of doing nothing. Of sitting there on your phone is giving your brain rewards, and it's tricking your body and mind that you are doing something good. Okay? Talking about your dreams. So let's say you want to become a millionaire, and I go to my friends and go tell them all, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that to become a millionaire. that actually releases dopamine in your brain when you're telling people this. This is why you feel so good when you're talking about yourself. Try and always put the focus on other people. That's another social tip, actually. When you are talking to people, the secret to communication is to get them talk about themselves, because it releases dopamine in their brain. And this way, by getting people to talk about themselves, it's a great way to open up with people and gain connections and gain great communication skills. Because people have never-ending words talking about themselves. So never talk about your dreams to people. Never talk about what you're going to do or what you want to do, because this will release dopamine in your brain, telling you that you have already achieved this goal when you haven't even got it. So what it's actually doing, it's tricking your brain, thinking that you've already got the dream, the £1 million, and you're less likely to go and get it after that, because your brain already thinks it's got it. And your subconscious mind takes every word you think, every word you say, literally. It takes everything you say like as truth. Okay? It's very important so that you don't, talk about your dreams to people. Sugar is a drug. Did you know if sugar was illegal, it'd be a Class A drug? It would be a Class A drug. It's so addictive. It activates the brain's reward system, dopamine. That's why it's so addictive, because every time you eat this poison, it is fruit sugar is not poison. That's very good. It has fructose, and your body runs off the energy of fructose. However, this sugar, this artificial sugar, is destroying you because it's making you feel like you're doing something good. And that's why it feels so amazing. That's why it's so addictive. That's why sweets and chocolate are so addictive, because there's so much sugar in this stuff. It's activating the brain's reward system, making you become addicted. Masturbation is the worst one ever. So look at the matrix from my point of view now. You have sugar in every piece of food. You have free websites for porn to see any woman or male that you want to see. You could see the most, stunning girl on there. At the click of your fingers, you can get that for free. Okay? So when something is free, you are the product. You have to understand that. You are the product. What are they gaining out of you if they are giving something for free? First of all, they're gaining your information, your IP address and stuff like that, and they're getting you weak. Because releasing dopamine, orgasms are the best feeling a human can feel, or any living being can feel. An orgasm is the best feel. There's nothing that can top an orgasm, unless you're taking synthetic drugs like heroin or something like that. But orgasms are the best natural way to get the most amount of dopamine in your brain, in your body. That's why it feels so good when you orgasm. So if you are doing this on a daily basis, it releases so much dopamine in your brain, like so much. How can you enjoy little things in life? This is why a lot of people are so careless, because they're scrolling their minds away silly on their phone, which is releasing dopamine. Then they go and eat some sugar, which is more dopamine. Then at nighttime, they're logging onto porn and getting a load of more dopamine. You see, everything is triggering the brain's reward system in this matrix, and it's keeping you lazy. It keeps you lazy. When your bodies feel like it's doing something good, but the eating and masturbation, it's destroying your motivation. You can't function in a world. You can't do it. Okay? How can you enjoy life and little things? Like, I don't know, an example. For example, just in nature. If you're walking through a woods, how are you going to enjoy that when at the tip of your fingers, you're going to go home and destroy yourself silly on these dirty websites, getting the most amount of dopamine ever? This is why it's so sacred. We should not be releasing. You should never be releasing unless you're creating a baby. And that is that simple. And to anyone who says that is unhealthy, they are wrong. You should not release. That fluid inside of